Chapter 1. Kaida Sakai pulled on her work boots and huffed. She stared at the last call on her phone, grumbled, then dropped it on the comforter of her bed. This is not happening. She shut her eyes and grabbed the sides of her head. Not again. For about the zillionth time, her mama had fallen behind on her utilities and was expecting Kaida to foot the bills, plus late fees, which she promised to pay back as soon as she could. Lacey, Kaida's older sister, who was a woman of major wealth, who could easily help, could not be reached. She was busy in her weekly self-indulgent spa makeover. But even if she could be reached, she would find a way to look too busy to be bothered. Kaida had generously given what little she could to help, but now it was draining her emotionally. Her mama had looked high and low for stable work since Kaida's father died of a stroke a few months ago. But no one seemed to be willing to hire an old woman with no experience. Kaida loved her mama, though she couldn't keep paying her bills for much longer. She did sound more desperate than usual, however. Sighing, she stuck her hands on her hips and looked around her condo for something to sell. There was the beckoning cat figurine on top of her television. She owned so many of them. Surely selling a few wouldn't hurt. Yeah, right. She could already hear the protest. You get rid of cat, you bring misfortune to yourself. She rested her gaze inside the china cabinet, on the tea set her father gave her when she was just 5 years old, on Girls' Day, an annual festival held in Japan to celebrate the health and happiness of young girls. Sometimes she missed the comforts of her homeland. She went to the kitchen and pulled out a glass from the kitchen cupboard, then halted. What time did the microwave say? Oh, shoot! She would be late if she didn't leave now. She set the glass down and flew to the living room where she searched the couch, the end table, the entertainment center. Where were the flipping keys? She knew she'd put them down in this room. She'd even hummed a song when she did it, like Samuel L. Jackson did in one of his movies, so he wouldn't forget where he placed things. Ah! She clamped her hands together and hummed the tune she remembered singing when she set them down last. There, on the entertainment center, behind the TV remote. Snatching them up, she hurried to the carport and got into her compact car. But not before a fistful of snow plopped down on her head from the curved roof overhead. Seriously? She glanced up and sucked cold November air through her teeth. A heavy branch from the tree that stood too close to the resident spaces, which the landlord was supposed to have taken care of, had fallen on the roof of her parking spot. Brushing the flakes from her freshly styled hair, she grumbled and got behind the wheel. I'm telling you, I don't like it. Stan, no, you listen to me this time. Roger Miles, Kaida's assignment editor/boss at the Daily Occupation in Baltimore, whisked a hand in the air as he squished the phone receiver between his neck and ear. Roger, as he insisted everybody call him, waved Kaida in. She promptly took a seat a few chairs away from him, he liked his space, and quietly waited. Her boss's face turned chili pepper red as he shouted into the phone. And a good riddance to your career! Oh boy, guess she wasn't the only one having a bad day. Miss Sakai, good morning. We got a big story this week. Big story? Not now. She could hardly keep her head from unscrambling today. Why not the usual byline about the local dry cleaners, like that stubborn stain they couldn't get out of the mayor's shirt? Or a write-up on the elementary school Little League game where 2 parents got into a fight over whose kid played better. She smirked. That one had been her favorite. How big? She asked. His face faded back to its natural tanned color as he picked up a fat, unlit cigar and stuck it in his mouth as he rattled a pair of dice in his hand. Sometimes Kaida had to remind herself she worked for a paper and not the mafia, though any stranger wouldn't be able to tell just by looking. It's time for that promotion you've been wanting. It is? He tapped the cigar, though she didn't know what for. No ashes landed on the table. Don't be shy, it doesn't become you. You've consistently brought the articles that keep our readers yearning for more. I can't tell you how many of them have written in just to tell me how much they not only appreciate your presentation of information, but your unique charm. Wow. What kind of raise does this entail? He pointed the cigar at her. Aha! There you are, he chuckled, which made his slightly bulging gut jiggle. Ms. Kaida Assertive Sakai, that's what your parents should have named you. Yes, Miss Sakai, you will receive a sizable raise. A rush of blood coursed through her body and shot into her feet. She stayed in her seat, though the thrill at the news she'd hoped about for years sent pinballs zinging throughout her body. Sir, thank you, sir. Now she could help her mother and not feel burdened by it. He frowned as he bit down on the cigar. Roger. She laughed nervously under her breath. Oh, Roger. Thank you. He tilted his head at her. I won't regret this, will I? You seem, preoccupied. She hopped out of the chair. No, no, I assure you, you've picked the right person for the job. He tapped the cigar. She bit her bottom lip to keep from smiling. What's the story? He grinned. Roberts Inc. The restaurant chain? As far as she knew, the company had never done anything newsworthy other than uphold a pristine reputation. Everyone loved their juicy burgers. I'll expect you to do your own research first, of course, but word has it that the CEO, a Mr. Dakota Roberts, has been sued. Sued? For what? Bad salad? Maybe, he smirked. He set the cigar on the ashtray and laced his fingers together atop the desk. It's bound to be the hottest story this week, if not for the entire month. He looked at his watch. A gold Rolex as thick and fat as his cigar. He's scheduled to appear in court within the hour. Thank you, Roger. He gave her a curt nod. The discussion was over. She hurried to her tiny workspace in the newsroom. About 100 other journalists clicked away on their keyboards. She Googled Dakota Roberts. Wow, she breathed. There were a lot of articles about him, though no mention about the company's current troubles. The guy who sat 2 elbow spaces away, a recent college grad, threw her an annoyed look. Clearly, the guy didn't work well with others. She closed her lips and navigated to an article about Roberts Inc., learning about its origin before she scrolled to the CEO's bio. She was impressed. He'd started the company just after graduation, backing it up with a sizable stock investment he'd built all through high school. He was 32, like her, though he had a lot more to show for his work ventures. Well, more reputable anyway. For now. In his picture taken 3 years before, he wore thick black hair, smooth and full on top and shorter on the sides. He had piercing eyes and a serious business face. She scrutinized more of his personal background and was surprised to find he was unmarried. Had, in fact, never been married. Rich, handsome, eligible. Wasn't that what most women wanted? She thought smugly. No one can be this perfect. I bet he's hiding something. Wonder what it is. Roger knew how to find approving stories. That's what made the paper so successful. Sometimes those stories were juicier than others. There had to be some dirt on him. She clicked on a few of the business features he'd appeared in over the years. Nothing concerning or questionable. Not yet. Kaida searched through more of the open tabs, but found nothing spicy. She leaned back in her chair. There was a lot of remarkable information about this man. Just nothing useful. Wait a minute. She sat up. Of course. Social media. Her fingers crawled like anxious crabs over the keyboard as she probed through every possible site. Bloggers, previous employees, random strangers, even past acquaintances had posted their thoughts about the lawsuit across multiple platforms. Not one remark proved pretty. Phrases like greedy CEO, selfish ambition, and dangerous fireball topped the accusations. Whew, she breathed as she cracked her knuckles and pulled up a blank document. Now, where to begin? She whispered to herself. After an hour of jotting down notes, she checked the time. Over an hour had gone by. Shoot! Her neighbor gave her a dirty look. She promptly ignored. Mr. Roberts could be outside the courthouse any minute. She saved the document to the computer and her thumb drive before she pulled on her coat and scrambled for the exit. The temperature had grown significantly colder, the snow falling faster and whipping her hair around her face. She'd forgotten her hat back in the office. Should she get it? No. Time was ticking fast. If she got there first, she'd have an advantage over the others. When she pulled into one of the last spots in the parking lot and dashed toward the steps of the courthouse, there were already a half a dozen reporters waiting anxiously. She needed to keep time better. How many times had Roger told her that? The streets were icy from the sleet that had stirred the latter part of the morning, and she ended up tripping over the curb. Darn these high heels! Wheeling her arms like a frightened chicken as she attempted to balance herself. As was custom in Japan, Kaida didn't have a middle name. But if she did, instead of Roger's proposed assertive, klutz would have been more suitable. A few heads turned her way out of curiosity, not compassion. Why should they care? They were here for one purpose: a hot-off-the-press story. Groaning, she pulled herself up and pushed her way forward, lingering behind the closest reporter. They didn't have to wait long. Mr. Roberts emerged a few minutes later, a look of exasperation on his face. Did he really think no one would notice the scathing remarks from social media? Her heart flushed with excitement, and she rubbed her hands together against the frigid air as she watched him deflect queries from other reporters, watched their disappointed faces. She wasn't worried. They didn't even properly introduce themselves. Plus, she wouldn't give up as easily. By the time he neared her, she was ready with a microphone to his face, but she forgot, momentarily, what she planned to ask. His eyes were a sharp, dark blue, and his face looked sculpted by the hands of an artist who had taken extra time to produce a masterpiece. And he was tall, like half a foot above the top of her head. She swallowed. He was absolutely gorgeous. Questions! Ask him your questions, she chided herself. As she opened her mouth, her hair whipped around her neck, practically strangling her. He cast her a funny look and kept walking. Her mouth still hanging open, she tried to utter words. No, wait, wait! He didn't turn around. Of course, her protests were all in her head. Ridiculous, Kaida. Get a hold of yourself. This is your story. Make it happen. Mr. Roberts? She put on her kindest, most sincere voice as she scrambled after him. He paused, though his back stayed turned away from her. She hurried down in front of him and lifted the microphone toward his chin. Mr. Roberts, I'm Kaida Sakai with the Daily Occupation. I hear you have made some significant changes with your company, Roberts, Inc. Apparently, some of these changes affected your operations as well. What can you tell us about your day in court? He looked impassively at her for a split second before he continued descending the stairs. She kept pace with him. What can you tell me about this merger? How did it turn into a hostile takeover? His face remained stoic. No comment. He certainly gave off that cocky air she read about online. Her high heel crumbled on a step, and she righted herself and hurried to catch up to him. How will you respond to the lawsuit? This time, he said nothing at all, just briskly headed to the parking lot. An interesting thought came to her out of the blue. She wondered how he managed to look so put together for a man who was being sued. Gasping for air, she propelled herself forward again. Was he a professional speedrunner? He was already on the other side of the street. She dropped her hand and watched him walk away. Now what? Chapter 2. Snowfall started up again, this time heavier, as Dakota Roberts reached his car, a newer Dodge Ram. His throat felt constricted and he loosened the tie around his neck. Not that that was the culprit. He hated the press. They were a cross between nasty little gnats and a hive of bees who persistently swarmed around him. In the beginning, the nosy insects wanted to know every single detail about how a fresh out-of-high-school student could possibly start his own company. Over the last decade or so, they couldn't resist targeting him at conventions or even in meetings. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't their business. Neither was his current situation. He unlocked the cab. Why couldn't they respect a person's privacy? It's not like he asked to be popular. Of course, he should have known that his recent dilemma wouldn't go unnoticed, and that a company of his caliber would soon make headlines once the news got out. His back stiffened as he slid behind the steering wheel. What was it with that last reporter, the one who couldn't walk a straight line sober? She was worse than the others. Absolutely no class. He started the engine and sighed as he looked through the windshield. Chunks of snow covered nearly every square inch. Reaching into the back seat, he retrieved the snow brush and hopped out to clear the window. A bit of ice had settled there, too. He flipped the brush over and used the scraper to scrub it away. That one reporter had given her name. Darn, the ice was more stubborn than he thought. He huffed as he scraped harder. Dakota opened the back door and grabbed a jug of water, kept there for issues like this. He poured half the jug over the windshield. Kaida. That was it. Kaida Sakai? Suki? He shook his head as he continued sluicing off the ice. Whatever, it didn't matter. She could push him all she wanted. He wasn't going to budge. Finally, he cleared the windshield, placed the scraper and jug on the floor of the back seat, and got back behind the wheel. He left a voicemail for his attorney, alerting him to the trouble already brewing. He set the phone down and started to shift into reverse when he spotted Kaida across the lot. She looked flustered. Good. Surely she had given up, just like the others. He drove down the row and peeled out of the parking lot, glad to be free of the insects, then made his way down the road. Frank's Cafe was one of his favorite pit stops. He could relax, let his worries drift away, and enjoy the strong aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Frank was one of his close buddies. They had been friends since freshman year. Next to Dakota's brother Ethan, Frank had been his strongest supporter when he started Roberts, Inc. Frank himself opened the diner shortly after Dakota's business started. "Hey, my brother, what's happening?" Frank threw him away from behind the counter as Dakota stepped inside a few minutes later. "I'll take it black today." Dakota only ordered his coffee with sugar and cream when he was in good spirits. A few seconds later, Frank brought over 2 steaming mugs and sat across from him in the small booth. "The case isn't the worst of it." Frank raised his eyebrows. "It isn't?" "The IP. Intellectual property? Insufferable press." "I hear they're being brutal," Frank said sympathetically. Dakota snorted. "Vultures." "That bad, huh?" "You have no idea. I had to bat them off on my way in and on my way out," he grunted. "And it's only day 1. But they didn't get anything out of you, right?" "No, but..." Dakota's fingers gripped the handle of the cup. "There's a reporter I haven't seen before." "So?" He sucked in a breath. "So she's more relentless than the others." "Oh." "I have this feeling she's going to show up every chance she gets." "You'll get through it. Just focus on clearing your name and ignore the press." "I'll try." Frank tapped the table as he stood. "Gotta get to the back and do some paperwork. Enjoy the coffee." "Thanks." Dakota swiveled his head. His heart stopped for a second. Kaida stood just inside the door. She was staring at Dakota, but she quickly looked away and made her way to a corner table. Dakota ran a hand through his hair and mumbled to himself. "Great. Just what I need. A stalker journalist." He turned around and sipped on his coffee. He hoped she would mind her business this time. Maybe she was just here to grab some lunch. "Mr. Roberts, may I have a word now?" Dakota's entire body tightened. He set the mug on the table before he cracked it between his fingers. He slightly turned. Kaida, of course. "Miss, if you don't mind, I would really like to enjoy my coffee." "Oh, I don't mind at all. I thought I might join you." How did she do that just now? Propose something objectionable, but make it sound inviting. "Like I said, I'm indisposed. It'll have to wait." She hesitated for a couple of seconds, then put on an understanding smile. "Sure, I understand." She nodded behind her. "I'll be right over there when you're ready. Take all the time you need." He watched her return to her table. He muttered, "Unbelievable." A quick glance to his right revealed a tall glass of water in front of Kaida. She gulped it down in the few seconds he observed her. Must be thirsty after she blockaded him at the courthouse. A moment later, his server topped off his coffee, as Kaida's server brought her a second glass of water. As he nursed his own drink, he felt eyes on him. Maybe he'd take extra time, stretch it out long enough until she got so impatient, she'd leave. He checked the time on the clock near the register. Unfortunately, he could only delay another 30 minutes. But that might be enough. A server came by. He ordered tomato soup and a house salad with light Italian dressing. From the corner of his eye, he sensed Kaida watching him. He refused to give her the pleasure of seeing him out of sorts. 20 minutes went by as he finished his food. He wiped some of the soup off his mouth with a napkin. He dared a glance in Kaida's direction. She seemed restless as she shifted in her seat. A full, tall glass of water sat in front of her. It had to be her third refill already. Now she wiggled in her seat a little bit more. Suddenly, she got to her feet and headed down the narrow hall to the bathroom. Grinning, he left enough cash to cover the bill and tip, then shouted to Frank as he spotted him on his way up to the counter. "Well, time for me to volunteer. That'll be a good way to end this day. Have fun, and don't worry about the case. It'll get worked out. It'll just take some time." "I appreciate the optimism. Catch you later." Dakota rushed out of the diner to his truck. As he swung open the driver's door, something caught his attention. His hand braced the doorframe as he turned. Kaida watched him from a few feet away, her shoulders slouched. She seemed to be panting for air. She eyed him from the top of his head to his feet, like she was contemplating her next chess move. Disgusted but strangely fascinated at the same time, he got behind the wheel and started the truck. She'd looked flustered inside the restaurant, maybe even annoyed, yet not a bit put off, as evidenced by her patience to wait him out for over half an hour. Judging by her persistence, he wasn't going to be rid of her anytime soon. He had to think of some way to get rid of her. The silent treatment wasn't working. His mind flashed to her on the courthouse stairs, her face full of anticipation, eager for answers which he quickly denied. He wasn't obligated to tell her anything, especially since the lawsuit would be public once it was over. She could have her story then. It wasn't like him to be obsessive about the press. He knew they were doing their job. But something about Kaida bugged him. He just couldn't put his finger on it yet. Dakota peered through the windshield. Kaida's black hair turned quickly white as the snow came barreling down. She did not look thrilled. But she sure looked beautiful. He felt a bit sorry for running out on her. He shook his head and snapped his attention to the blizzard. The windshield wipers pitched the snow into the surrounding snowflakes. Kaida hesitated, then headed back inside the cafe. He pressed on the gas and took off to the park. He'd encountered the press on occasion, but none of them had ever gotten to him like this, where he couldn't stop replaying their tactics. He pictured her at the courthouse, where she'd hurried across the street and up the stairs, and then ended up tripping. It was hard not to remember her. Unlike normal reporters, she stood out. It wasn't just her clumsy manners, though. Something else about her. He tapped his chin with the tip of his finger. What was it? A tiny bit of regret hit him for fooling her. Yet, it's not like he agreed to be questioned. She'd pushed for an informal, spontaneous meeting, and he'd told her that she would have to wait. Those had been his exact words to her, which meant it could be days, weeks, even months before he answered any of her questions. If he ever answered them at all. He arrived to the indoor soccer field with 10 minutes to spare. He sighed with relief that the first day of court allotted him some downtime. A moment later, he entered the large building. All of the kids, mostly 9-year-olds, were already practicing. The other volunteers waited on the sidelines. Some of the players waved excitedly at him. "Coach is here!" Josh, one of the stronger players, exclaimed happily as he gave Dakota a hug. "Good to see you, buddy. You ready to play?" "Oh, yeah." Parents waved to Dakota from the stands as he took his place as the head coach. Dakota blew the whistle and the kids started the game. The goalie on the home team caught the ball and parents cheered. Dakota blew the whistle again and watched the lively activity as an opposing team player kicked the ball down the nylon turf. A player from the home team stole the ball and towed it in the opposite direction. "Hey, coach! Did you see that? He cheated!" An angry parent jumped up and threw his fist in the air. "Fair play!" Dakota called out as the assistant coaches nodded in agreement. As he watched the home team score another point, he realized what bugged him. Kaida possessed an air about her like she was owed something, in this case, fame or money or both. What irked him the most was the idea that she was using somebody else's success to make herself look good. Sure, he knew reporters had to get a story, but it was more than that. That look in her eyes told him all he needed to know. A look full of determination and self-centeredness. She was out for herself at the expense of another person's dilemma. He watched a player toss the ball to one of his mates, but it was hard to shake his emotions. Dakota was more than familiar with her type. Annoyed he let Kaida get to him at all, he vowed to keep his distance from her. He wouldn't cave on any level. The game resumed. Both teams ran along the field, bursting with energy. He let himself relax as he took in the activity. Somebody shouted, "Watch out!" Before Dakota could determine what was happening, he turned and slipped off the stance, his hands flailing as the floor came up and something hard hit him at the back of his skull. Before he blacked out. Chapter 3. Kaida was so furious she screamed and stomped her foot on the thickly packed snowbank that encircled her parking spot in the condominiums. How was she supposed to get the big story if the big jerk wouldn't give it to her? She could have forgiven him for dismissing her at the diner, but when she went out of her way to be polite and gave him all the space he needed, and way more time than she had to, he ditched her. She kicked at the tree, the stupid, obnoxious tree that Mr. Davies still hadn't gotten rid of. A chunk of snow smacked the ground. She looked up. The storm had caused the tree to bend forward a little bit more. Soon it would be encroaching even more into her space, a possible threat to her vehicle if it managed to cave in the roof of her parking spot. Annoyed, she slammed the door to her car and crossed the small lot. As she trudged through the intermittent ice, large sheets of snow plowed into the hood of her winter coat. She grumbled as she hurried up the walkway. When she got inside the warmth of her condo, she peeled off the coat and switched on the TV. To top off this awful day, her boss had followed up with her. When she failed to give him anything useful, Roger made it clear, once again, how vital this story was to her career ladder. Roger would have her head if she didn't get the dirt before someone else did. Kaida tossed her phone on the couch and pressed play on the DVD player. Home Alone played across the TV screen. Kaida liked to start her Christmas movies before Thanksgiving. It was the part where Kevin sets a series of traps to catch the burglars. She'd always been impressed by the kids' brilliance and creativity. The scene gave her pause. She tapped her chin. What could she do about her own predicament? Accidentally drop a bag of marbles as Dakota came down the walk? Grease the door handle of his truck with superglue or some kind of adhesive? She snorted. Right, because that would make him really want to dish out his secret. Flustered that no immediate, rational solutions came to her, she called the landlord. Mr. Davies answered on the first ring. I really need this tree removed. You promised it would be done by the end of October. Well, now it's the beginning of November. Yes, Miss Sakai, I realize that. Mr. Davies sounded nervous, like he always did. She pictured his spectacles sliding off his little nose as he reached up with his smallish hands to readjust them. It was hard to keep a straight face whenever she saw him in person. He was barely 5 feet tall and tended to jump a little when he talked, which made her think of a frog ready to jump onto its next lily pad. She knew he didn't mean to procrastinate or upset her, but still, the tree had become more precarious, and that's exactly what she relayed to him. End of today. Already scheduled. Kaida breathed a sigh of relief. A knock on the door jolted her from the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Davies. She ended the call and went over to the peephole. Kaida opened the door. Mama, what are you doing here? Her mama still held to Japanese customs, wearing slippers to the bathroom, bowing to those in authority. Now she removed her shoes, another custom upon entering someone's house. Kaida and Lacey had practically stripped themselves of those traditions, and to this day their mama complained that all their troubles were due to their rebellion. Shaking her head at Kaida, she slid the strap of her giant purse off her shoulder and set it on the large shelf next to the door. Is this how you greet me now that you're a big superstar? Kaida hugged her. It's just a promotion. I am definitely not a superstar, Mama. She raised a finger and swirled it above her head. Not yet. Kaida's heart swelled with thankfulness. Her mama believed in her, even when Kaida herself didn't. After how this afternoon went, however, Kaida was sure her mama would rethink her conviction. You forgot why I'm here? Mama said. I guess I did. She smiled. Her mama had the nicest smile she'd ever seen. When Kaida was a little girl and she bruised a knee or fell on the playground, that smile made her feel all better. You didn't forget anything. I'm teasing. She never dropped by for no reason. Kaida knew it must be related to the mortgage or another bill. Why you look so worried, little D? Little D for little dragon, which was what Kaida meant in Japanese. It was the nickname she sometimes used when she was worried about her daughter. It's nothing, Mama. Kaida quickly turned her attention to the Christmas comedy, where one of the burglars had just stepped into Kevin's first trap. Maybe setting some of her own snares wouldn't get Mr. Roberts on her good side, but it would certainly increase her chances of standing apart from the doldrums. What's that grin on your face for? Mama threw her a funny look. Nothing, Mama. She shook her head as she clicked her tongue. Terrible liar. Kaida flushed. She could never hide how she felt from her. I don't have much money yet, but I will soon. I'm not here for more money. You aren't? You didn't answer me. Answer what? She sighed as though dealing with a much younger Kaida. Why the grin? She nodded at the TV. Something funny? Yeah, well, sort of. I don't understand. Neither did Kaida. I don't know what I'm going to do about Roberts, Inc. I know the CEO is concealing something, but I can't get him to crack. Aha! She stepped over to the dinette, where she slipped onto one of the little wooden stools and cupped her hands on the table. Kaida sat across from her in the only other chair. Well? She demanded when Kaida remained silent. What have you done to get the plate? The plate? Yeah, you know, the bowl, the saucer, she said impatiently. The dish, she cringed. You make me sound like a gossiper. She cleared her throat and went into detail about the courthouse meet, then her strategy at the diner. When she finished, Mama was laughing so hard tears sprayed across her cheeks. What's so funny? You think stalking someone will endear them to you? Her smile cracked. I wasn't stalking. And you thought... She chuckled as she wiped a tear from her eye. You thought he wouldn't mind you? Another uproarious laugh burst forth. Mind if you intruded upon his personal space? I wasn't... I was just... Kaida swallowed, knowing her face must be a nice shade of red. Oh, my little D, you have much to learn here. Kaida's head dropped and she stared at the striations in the wood table. Mama was right. She had acted ridiculous. I looked over his personal profile. The one you sent me? He's very handsome. Kaida felt a blush fill her face. This is strictly business. I don't see what his looks have to... A pleased smile stretched across her face. Work on your manners. Be polite. This is the way to get a good story. Right, she mumbled. If only he would speak to me. Her mama's hand covered hers. But be hardcore, too. She looked up at her. Hardcore? Like John Wayne. Grit. Kaida smiled at her mom's attempt to reach her with American culture. You'll find a way. I believe in you. Thank you, Mama. As Kaida neared her office a few mornings later, the large Douglas fir stopped her. This was the third year in a row the city had showcased the Christmas tree, sticking in a commercial building complex, a mini version of New York City's, in the hopes of pulling in more business. Like the tree located at Rockefeller Center, the lighting of the tree took place the Wednesday after Thanksgiving, which was still a few weeks out. If she wasn't fired by then, she would have to remember to join the lighting of the tree. It would be her first time attending. The daily occupation was just a little farther down the street. After she admired the unlit tree a little bit more, okay, so actually she was delaying work as much as possible, she made her way to the newsroom. She was exhausted from the work week, all the interviews and phone calls. After she dumped her coat at her workstation, and while most of the reporters pitched their ideas in the other room, Kaida took some time perusing social media sites, looking for anything Mr. Roberts might have said, something that could be used against him. When she struck out there, the guy had one social media account and it was basically dead. She tried his friends' accounts, but either Mr. Roberts was squeaky clean or he had very loyal friends, or both. Her work phone beeped. Roger. She scooted away from the computer and made her way to his office. Before she opened the door, she could feel the tension emanating from the other side of the door. Hesitantly, she nudged it open the rest of the way. We have a problem, Roger said bluntly. Kaida liked her boss's straightforwardness. He didn't beat around the bush or try to soften the blow, which made her work harder to do the job right. But something told her she wasn't going to like what he had to say. He turned the monitor on its swivel until it faced her. The headline read, Aggressive Takeover by Upstanding Businessman. Her eyes scrolled to the bottom of the article. Angela Collins. Angela, her dorm mate in college. Angela, who made her life miserable when Kaida outdid her in class, outshined her on the college paper. Angela, her arch-rival when they used to work together in the tabloid industry years ago. Go ahead, read through it. Roger moved away from the screen. Reluctantly, Kaida scanned the article. There were facts in there she hadn't even come across in all her searching. Scathing remarks by former associates. Kaida was stumped. How had Angela found that information? Kaida spent days poring through content. Care to explain how you missed the boat? Roger, I don't know. In all my research, I didn't come across anything scandalous. I reached out, both by phone and in person, to some of his former associates, even some of his competitors. Not one of them gave me anything like this. She took in a deep breath. The news reports I watched this morning gave me nothing, not a peep. I'm giving you one more chance. I know there is more to the story, more than what she has. Mr. Travis, the young man who sits next to you, I had him survey owners of stores where Mr. Roberts frequents, a few acquaintances. He's onto something. He's got some shady dealings in his past. Looks like at least one of those dealings is connected to one of the company heads who was suing him. Unfortunately, most of it's hearsay. I know you can find the origins. He swept his hand toward the monitor. Find out what it is. Who was involved? Get to the bottom of this dirty pond. Yes, Roger. Kaida bit back her frustration and returned to her workspace. Words from the article flashed in her head. Wealthiest man, greedy pockets. Comments that pointed to nasty little secrets that only those closest to him knew about. Wealthy, greedy, mean, and big jerk. Just like Mr. Potter's underhanded attempt to take over George Bailey's building and loan in It's a Wonderful Life, she thought sourly. Well, she would get to the bottom of this. She would find out what Mr. Roberts was covering up. She would write an article that would not only wow readers, but give her the promotion she'd been longing for. Chapter 4. The next day, Roger slapped the newspaper, but it felt like a sting on Kaida's own skin. This, he slashed a nail across the headline, is a problem. Before Kaida could glimpse the headline, Roger tossed the paper into the waste bin behind his desk. He snatched up another paper and held it out toward her. It was her article, the one which contained an interview with some of Mr. Roberts' stakeholders, one of her best, most informative, straight-to-the-original sourced articles she'd had the benefit of writing. He poked a finger into the crinkled paper. "This is beautiful. This is what readers expect." He dropped the paper on his desk and turned back to the trash can. "But that," he said, arching his pinky finger with the huge gold ring, "is what readers want. That is pulling in more ratings." She swallowed her disappointment. "Why?" "Your article came a little too late, Miss Sakai." He rubbed his meaty hand across his face. "More facts than yours had." "What? How?" She crossed the room. "May I see?" He sighed. "Have at it." She thrust her hand into the can and unfolded the crumpled newspaper. Her heart stopped. Not just any editorial. Angela's. Kaida eyed the sensationalized title. "Hot-head boss has a sordid past." She scrutinized each part of the story. How had she unearthed these details? Where had she gotten them? Kaida dug deep, spent countless hours searching for dirt like this, but only ended up finding fairy dust. "I spoke to those invested in his business, for goodness sake, and they didn't give me anything scathing. Not even when I pressed them." "Never mind." Roger took the paper out of her hands, crumpled it up, and socked it back into the can. "I think the bigger reason readers ate it up is because of the dramatization of the events." He grabbed the sides of his head and groaned. "What a mess." Kaida waited. Was she about to be fired? Roger dropped his hands and gave his full attention to her. "Listen, I still don't think this is all there is to the story. Call it a hunch. What I want you to do is meet with him again." "Who?" "The man of the hour, Dakota Roberts." Of course those stakeholders hadn't told her everything. She felt like such a schmuck. Why should they give her the nitty-gritty? That would be akin to betrayal. "I don't think that's possible," she said miserably as she recalled their last encounter. He looked at her grimly. "Find a way." Great. It was that or lose the promotion she barely acquired. "Yes, Roger." According to the news, Mr. Roberts wasn't scheduled in court today, so Kaida could skip that stop. She decided to head to Frank's Cafe. When she got to the small parking lot, she didn't spot his truck anywhere, but she went inside the diner anyway. He probably possessed a few vehicles at his disposal, as rich as he was. "Excuse me, has Mr. Dakota Roberts been by today?" she asked a gangly-looking teenager who was working behind the counter. He gave her a funny look. May I pass along a message?" "No, that's okay." She wasn't going to let on she'd been here. Maybe she could try again later and catch him by surprise. As she made her way back outside, the snow had let up, but the sidewalks were full of slush. Carefully, she made her way toward her car. Behind the steering wheel, she scrolled back through the articles about him, searching for something useful. She paused halfway through one. He had a brother, Ethan, who worked at the hospital as a social worker. She could swing by there. Maybe Ethan could help her track down his brother. It was worth a shot. As she pulled into the large parking structure of the hospital, she spotted Mr. Roberts' truck. At least it looked just like it. Big, shiny, candy apple red, lifted, emanating pride and money. Apparently, he was visiting his brother, which meant she had a chance of going straight to the source. Even better. She parked and eyed the truck, and considered again putting super glue on the door handle. Carefully, she avoided the icy patches on the cement as she made her way to the entrance. After visiting the help desk, she narrowed down the floor where Ethan would be working. She almost lost her footing when she spotted Mr. Roberts. He had just come out of the room across from the nurse's station and was strolling down the hall in her direction, but he had yet to see her. Interesting place for a possible interview. But at least she had a shot. Dreading another rejection, she put on her most friendly smile as she approached him. She stopped a couple of feet short of him. He looked around for someone, likely Ethan. Well, she would save him the time and invite him to talk to her. There was a perfect spot for two just behind him in the waiting room. "Mr. Roberts, hello. How are you today?" He slowly swiveled his head in her direction and looked surprised to see her. "I had some questions about your company. Is now a good time?" she asked. He looked around as though she might be addressing someone else. Uh, Miss, are you asking me?" "Miss?" She bit the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing. "Yes," she answered with a straight face. He looked at her. "What's this about?" Seriously? He didn't remember her? This was the third time they'd met. He was obviously being his arrogant self, but she could push past it and be polite, as long as she got the story. "I just wanted to get some more information about Roberts, Inc." Yes, his words, directly from the horse's mouth. Angela hadn't done that. She'd drawn facts from other people, but not a single quote had been derived from Mr. Roberts himself. No one had been able to get him to give them a statement. If Kaida got something from him, then she'd not only outdo the others, she could save her career. I need to get back to my room." He didn't look thrilled. He looked at his watch. She didn't care if he had an engagement to get to. She was going to get him to open up, though she did remember to be on her best behavior. "I know what it's like to deal with pressure," she said, trying to feel out his situation. It seemed likely he had irritated someone, a rival, a former nemesis, and that person decided to sue him on top of it. His forehead crinkled. "I'm not sure what you mean." His hand cupped the back of his neck and his face contorted like he was in pain. "Excuse me, I need to go." Huh? What kind of response was that? And why had he stared at her like she was a nuisance? Fine, clearly he was toying with her. Well, she knew how to handle a situation like this. She looked him straight on. "Why are you being sued?" He rubbed his neck and stared at her like she was the confused one. "I'm not." "What?" This time, she couldn't keep the surprise and irritation out of her voice. What was with the evasive answers, the outright fabrication? The man was under scrutiny. "Do you not realize this will only make you look worse?" He seemed unmoved by her outburst. "I appreciate your concern, but you must be mistaken." Mistaken? No, she was definitely not mistaken. And she definitely wasn't going to let him slip out of her hands this time. Not when she was so close to getting answers. His cheek scrunched as he blew out a loud breath. What a giant jerk. Could he be more blatant about how irritated he was by her? His eyes wandered away. "I really must go now?" He moved off in the opposite direction as if desperate to escape her. Stewing on the walkway outside the hospital a few minutes later, Kaida fought the desire to go back in and give Mr. Roberts a piece of her mind. Of course, that would only make her look like an unprofessional and probably ensure he would never speak to her again. Her mind went to the conversation. He had acted reasonably decent toward her, the total opposite of his cold demeanor last time. Maybe he had come to his senses since the last time he saw her. Then again, maybe he was just messing with her. She couldn't figure him out. Was he mocking her? Is that why he lied about being sued? To get to her? Huffing, she stepped off the curb, but when she lifted her foot to take a step, the heel of her shoe caught on something and down she went, flat on her butt. She groaned as she felt a bruise already forming and her dignity dissolving. "That hothead writer was fired," was the first thing out of Roger when Kaida stepped through the door of his office. What? Kaida felt a jumble of emotions, confusion, and depression, with irritation at the top of her list. "That guy who sat next to you for 2 whole weeks, he's gone. False information. Eager to get a story. Scathing remarks made up by some dimwits paid to do so." He tapped the cigar, which this time was lit, dumping a few flakes of ashes into the ashtray. "Never assume." Kaida waited, afraid to interrupt. When he got like this, fuming, actually smoking, she knew it was best to hear him all the way out. "I owe you an apology." She looked up, confusion kicking away the irritation. "You do?" Roger was on fire. "Let me tell you what wasn't in the paper. This headline." He framed his hands in the air. "Lawsuit on hold due to amnesia." What? Kaida's jaw dropped. "Apparently, he has some memory of things, recognizes some faces. Others he doesn't." She gasped in surprise. That explained what he was doing at the hospital. And why he acted like he didn't know her. That's terrible. Misunderstanding her, Roger replied, "Oh, that isn't the worst of it. Mr. Roberts isn't just getting sued," he nearly shouted, apparently unconcerned about the man's loss of memory. "He's countersuing." She stumbled backward and grabbed onto one of the leather chairs. Roger dumped more ashes. "Discovery turned the case on its head, and Mr. Roberts is now countersuing." He clicked his tongue. "Unbelievable." Stumped, she sank into the seat. So, he had been telling her the truth. Sort of. "You don't seem totally surprised," Roger commented. "I'm not. I mean, I am." She shook her head. "His brother works at the hospital. I stopped by there to talk to him, but ended up running into Dakota instead." His forehead raised with interest. "Well, did you get anything out of him?" Here it was, the defining moment to signal the end of her career. Not exactly. Disheartened, she sank further into the seat. Roger shrugged as if it should have been obvious to her. "Of course not. He can't remember." "Oh." She swallowed past the thickness that formed in her throat. Right. And it all made sense. Why he had been so nice to her, so willing to comply with the interview. She laughed softly as relief filtered out the worry. "An update to his condition came just before you arrived. His amnesia might be gone tonight, or it might go on for as long as a few months." A thought came to her. Dakota didn't know who I was. I didn't give him a name. I can go back to the hospital, try to track down his brother again, act as a concerned citizen, so he has no reservations. Roger clapped his hands. "Excellent. Get yourself to the hospital." He tapped his Rolex. "Time's ticking fast." "Right." He waved his cigar in a circle over his head. "Well, get on with it. Set up interviews, do what you have to do. Let's get this story before somebody else scoops you again." Again? Ouch. Never mind, he was right. She needed to act, fast. If anyone was going to get scooped this time, it would be Angela. She hopped out of the chair and headed to the door. "I realize we're working under unusual circumstances, given his current situation, but I want at least an appetizer by the end of next week." She closed her eyes and her body tensed. But she nodded and continued forward. An appetizer. Not the full enchilada. Not yet, anyway. But it would only be a short matter of time until the entire story would turn cold. The sooner, the better. Kaida parked in a row close to the hospital entrance. The building looked enormous, ominous this time. Her heart raced as she got out of the car. What if she ran into him again? Mr. Roberts' memory could come back at any moment. If he recognized who she really was, she wouldn't get a word out of him. She shook her head, wondering how on earth she was supposed to prepare for something like this, as she made her way into the hospital. Kaida felt sweat form on her lip as she reached his floor, expecting to see the CEO. There was still a good chance he would recognize her only as the woman who came by yesterday. He seemed somewhat receptive to talking to her. At least she had that on her side. When she got to the room across from the nurse's area, she paused outside the door. This was it. Her defining moment. She didn't know who to expect. Would it be Mr. Roberts who remembered who she really was? Or the Mr. Roberts who met her yesterday? She recognized Ethan from the photos on his blog. He looked a lot like Dakota, only a little older and taller. Ethan left the bed upon seeing her and hurried over. "Miss St. John?" "Oh, thank goodness you're here. He's asleep right now, but we'll do introductions when he wakes up." Chapter 5. Earlier that morning, a doctor diagnosed Dakota with amnesia. A soccer ball had hit him hard in the side of the head, which resulted in the brain injury as well as some contusions on his neck. Dakota was exhausted and confused by all the questions the doctor asked him. What did he remember last? Did he know what day it was? Did he recognize his own brother? He had been able to answer those in the affirmative. But it was the other questions that left him stumped, like, what happened just before he lost his memory? He couldn't remember. Only Ethan telling him how he'd been struck by the soccer ball gave him the forgotten memory. but it did nothing to help him recall it happening. In fact, he had no recollection of ever volunteer coaching a soccer team. The last thing he remembered was when he purchased his new truck, which had been weeks ago, according to his brother. When the doctor questioned him about any recent stress or loss, Ethan's mouth twitched. Ethan told Dakota it would be better to talk about it once he regained more of his memory. But after Dakota continued to press him, Ethan informed him about the court case. How had Dakota forgotten something that significant? Surely he would at least sense something about it. However, there was one question posed to him which troubled him more than the rest. Do you know who you are? Sure, he knew his name, that he lived in Maryland his entire life, that apparently he owned a company, but he couldn't remember anything about the company, much less how to manage it. To top it all off, he couldn't remember what kind of person he was. Did he have a sense of humor? What kind of movies did he like? What was his favorite drink? It was awful and scary to feel this way, almost like he was meeting himself for the first time. The doctor said his memory should come back within a few weeks, probably sooner than later. Frank, who apparently was Dakota's best friend, though Dakota didn't recognize him at all, offered words of comfort and encouragement as well when he'd stopped by earlier. It's all good if you don't remember me, buddy. Ethan had been a source of encouragement too. At least he remembered his own brother. Their reassurance alleviated some of his worries, and Dakota did his best to focus on the doctor's words. Sooner than later. As he looked around the hospital room, he wondered where Ethan had gone. He had been here all afternoon. As if in answer to his wondering, Ethan stepped inside. Dakota, you awake? Yeah, he said weakly, his mind still groggy from a long rest. He tried to sit up but winced as pain shot across his forehead. Ethan hurried over and eased him back down. Take it slow. Right, he said, feeling bummed by the obvious fact that he wasn't unlike a child who needed to be looked after. A nurse wheeled a tray of food over to his bed. Eat as much as you can, she encouraged just before she departed. Dakota took a bite of the lime jello. Since when do you eat that stuff? Ethan raised his eyebrows. Dakota stared at the green wiggly mass in the bowl. I don't like jello? Ethan chuckled. You hate it. Oh, I guess I don't now. Guess not, he grinned. So before we head to the office this week, I need to tell you something. Dakota took another bite of the delicious lime gelatin. Because of your current limitations, I've been looking for a personal assistant to help you at home and in the office. Okay. The good news is that spot has been filled. We got a call this morning from the temp agency, and she just arrived. Dakota set down his spoon and glanced up. Oh? Ethan swept an arm behind him, and in walked that beautiful woman with the black hair that flowed down over her dark gray blouse. It's you, he exclaimed. She took a step backward, as if ready to make an escape. He waved her over. No, please, come in, come in. Ethan frowned. Wait, do you know each other? She stepped to his bedside, but seemed hesitant. Was she nervous? He chuckled as he addressed his brother, though his gaze remained on Emily's. Yes, we ran into each other a little while ago when I was looking for you. Oh, I didn't realize you'd been waiting, Ethan said. I owe you an apology. He rolled his eyes in amusement. You must think I'm some kind of dope. Now it all makes sense, why you were asking those questions. You were wanting to learn more about our company. She nodded as she cocked her head. It's nice to meet you, officially. A smile lit up her eyes, which were striking and dark. His heart did a little flip. He slowly reached out and touched her hand. Thank you for filling this role in such short notice. He was surprised how warm her palm felt. It sent a current of fire through his own. Of course. Her voice shook slightly. Definitely nervous. Maybe she hadn't worked for a large corporation before. He'd have to ask Ethan about it later. Ethan claims I'm the CEO. I guess I'll have to remember how to do that job, so the company doesn't go under. Ethan looked at him with surprise, and Miss St. John smiled faintly. Her dark features and the petite shape of her face reminded him of his adoptive mother, and it sent a wave of comfort through him, but also one of sorrow, for she seemed in this moment but a faint memory. He was struggling to recollect a lot about his parents. At the moment, they were over in Japan visiting her parents. They would be back soon. He hoped to remember them fully once he saw them again. Let me go over the details of the position with you again, but also for Mr. Roberts' benefit, Ethan told her. You will be in charge of scheduling meetings and coordinating all appointments, both business and personal, as well as interacting with internal and external executives, mostly via phone, which means tracking data in spreadsheets, working with confidential files, and maintaining professional and immediate responses to emails and phone calls as well. You will also be handling a lot of Mr. Roberts' private matters, so the highest discretion is expected. And Mr. Roberts will be working from home, so it's important you're okay with that type of environment. Miss St. John listened quietly and nodded, though she clasped her hands tightly in front of her. Maybe that was her way of taking everything he told her seriously. Can you tell me why you want this job, Miss St. John? Dakota cut in. If he was the head over Roberts, Inc., Dakota figured he should probably learn more about his newest employee. He watched her as she formulated a response and wondered if the Ms. title meant she was single or married. Please, Emily is fine. She loosened her hands in front of her waist. Sure, Emily. Emily. He liked the sound of it. It captured her mysterious nature, that almost gothic look of hers, reminding him of Emily Dickinson or Emily Bronte. It was a perfect name for her. Well, I have always enjoyed helping others, so when I saw this opening, I figured I better hop on it before someone else did. You know, given your name in the news. She looked down, her eyelashes fluttering. Her nervousness made her all the more attractive. Well, Ethan and I can't thank you enough for accepting this position. You came just at the right time. It felt strange to say this, however, because he was simply reciting what his brother had told him. She looked back up at him, a sparkle of relief in her gaze, which made his heart do another flip. He couldn't remember some things. Not yet. But he was sure he had never before met someone as adorable and attractive and endearing as Emily St. John. Ethan discussed her schedule and went over the details of the day-to-day stuff to expect. Time to go home, Mr. Roberts. The doctor entered the room before they could finish the conversation. Doctor's orders, he winked. Oh, thank goodness. Dakota couldn't wait to get home. Hopefully, it would spark more memories for him. The nurse will be in to discharge you momentarily. Will your brother be driving you? Yes. The doctor went over some of the expectations in terms of Dakota's physical limitations. The headaches and dizziness will come and go, so remember to take it easy, move carefully, slowly get up. There will be moments where you may have trouble concentrating, remembering certain words, but those abilities will return before long. Dakota felt a shudder go through him. Would he ever be able to operate the business again? Without assistance? Do you have any questions for me? Dakota looked at his brother, who shook his head. No. Take care. He left the room. Emily started to leave too, but Ethan stopped her. Emily? She continued to walk out the door. Ethan stuck his head out into the hall. Emily, wait! I need to go over just a few more things so you're not totally sucker punched. Dakota was grateful to his brother. He knew he was going out of his way, taking on double duty here and at Roberts, Inc. At least he recognized his brother. That was something to feel good about. When she returned to the room, she looked a little disoriented, or was that embarrassment due to Ethan shouting at her? You'll start this coming Monday to allow Mr. Roberts to adjust at home, Ethan explained to her. We'll take a tour of the office first to give you a close-up of the company's space for later, then get you comfortable with the office space at his home. He cleared his throat. As you know, Mr. Roberts is under scrutiny in the papers. More on that later. Is this really necessary, Ethan? I mean, can't she just do her job? With all the speculation and constant sabotages from outside, it's best we prepare Miss St. John for the onslaught. He turned back to her. Sorry to have you join us at such an inopportune time. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't worry about me. I'm used to this sort of thing. Dakota tilted his head. You are? You wouldn't believe some of the stuff I've seen. A blush filled her cheeks. She looked so shy suddenly, and the blush somehow made her more attractive. Ready, Mr. Roberts? The discharge nurse parked a wheelchair near his bedside and rolled away the food table. She said about unhooking his tubes, which caused Dakota to wince a few times. As Dakota got into a standing position, he felt a wave of dizziness hit him. The nurse took his arm to steady him. Emily looked at him with surprise and worry. What a great first impression he must be making. I'll just wait down the hall. Emily exited the room. Dakota turned to Ethan and flinched as pain shot through his neck. Careful, the nurse cautioned. That bruising is still fresh. Dakota looked at Ethan. Quick, give me a rundown of my duties and tell me what the agency said about her. Ethan looked at him in amusement. Sure this is just for business purposes? Oh, come on. Comes highly recommended. She hasn't worked in this particular capacity before. That is, for a large corporation. But her background is filled with experience as a personal assistant for many reputable companies. Oh, that's good. Sounds really good. Now tell me what I do so I don't look like a total incompetent in front of her. Ethan cocked an amused eyebrow at him. He grumbled, Just humor me. Okay, Mr. Roberts. The nurse assisted Dakota out of bed and a small wave of dizziness gripped him. Take your time. He waited a few seconds. She gently helped him into the wheelchair, then busied herself at the table. Ethan said, The first thing you should know, maybe the most important thing, is that your job as CEO is about building relationships and building trust in those relationships. He aimed a finger in the air, because those are the people who you will rely on to ensure the success of the company. Wait a minute. What kind of company is it? Dakota didn't miss the hint of sadness in his brother's eyes as he continued. Roberts Inc. is a popular restaurant chain you own, but you also run a second business, a retail chain that sells pop culture products, under the lesser-known umbrella of Cool Keepsakes, something you took on a few years back. Sounds exciting. Busy. He shook his head. What was I thinking, trying to juggle so much? Ethan chuckled and squeezed his shoulder. You get bored easily. Huh. That didn't sound like him. Well, he wouldn't have thought he was someone like that. Why couldn't he be content with one occupation? Just the idea of handling so much at once overwhelmed him. So, am I at the office? Well, house, mostly? A lot of your time is spent off-site with various stakeholders, but for now, you'll be at home until you get back your memory. The nurse handed Dakota the discharge papers. Anything changes or you need to reach the doctor, here's the contact information. Excuse me. Hi. I'm here for the personal assistant job, and I was told to meet you here. Are you Ethan? A young blonde woman interrupted them in the doorway. Oh, sorry, no, we're not looking anymore, Ethan told her. She nodded, though the disappointment on her face was obvious as she exited to the left. Ethan frowned. That was weird. Why would the agency send another temp? Dakota shrugged. You got me. Ready? The nurse asked. Dakota nodded. Emily strolled up to them from down at the other end of the hallway. Ethan took over the wheelchair, relieving the nurse, then spoke to Emily for a few minutes to explain how the court case had been on hold the past few days while Dakota recovered. As Dakota watched Emily's face light up as she responded, he couldn't help but find himself even more drawn to her. A few days later, Ethan gave Dakota and Emily a tour of the large office which housed Roberts Inc. and Cool Keepsakes. Dakota admired the glossy framed photos which advertised the restaurant chain. A couple of bronzed plaques decorated the walls as well. One award from years ago announcing him as Young Entrepreneur of the Year, and the second, a Growing Business Award. Dakota looked all around him as Ethan led them down another hallway, this one housing framed pictures of the anime and manga he sold. His head spun with the newness of everything, with his apparent success. He couldn't remember being here before. How could he forget the place where he'd spent over more than a decade? Much less the fact that he'd received such elite honors. He laughed nervously, feeling out of place, like he was perusing someone else's place of business. His laughter turned giddy as he soaked in the enormous mahogany desks, the gleaming stainless steel handrails, the smell of leather armchairs. Ethan's face expressed puzzlement at his laughter. I'm not supposed to act like this, am I? Dakota felt embarrassed, especially when Emily threw him a curious look. Well, it's definitely out of character for you, Ethan said. What should I be acting like? Well, serious, professional. Got it. Boring. Ethan's face filled with shock. Dakota laughed again. Was it really so wild for him to behave this way? Strange, maybe, but it felt right, natural somehow. He looked at Emily, who was staring at everything in awe as well. His heart swelled at her beauty and her childlike wonder. He was looking forward to getting to work with her, and maybe on a personal level, too. She suddenly turned toward him, her face a rosy hue as her lashes fluttered before she quickly glanced away. Emily St. John was shy with a childlike wonder and an endearing business etiquette. He couldn't have found a better fit for a personal assistant. Chapter 6. Kaida couldn't believe it. Dakota Roberts really didn't remember her. Well, thank goodness for that. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fake her way into his office or his home as his new assistant. Ever since his brother practically dragged her into his hospital room, she'd been a bundle of nerves. She anticipated rejection or, at best, a request to follow up later. But a job? Wow! After all that back and forth over how to introduce herself, she hadn't had to make up another identity, after all. They decided she was someone else. She could hardly believe her luck. Amazing how the questions she asked Dakota had turned out to be ambiguous enough to mistake her for the temp. Of course, the situation wouldn't last forever, but it should give her just enough time to get what she needed to please the press and her boss. A twinge of guilt hit her then. She wasn't even supposed to have this position. Who was Emily St. John anyway? What would they do when they found out Kaida was lying? Well, she would have to make sure she got what she needed before that could happen. Still, it did feel a little wrong to pretend to be someone else, even if she hadn't initiated the situation. But now that she had time to process the crazy incident from that afternoon in the hospital, she realized how Ethan's mistake wound up working in her favor. Not only had Dakota forgotten who she showed up at precisely the right place at the right time, which never happened to her. Her mind flashed to the hospital. As she waited for Ethan to invite her in and introduce them, she witnessed Dakota enjoying his hospital food. How vulnerable he had looked. Such a huge difference from the hard shell he'd worn when she tried to get a story out of him. Now that Ethan was taking them on a tour of Roberts Inc., the whole situation felt surreal. Kaida had an exclusive shot at getting the story. She would be plugged into information no one else had access to. It was beyond a dream come true. Emily? Ethan's voice sounded confused, impatient. Kaida turned away from the cherry wood shelf filled with knickknacks and mystery novels. Yes? Are you all right? He sounded concerned. I said your name a couple of times. You seem to be in another world. Uh-oh. She hadn't even heard him calling her by that name. She would need to force herself into this Emily person. Like, now. Oh, sorry. I must have gotten wrapped up in the magnificence of everything. Whew. Good cover. Ethan seemed to have reservations about her answer, though. He cocked his head. The look on his face seemed to wonder if she were all there. If they thought she couldn't do this job, it would easily go to someone else. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Her heart hammered. Hey, it's all good. Dakota wore a half smile, which somehow looked cute on him as he stood there in his royal blue pinstripe suit, white dress shirt, and conservative black tie. My brother is just a bit nerve-wracked is all. I can see why you're swept up in my building. I am too. His lips transformed into a full smile, and her body immediately relaxed. She let out a long, silent breath of pent-up air. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. He waved his hand dismissively. No, everybody here calls me that. A handful of employees hurried about, a few on phone calls, others busy making copies or sending faxes. You're my personal assistant. We're homies. Call me Dakota. Ethan's mouth dropped open as he stared at his brother. Homies? Kaida stifled a giggle. Another win. She had hoped for something that would open him up to her, and here it was, a more personal connection. If he wanted her to see him as a sort of equal, then he would be more inclined to tell her even more, which gave her an idea. Dakota, if you don't mind me asking, how exactly did this happen to you? Dakota's smile faded a little as he shifted his attention to Ethan. Dakota's a volunteer coach for a kids' soccer league. Wait, what? Dakota went out of his way to help others? He definitely hadn't struck her as the sort of guy who did stuff like that. Again, the image of this man as kind-hearted and giving swept through her. It was hard to reconcile it with the Mr. Roberts she'd accosted at the courthouse. One of the kids kicked the ball pretty good, but unfortunately, it wound up going in the wrong direction, and Dakota took a hard blow to the side of the head. Kaida gasped. Oh my goodness. Dakota shrugged. I don't even remember the incident. Only the pain and my wonky memory tell me it happened. For a moment, Kaida felt sad for this man. How awful it must be to have so many memories erased. Dakota clapped his hand, startling her. Hey, let's not get all down and out. We're on an adventure in a way. We are? She asked. Sure. It's like being in school again, learning new things. He smiled. This time, Kaida allowed herself a little laugh. Hold on, Ethan cut into the spirited mood. Before we get all swept away by this adventure, let's get Emily updated on the case. Of course. Dakota's giddiness subsided, but only a little bit. This was definitely turning into an interesting situation. A successful businessman who wouldn't give her the time of day, suddenly wanting to be her pal. Remember, Kaida told herself, this is a man who is out for himself, who cares about his reputation more than anything else, and money. All the papers proved it over the years. A self-made man, man on a mission, high stakes equals high dollars, pockets full of money, the list went on. After Ethan went over some of the details of the case, he took a few minutes to explain the current status. The real reason Roberts Inc. is in this predicament, not the reason the papers give, those darn reporters, he emphasized, and Kaida had to force her lips shut, is due to a contract breach. Denson Goods failed to fulfill their side of the agreement, which was to open more physical stores for Dakota's retail chain. What? She clamped her jaw shut. Dakota wasn't guilty? No, that couldn't be the full story. Roberts Inc. had been sued first. Why is the company being sued? She asked. Ethan's face soured. Denson Goods decided they didn't like the terms of the contract. Instead of bringing the matter to the table, they decided to sue the company to save face. They knew they were in hot water with failing to meet the terms of the contract, so they decided to sue him first, try to twist the situation and make him look like the bad guy. She cleared her throat and straightened her shoulders, wondering how true that was. Companies didn't sue over nothing, and they would have to have a valid reason to go after them, or there wouldn't be a case at all. Ethan's explanation sounded vague at best. She'd have to dig into that later. She didn't want to sound too nosy or desperate. So, where does that leave Dakota's company? Ethan sighed. We'll be asking the judge to force the breaching party to complete the service promised in the contract, including punitive damages. Dakota remained quiet, like he wasn't sure how to process it, or, more likely, uncomfortable about exposing his private matter. Ethan led them through the building, down a short hallway into a huge open room, where manga volumes in several genres and a large assortment of anime figurines and other collectibles from a variety of TV series were displayed in several showcases. Cool keepsakes, Dakota explained as he gave her a quick background about the hotter in-demand products. He seemed particularly happy talking about them. Wow, she breathed as her gaze roamed over the keepsakes. She would love to own every single item. A bitter taste filled her mouth. Of course, a self-serving businessman wouldn't be interested in the meaning of such treasures, and the aesthetics, and the personal affection they brought to fans. No way. Dakota likely acquired the collection to boost his ego, make it seem like he cared about those things. Surely he knew nothing about the Japanese culture and just wanted to make money off its popularity. He had to be guilty of something, An arrogant guy like this, who built an empire worth more money than he could count, would only do so out of his own personal interest. And, she reminded herself, a small company wouldn't go after a big company unless they had a very good reason to do so. Finding that answer was the key. Pretty neat, huh? Dakota continued to admire the massive collection, and Emily felt like she'd been caught looking like a little girl visiting her very first toy shop. It's new to me, too, he laughed. Do you like video games? She turned to him, surprised by the question. Yeah, I wish I had more time to play. His lips turned up as his eyes sparkled. Ethan told me a few copies arrived this morning. New releases. Have you heard of... Ethan broke in. Dakota, I don't think this is the time or the place to let loose. Why not? Look around. We provide fun and entertainment. Ethan shook his head. Not on the clock, anyway. Why was Ethan so bent on making sure his brother's personality remained in check? It couldn't just be for professional reasons, or to impress her. Maybe Dakota was selling knockoffs. She squinted as she examined the items in the showcases. They look like the real thing. The office phone rang. Excuse me. Ethan wandered to the other side of the room to take the call. Kaida stared at a collection of comic books. What would a man of this caliber do wrong? What exactly were those terms of the contract? He seemed to know how to do business. He was well-dressed, polite, but nobody could be this perfect. Her eyes flicked to his expensive-looking suit. What was Dakota hiding underneath that affluent exterior? Uh, Emily? Dakota's voice cut into her thoughts. It sounded like this wasn't the first time he addressed her. He tapped a finger against his lips. You know, I don't think your name is Emily. She swallowed. Oh, great. She was getting an inside look of the company, and she'd screwed it up. She'd been found out. It was just a name. Why couldn't she learn to respond to it already? He grinned. I bet you can't stand your birth name, and you go by something else when you're not on the clock. Huh? His eyes glimmered with mirth. Am I right? Ah, yeah, I do go by another name. That certainly was true. He snapped his fingers. I knew it. She jumped a little. I bet it's something nice. Does it start with a K? How in the world did he know that? Unless... Oh, shoot. He had gotten his memory back. No, not yet. She didn't even have a chance to get to the bottom of the case. Katie. Close. No. He shrugged. Why don't you think Emily is my name? He leaned closer to her and whispered through the side of his mouth while eyeing Ethan, who was still on the call. He got a middle name, but I don't have one. You don't? So why did your parents decide to not give you a middle name? His lips pinched together. You know, that's a good question. I'll have to ask them myself. His eyes gleamed. And you don't have to tell me your name. Emily is fine. If Ethan were here, he'd probably say I'm being nosy and unprofessional. Kaida almost lost herself in his intense eyes. Nope. She blinked and looked away. She was here for one reason and one reason only, to expose his company. What had Ethan said again? Oh, right. The issue of opening more stores. Denson Goods failed to keep their end of the bargain. Ethan joined them then. His forehead stretched tightly as he said in a grim voice, That was the lawyer. Says we need to be prepared for anything. Dakota wiped a hand over his face. In the meantime, let's concentrate on keeping the company's name upright. He placed a hand on Dakota's shoulder. Kaida's head swelled. Something was going on for sure. Denson Goods had a reason for not coming through. Why else would they have broken the contract? Especially with such a reputable company. Should I feel down about this? I mean, is it normal for me to feel this way? Dakota asked Ethan. Is this who I am? Kaida snapped out of her reverie. Ethan squeezed his shoulder. Dakota looked bummed. His cheeks slack, the twinkle in his eyes gone. Ethan sighed. Yes, this is perfectly normal, natural for you to feel this way. Even if you can't remember, you always have cared deeply about the things that matter to you most. Kaida's heart twitched with empathy. She wasn't supposed to care about this man, not in a personal way. But another thought crossed her mind, pushing away any personal affection for Dakota. Dakota Roberts clearly had no boundaries, acted practically like a silly teenager, and treated his workplace like a playground. How on earth had this guy become a CEO of a hugely successful company? Chapter 7. Seriously? Ethan looked at Dakota with a "what in the world are you thinking" face. I did something ludicrous, didn't I? Stepped out of bounds? Judging by Ethan's reaction, Dakota figured that must be it. Still, he was stumped, not to mention a bit bummed out. It was bad enough he couldn't remember owning a major company, and to top that off, his every move seemed to be wrong. Ethan was staying with him in the evenings until Dakota recovered from the post-traumatic amnesia stage. They were lounging on the leather sofa, which happened to be an ugly lime green, making Dakota question his previous tastes. Bro, I love you, but you gotta stop being so personal with Miss St. John. Emily? Okay, sure. Emily. Yes, she's your employee, not your friend. His mind went to the tour of the office. The childlike excitement on her face when she spotted the display of some of their anime products, and the way she was enamored of the interior design of his building. He'd never met a woman who shared his interests. It's just, well, it feels natural to share this side of me, even if it's not really who I am. Ethan shook his head. Not exactly true. Dakota shifted on the cushion to face him. It isn't? When you're with me or Frank, you let loose. We're close to you. But that's the only time you let that side of you show. And the way you were acting back at the office? Well, you're not exactly that carefree, he chuckled. So I like to have fun when I'm not on the clock. But at work, I'm what? A boring old stiff? Not that either. You're professional, businesslike, take the job seriously, but are still personable. Just not of a teenage-like mindset? Ethan raised his eyebrows. I saw the way you freaked out when I said or did certain things back there. Yeah, a little out of character, he sighed. Look, I'm not trying to bring you down. Not at all. I like seeing you like this. Happy, easygoing. Just not at work where it can bite you in the butt. If people think you're not taking your duties seriously, they might not take their job seriously either. And this Miss St. John, she needs to help you in every way possible. But she can't very well do that if you're acting like a guy who just found out he owns a major corporation. Funny, that's precisely what he felt like. Ethan nodded. Even though I'm sure that's what it must seem like for you. The thing is, we're not out of the storm yet. If someone thinks they can give us bad publicity, they will use anything they can find, even if it means using your uncharacteristic behavior or anything that hints at a lack of obligation. You don't want to be an easy target for the media. The last thing we need is for them to make allegations that you're incompetent. And if they catch wind of anything that suggests so, they will publish it. And Denson Goods will earn another point in their favor. Dakota shrugged as he picked up a loose thread of a small triangular pillow tucked against the armrest. Basically, don't do anything I'll regret. I can see the company means a lot to me. I built it from the ground up. I may not remember much, but I'm sure I wouldn't be flippant about taking on such an enterprise. Ethan nodded, looking relieved. Dakota cringed as he let his gaze roam over the lumpy curves of the cushions. What's with the couch? The couch? He held up the shaggy, weirdly shaped pillow. And this? What is this? Do I really have such bad taste? It looks like the Exorcist Linda Blair's split pea soup. Ethan smothered a grin. I'm supposed to let Emily over here with the place looking like the Grinch threw up in here? Ethan chortled. I thought it was Reagan. Either way, they were both evil. Ethan was practically roaring now, and Dakota found himself joining in. It felt good to laugh. For the past few days, he had been mostly wandering around, trying to figure out who he was, what was acceptable behavior, what he was expected to do in any given situation. It had started to become a bit nerve-wracking. But this, laughing with his brother, allowed him to be at ease, even if a part of him was temporarily missing in action. Seriously, though, what was I thinking when I chose to furnish my house like this? It's posh, Dakota murmured. Maybe for the 70s. Want to watch some TV? Ethan picked up the remote. Dakota scooped up one of the decorative pillows and tossed it to the floor. No, man, this isn't right. We're going shopping. Ethan blinked. Now? Dakota hopped up. She'll be here first thing in the morning. If I am to pull off this serious business guy personality you claim I have and earn the respect of my employees, then I need to do something about this disturbing atmosphere. He glanced down at his business attire, repulsed by the austere look of his clothes. And another thing, I don't care if I used to dress like this. I'm changing my wardrobe, too. Ethan protested. It's sharp. It's the look you chose yourself. Dakota tugged on the ties knot at his throat and feigned being choked. I feel like I'm being strangled. Who am I supposed to be, Pee Wee Herman? Ethan gave him a funny look. This is so weird for me. I don't even know what's going to come out of my mouth half the time. Ethan smiled. It can be interesting. You're fine. He looked around the room and nodded. Let's go. By the time they hit the furniture store, all the associates were busy working with other customers, so they were put on a waiting list. Where's the nice stuff? Dakota asked. Ethan bit his lip as if unsure whether he wanted to hear Dakota's next response. Well, that depends on what you think is nice. Matter-of-factly, he said. Classic style. Antiques. Think Hitchcockian. Ethan puckered his lips. The house in Psycho Antique. Sure, why not? And Dial M for Murder. You know, classy. Interesting. He could remember liking the older movies. What did that say about him? Ethan smiled. It's good to see you appreciating your favorite kind of cinema. You've always been big on horror. That explained his earlier comments about the living room's theme. So this shouldn't come as a surprise, then. I mean, my preference for good taste. It must have been dormant a while. Why else would I entertain such hideous designs? To appease other people? Ethan blew out a loud puff of air. Bro, you sure you want to do this? I mean, it's one thing to like scary stories, but to redesign your home as a reflection of it? That was never your style. When your memory returns, you're going to want to send everything back. No, I will definitely not allow those poor excuses for fashion back into my life. Nor could he imagine wanting to get rid of the potential new purchase. He was drawn to the beauty of the older furnishings. The sleek curves of armrests, the rich chestnut wood. Surely that wasn't out of character. Maybe my tastes have changed. I don't know. But what I do know is my place needs cosmetic surgery. Okay, but don't blame me if you can't stand it later on, or if it ruins your working man reputation. Dakota side-eyed him. Now you're just playing me. Ethan grinned. Pretty much. You know, it's interesting how you keep resorting to these outdated terms like homies and playin' me. Really? I just thought they were normal everyday types of words. Not for about 20 years. That's weird. Why would I be inclined to speak like that, I wonder? Probably from some of the shows we watched growing up. Ethan was checking out a brand new white leather sofa. Dakota nodded and wandered off to another section in the store, where refurbished chairs and couches awaited him from decades past. The furniture store was massive, with vaulted ceilings and wide-open spaces of every type of home furnishing need, from modern light fixtures and ceiling fans to 19th century chandeliers and couches and chairs manufactured as recently as this year to the more desirable restored pieces that waited to decorate each room of one's home. There was a furniture dream for anyone. He stopped, his eyes flicking away from the home decor and fastening themselves onto Emily. She was turned away from him in the nearby kitchen area, her dark flowing hair cradling her waist. But he knew it was her. He recognized the way she tilted her head as she chatted with an associate, the lilt of her sing-song voice. He waited for their conversation to end. As he started to head over to her, she turned. Her mouth opened slightly when she recognized him. He gave a little wave. She waved back. Well, no sense in standing here like a fool, he thought. Better to make casual conversation than create an awkward moment like this. Especially since he was her boss and they would be working together again, only this time in his home. He continued toward her. She was dressed in street clothes, if they could be called that. She wore a white cotton blouse paired with sunny yellow pants, tucked inside black knee-high boots. It was interesting to see her outside of a work obligation. She seemed relaxed, outgoing. Was that who she was when she didn't have to wear a professional persona? How did you enjoy your first week? Dakota halted a couple of feet away from her. It was good. Thank you. Any questions? Anything you want to go over? Actually, yes. Should I be expecting the press to call you at home? Possibly. Ethan told me I do have a separate line that rings through any work-related calls. Ethan has been handling most of the calls, so if you think you need assistance, he'll be able to help. Okay. She seemed to be contemplating asking him something as she rubbed at the sleeve of her shirt. He found himself contemplating too. He had known her for less than a week, but something about her felt familiar, comfortable. How long would she be willing to stay on? If after he returned to normal, so to speak, would she consider sticking around, becoming a more permanent assistant? Dakota knew if he voiced his thoughts, Ethan would probably let her go. Dakota understood his brother's concern, to a certain extent. If he allowed personal feelings to get in the way of doing his job, his company could pay a dear price. That was basic business etiquette 101. Regardless, Dakota couldn't help being drawn to her. Her candid curiosity, her shyness, her dark beauty. Emily St. John was worth getting to know. It was one of the few things he felt sure of. She let go of her sleeve. What do I tell the press? Do we have a stock answer to give them while the case is on hold? That was a good question. He wasn't sure how to answer that. He glanced around him, searching for Ethan. As if on cue, he popped up next to them. His face looked flushed. Where have you been? I thought you went missing. Missing? Ethan shook his head. Maybe that's a bit extreme, but I couldn't find you anywhere. You can't just wander off like that, especially in your condition. He glanced at Emily. Hello, Miss St. John. Nice to see you. Would you excuse us? She nodded, and Ethan steered Dakota over to a dining table several feet away. He placed a hand on Dakota's shoulder. I forgot about it until just now. The doctor mentioned something to me when you were asleep in the hospital. One of the things to be aware of. Nonplussed, Dakota said, that I might wander off? I know it sounds strange to be worried, but you could potentially forget where you are or why you were there. He slid his hand away. I just want to make sure I'm doing my job as your brother. If I couldn't find you, I get it. Sort of. It felt weird to be treated like a child who needed to be watched all the time. He hoped this post-traumatic amnesia wouldn't linger too long. He gestured for Ethan to follow him back to her. Emily had a concern about speaking to reporters about the case. What are we telling them? Ethan's lips twitched. It's none of their business? Emily's eyebrows went up. Dakota laughed. Ethan, you can't be serious. He sighed. I'm not. All they need to know is we are being forced to countersue due to false allegations, and that the judge's decision is pending. Emily nodded. She looked all business, which made Dakota realize even more how perfect she was for the job. Anybody could have applied for the position, seeking some sort of fame, perhaps. But he had been blessed with someone who took the situation seriously. So did you find anything? The rep is ready to help us, Ethan asked. Oh, yes. Dakota turned to Emily. See you in the morning. Ethan gave you the address? Yes, he did. Her smile was bright. reminding him of a warm sun on a cool beach. Boy, was he sounding cheesy. Which made him think of Shikanda. It was odd she came to his mind then. Why would he remember her? He couldn't even remember his good friend Frank. He hadn't thought about Shikanda in over a year. He believed they had been in love. Well, he had been partly right. When she showed her true colors, that all she cared about in the relationship was his money, he had sworn off women and poured himself deeper into the business. His money. She loved his money. He gasped. The business. He was remembering it. Vaguely, but he was remembering. When his idea for Roberts Inc. came together. How Frank. Yes, Frank. He had started his own business, too. Dakota closed his eyes, straining to recall more. How had it come together? Investments? Contributions? Who had helped him with the planning? His eyes squeezed tighter. The answers to those questions seemed so close. Make sure to take frequent breaks, Emily was saying. Dakota? Dakota blinked open his eyes. Sorry, what was that? Her forehead wrinkled with concern, but it was erased as she quickly straightened her shoulders. I was just suggesting it would probably be a good idea for you to take frequent breaks. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Not allowing yourself to get too overwhelmed by everything. Oh, right. Of course. Heat rushed to his neck. He hoped she didn't notice his embarrassment. Her advice really couldn't have come at a better time. He needed to stay in the moment, not get lost in thoughts of the past, at least not when he was engaged in a conversation with someone. He had to ensure she didn't lose her faith in him as her employer. She had already proven herself a dedicated employee, with a prowess for handling a large workload and client demands. He didn't want to lose her. See you in the morning, he said, liking the sound of that. She smiled and nodded. He went with Ethan back to the front of the store. I remembered something. Ethan glanced over at him. Yeah? Shikanda. Shikanda? He sounded surprised. Weird, huh? What do you remember about her? She loved my money. Ethan nodded. Oh, yeah. Which triggered a little memory about my company, when I first decided to start it, and how Frank was there. I remember my best friend, like hanging out with him before. He frowned. But that's it. Just the idea of starting the company. Nothing more. Ethan laid a hand on his shoulder to stop him. It's a start, bro. A really good start. Dakota smiled. Yeah. Chapter 8. Kaida glanced around Dakota's living room, where Ethan had set up her makeshift workspace, complete with an adjustable standing desk. Dakota was staring at some documents over at the coffee table. Well, that was interesting. Running into her boss at a furniture store. It made sense for Dakota to pay attention to her at work, but outside of that, he didn't have a personal responsibility to her. The weird thing was, she'd gone to that furniture place with a specific purchase in mind, then totally forgot about it, leaving the store in a daze. Being around Dakota scrambled her brains. She knew he wasn't acting like the real Dakota Roberts, that it was only a matter of time until he returned to his normal, standoffish self. But who he was now, nice, considerate, what kind of boss went out of his way to check on you at work and outside of work, and a bit juvenile, was, well, nice. She studied him as he hunched over the coffee table. What made him come over to her? Why had he been so interested in talking to her? Even worse, why had she found herself personally engaging with him, and willingly? He glanced up for a second, as though sensing her watching eyes. She quickly turned her gaze away. If this was going to work, she needed to keep at bay any personal feelings for him, even though he was the instigator. She refused to allow anything or anyone to get in the way of her mission. Her mind flashed to yesterday's conversation with Roger. This is what journalists do. To get to the story, you weed out personal involvement. That means you are not concerned with his personal feelings. It was already Friday, and Kaida was having a hard time staying focused on her jobs, the real one and the fake one. She could barely keep up with the incoming calls, much less the coordination of Dakota's calendar. To say the company was busy was a severe understatement. She appreciated Roger's faith in her, but she wasn't trained to go undercover. What if she slipped up? Ethan had been able to stave off a lot of the meddling journalists, as he referred to them, if only he knew she was one of them. But the number of calls and emails and scheduled business meetings meant Kaida spent most of the day adding contacts and appointments to an ever-growing spreadsheet. Needless to say, the task had become rather arduous. Kaida was, however, less annoyed by the demand on her energy than she was by how it took away from her building a story for Roger. How was she supposed to finish the article when she didn't have anything to work with? Feeling daunted by the demands of her fake role, she drew in a long breath and rested her head against the leather padding of the chair. Ethan and Dakota had taken her on a tour when she first arrived this morning. For a single-story home, it felt overwhelmingly enormous. There were 6 bedrooms, 3 full bathrooms, a game room, a movie theater, and several other rooms that seemed to beg for more occupants. Must be nice to have so much money you don't know what to do with it. Unlike Kaida, who had been simply browsing for leisure, Dakota had apparently been on a serious shopping mission. His furniture looked newly bought. She'd been afraid to touch anything, and she had even hesitated to sit on the black office chair set up for her, which smelled of fresh leather. Roger thought this position falling into her lap was the perfect answer. He'd told her to ride the wave out until Dakota's memory came back, or until she got the juicy details for her article, whichever came first. It seemed like a great idea at the time, but now she harbored a few doubts. She listened to several voicemails and filled in the calendar for upcoming appointments accordingly. What if she never got what she needed? It's not like Dakota was required to tell her anything. Plus, if she could devote more time to the work of a reporter, and not as some undercover detective, she might actually get somewhere. Dakota's personal line rang, distracting her from her morbid worries. "Roberts, Inc.," she answered. A deep, gravelly voice responded. "Yes, ma'am, I have a complaint." "I'm sorry, this isn't the correct department for that. Let me get—" "Oh, this is the right number, I assure you. Tell Mr. Roberts I'm on to him." Kaida felt a shiver ripple through her arm. The voice sounded male, eerie, almost ominous. Was this a crank call? She glanced across the room. Ethan's ear was glued to the phone. Dakota was nowhere in sight. "Miss, you still there?" She turned back to the phone. No caller ID. "Yes, I'm here." The unnerving voice continued. "Good. Finally, I have found someone who will give me the time of day. May I ask who's calling?" "That's inconsequential." His voice deepened. "Now, listen to me carefully." Kaida grabbed a pen and began to jot down bits of the conversation. Moments later, after she hung up, her heart beat anxiously. Had she really heard the caller correctly? "Miss St. John, is something wrong?" Ethan stood next to her desk where her hand still gripped the pen. "Yes, I would say so." His forehead crinkling with surprise, he sat on a small swivel chair with a plush chenille cushion and soft brown accent pillows. "Mr. Roberts?" She let the pen drop to the notepad. "Please, call me Ethan." "I just received a call." She swallowed. "He said Cool Keepsake sells counterfeit products." She noticed a small twitch near his eye. "Did you get a name?" "No." He had a deep, rough voice. Older, I think. "Have you received accusations like this in the past?" "Not that I'm aware of." Despite his answer, worry crinkled his forehead. Maybe Dakota has. Ethan stood. His gaze traveled the room. "Dakota?" He looked back at her. "Where did he go? How long has he been gone?" "I don't know." She didn't know when he had left. She had been so swamped with tracking messages and then the phone call. Ethan left the room, calling for his brother as he searched throughout the large home. Kaida stood now as she looked at her computer screen. She still felt shaken from the caller's voice, but exhilaration overwhelmed it. When she took the tour of his office building, she suspected the goods were knockoffs, and it looked like she'd guessed right. She felt dizzy from the sudden plot change. She now had a story, one according to the caller, which had bountiful evidence. Ethan said Denson Goods didn't like the terms of the contract, perhaps because they discovered Cool Keepsakes sold phony products. She stared at the various folders compiled under a document labeled File. Dakota had briefly shared some of the information with her and noted she would probably only need access to the folders occasionally. Maybe she'd find a clue in one of those folders. Biting on her lip, with Ethan's voice far away, she raised the table until the computer was at chest level and clicked through the first folder. A lot of numbers and calculations, price estimates for memorabilia, nothing that seemed relevant to the disturbing claims made by the mysterious caller. She clicked on the second file. This one contained several transactions for Cool Keepsakes and a compiled list of repeat customers, along with what looked like a blueprint for multiple retail locations. Thumbing down the roller on the mouse, she paused midway down the list and squinted hard at the screen. Now this looked interesting. Not just one, but 3 different persons, 2 of them individuals and one a small nonprofit. All 3 clients had made allegations that Cool Keepsakes merchandise was counterfeit and had declined to do business with them. She knew it. Dakota Roberts wasn't as innocent as he feigned to be. She leaned back in the soft leather of the chair, feeling satisfied. This was it, what she had been looking for. She would start making phone calls tonight, including Denson Goods. Before long, she would have the story to tell the world. Ethan and Dakota appeared, Ethan's face flushed, and Dakota's confused. She exited out of the folder and turned toward them. "I got lost in my own home," Dakota smirked. "Miss St. John, I am so sorry to put this on you, but I need you to keep track of Dakota. Make sure he stays within hearing distance, at least, just until he's better." "Oh, sure, of course." Dakota turned to Ethan. "You make it sound like I need a babysitter." "Well, you sort of do," he shrugged. "I'm sure it won't last long. Before you know it, you'll be back to normal and all will be well." Dakota nodded, though the doubt on his face didn't escape Kaida. She felt bad for him. Just a little. But she reminded herself why she was here. It wasn't to care about this man's personal woes, just his company affairs. "Oh, but first, Miss St. John just received a disturbing phone call." "Oh?" Dakota turned to her, worry etching his forehead. Kaida explained the content of the conversation, showing him her notes. Dakota seemed slightly shaken, but nothing on his face resembled recognition. Of course, he couldn't remember a lot of things, not even his company dealings. So she wouldn't expect him to connect any dots from previous complaints. Ethan, on the other hand, continued to look a bit rattled, knowing. She wondered if he would choose to tell his brother the truth, or continue this facade that Roberts Inc. was blameless. Whatever, it wasn't her problem. The rest of the afternoon, she kept part of her attention on Dakota, at Ethan's request, and the other part on tending to business matters. A few papers pressed for information, and she repeated Ethan's suggestion that the company was being forced to countersue due to false allegations, with the judge's decision pending. She was barely able to contain the excitement bubbling inside. Soon she would have the story of a lifetime. The tree was gone as she slid her car into her designated spot. "Thanks, Mr. Davies," she shouted, feeling buoyed by her findings of the day. Back inside her condo, Kaida spent the remainder of the afternoon and early evening on the phone to various companies from the file. She left a message for the nonprofit. The other complaints weren't exactly easy to obtain information from. The first individual had been tight-lipped, and the second was too angry to tell her anything. Someone from Denson Goods said they would return her call later in the week. She didn't have enough details yet, but she knew something was up with Roberts Inc. 3 different complaints. That couldn't be coincidental. Kaida rolled up her sleeves and rolled up to her desk, where she opened a blank document. Her fingers tap-danced across the keyboard, her heart racing, her face burning from the strain of a determined smile. This was it, her moment to shine. Finally, she was making something of herself. Her heart warmed as she worked on the article. After a while, she dialed her mom. "Mama, I have good news." "You do?" She sounded curious. "I got the story, Mama. I'm making a big something of myself." Big something referred to the term her mama had used in the past when it came to Kaida's career goals. She laughed with glee. "Oh, my little dragon, I knew you would do it. Your father would be so proud." Her heart warmed at her mama's words as she smiled at the nearly finished article. Chapter 9. Kaida bit into the buttered, crunchy toast Dakota had made for everyone. She brushed a few crumbs from the desk into the cup of her hand and rubbed them off into the little bin next to her workstation. "Yes, we can do that." Dakota was speaking to someone on the landline. Kaida turned her head and noticed his hand gripping the receiver shook a little, and his bottom teeth poked through his barely opened mouth. "Hold on, please," he said to Kaida. "Do we have the last Friday of this month free in the afternoon?" Kaida flipped to the calendar. Yes. No appointments have been scheduled." Dakota spoke into the phone. "Yes, that date works. We'll see you then. Thank you." "I did it. I can't believe how nerve-wracking that was." Dakota sighed with relief and nervous laughter as he hung up the phone. Kaida found herself oddly fascinated by this man's vulnerability. "What are you smiling for?" Ethan asked as Dakota's lips curved upward into something Kaida registered as happiness. Addressing both Ethan and Kaida, he said, "The natural state of the conversation, the familiarity of it. I didn't feel disconnected from the business this time. Like a little recognition of my role is coming back to me." "Yeah?" Ethan's mouth broke into a smile as he handed him a mug of steaming coffee. They had just begun the workday, and they were all just starting to wake up. "What are you remembering?" He stared at the landline in awe. "Who I am here. When I was talking to my client just now, I felt like I was the CEO, not just aware of it, but actually felt the reality of it." He blew out a puff of air as he turned back to his brother. "You know how amazing that feels?" Ethan gave him a quick hug. "I can only imagine." "It's like I just became the CEO of a successful company, though. Not like I had to work for it all these years. Like someone handed it to me, because I don't remember a thing about how it all got started." "I can help with that." Dakota shook his head. No, no, I want to remember it all on my own. I want to be pleasantly surprised. If you tell me, it won't be the same. Like telling me Frank is my best friend did nothing. But when I remembered him, that was meaningful, real." Ethan nodded. "I get it, which is why I invited him over." "Oh, dude, really? That's awesome." Kaida noticed Ethan cringing, and she suppressed a grin. Dakota looked at Kaida. "Frank's my best friend," he explained. Someone's cell twittered. Ethan dug into his pocket to stare at his phone's screen. 5 minutes out." Dakota motioned to Kaida. "Come have some coffee." Surprised, Kaida nodded as she rose to join them. Dakota handed her a red mug. "Cream?" "No, thanks." As she sipped the hot liquid, her eyes traveled the length of his outfit. She hadn't really noticed what he was wearing before. It was just a simple white shirt and dark blue jeans over black boots. Nothing like the pinstripe suit. And still, he looked like royalty. She rubbed her eyes and let her gaze travel back up to his. "Did you have a question?" Dakota asked her, wondering at her expression. He looked down at what he was wearing as if searching for a stain or fresh spill from his coffee, perhaps. "Sorry, no, I just—" She blinked and looked away. "It's not my place. I was just going to— Never mind, it's not my business." She pivoted on her heel and headed back to her workspace. "Wait, what? What isn't your place?" Her cheeks heated and she turned so her hair created a curtain over her face, hoping he hadn't caught the embarrassment there. Why was she noticing his good looks? She couldn't stand the guy. Sure, this Dakota seemed nice, friendly, But it was a facade. Once his memory came back, so would his pompous personality. Besides, this was about advancing her career, nothing more. She looked back up at him and squared her shoulders. I just wanted to comment on your taste. He glanced down again at his work suit, as if searching for clues. Kaida couldn't stop staring at Dakota's chest. She couldn't pull her eyes away. She wanted to slap herself silly. She cleared her throat and forced her gaze up above his head and over to the wall behind him. I really like what you chose to decorate your home. It's nice. A smile melted his confusion as he glanced around the room. Oh, thank you, he beamed. Believe me, it's far preferable to the grotesque taste I used to have. Inadvertently, her gaze drifted to his shoulders, neck, then his face. With all her willpower, she shoved the mug into her mouth and fixed her eyes on its rim, restricting her to a very nearsighted vision. Did you find anything? Dakota asked. For her article? No. Of course not, Kaida. He doesn't know about your article. I'm sorry, what? At the furniture store. Did you end up finding what you were looking for? Oh, no. She couldn't concentrate after seeing him there. In fact, she hadn't written as much of the article as she'd hoped to. His presence kept distracting her. It was starting to annoy her. If she didn't turn the work in on time, her future was doomed. Someone knocked at the door. That must be him. Ethan went to answer it. A stocky man around his early 30s with bright auburn hair and a wide grin stepped over the threshold. Frank! Dakota's voice rose an octave she didn't think he was capable of as he grabbed his friend and pulled him into a slap hug. As they pulled apart, Frank said, Man, you look different. Good different. I thought you'd never give up those formal suits. Dakota chuckled. A lot has changed, my man. How are you doing with all this? Not bad, I guess. It's weird, of course, to not remember everything. He expounded on the missing years and his personality change. Sounds like a major overhaul, huh? You could say that. Dakota turned behind him and reached an arm toward Kaida, his fingers brushing against her hand which held the mug's handle. The zing the touch created unraveled the tension she didn't even realize was there in her hand. Must be the excitement of meeting a new person. She'd been so locked into writing the article, she hadn't made much time for any non-work-related activities. Frank, meet Emily, my new assistant. She's been a lifesaver. Kaida set the mug on the counter and shook Frank's hand, doing her best to control the flush that threatened to turn the color of her neck. Great to meet you. I heard you came just in the nick of time. How are you holding up? She nodded. Good. Busy, but good. Frank cocked an eye at Dakota and smirked. He's good at working his employees to the bone. Man, really? Dakota sighed. Well, not anymore. Frank nudged his elbow. Ha! Just wait until he remembers the way he runs his company. Then you'll really be in for a ride. Then she'll really be out of here. Dakota nudged him back and mumbled, Thanks, man. Frank's expression sobered. You doing better? Physically, I mean. Yeah. She watched them for a moment, enjoying the natural cadence of their interaction. Dakota's laughter was raucous, his speech unfettered. Frank clearly brought out another side of him. It was nice. Kaida wished she had someone like that to talk to. She wondered if things would ever go back to normal between her and Lacey. They used to be close like that. I better get back to work. Kaida was feeling like an intruder. Dakota swiveled his head toward her. Oh, okay. She scurried back to her desk, coffee in hand, but found it difficult to tune out their banter. A few minutes later, Frank said something about having to return to work. Kaida picked up a pen and notepad, but the pen slipped from her grip and rolled onto the carpet. Dakota hurried over and scooped to snatch it up and hand it to her. Their fingers brushed against each other in the short exchange, but the sensation of the touch seemed to last for moments. And that zing was there again. Only this time a pinball zipped throughout her body. His eyes caught on hers, dark and expressive under his lovely long lashes. Thank you. Her words came out softly, but his lips were close to hers, and she felt the warmth of his breath on her neck. "You're welcome." He hesitated for a moment, then rejoined Frank and Ethan. She spun back to the monitor and pinned her attention to the bright screen. The pin incident forgotten, she let her fingers click and clack along the keyboard as she strung together the planned minutes for an upcoming meeting. She heard Ethan say, "Mom and Dad just landed. They'll be here in 30 minutes. "Oh, wow." Dakota sounded at a loss for words. "I can only remember them up to the time I started the company. What if seeing them doesn't jog any memories?" Kaida's heart softened at his worry. She released her fingers from the keyboard. "Hey, don't worry, everything will be fine," Ethan reassured him. "But what about Sobo and Sofu? They barely had any time with them." He turned to Kaida just as she looked his way. "Those are our grandparents." Kaida gave a vague nod. She knew what those words meant. What she didn't understand was why he did. "They had plenty of time to visit. They came back only a few days early, Dakota. They needed to see you." He wrung his hands. "Hey, I'm sure they'll be happy to see you no matter what. We're all here for you." Frank gripped his shoulder. Dakota nodded. "Thanks, man." When their parents arrived shortly after Frank departed, the mom was the first to speak. "Dakota!" She rushed over to him and threw her little arms around him. "Mom," he whispered into her short curls, "I missed you." He pulled back from the hug. "I wasn't sure if I'd remember you. It's such a weight off my shoulders." Dakota must be relieved, but Kaida felt like an intruder again. After all, this was a personal moment, a huge reunion for them all. She stuck her nose in the half-empty mug and took slow sips of the now cold brew as she watched them peripherally. "Oh, son," his mom pulled away from him. "When we got the news, your father and I about had heart attacks. This would do you no good if we could not be back here with you." She laughed and wiped a tear from her face. For the first time, Kaida got a good look at her. She was surprised by her appearance. She was Japanese, like her own mother, but Dakota and Ethan didn't look anything like her. Kaida's chest clenched. The ease between mother and son reminded her of her own relationship with her mother. It was sweet, intimate, emotional. "Mom," his voice filled with excitement, "I remembered something just now. You being there in the beginning, helping me figure out ways to kickstart my company." "Yes?" Her eyes lifted in surprise, her voice confused. "Is this good?" She turned to Ethan. "Yes, Mom, it is. Dakota has forgotten a lot of things, and time, your being here has sparked more for him." "Oh, okay." She nodded, clearly concerned that her son's memory vault was so limited. Kaida set down her coffee. She felt for them both. She couldn't imagine losing chunks of time. Their mom pulled Ethan into a hug as their dad reached out his arms toward Dakota. "Come here, son." Dakota obeyed, looking relieved his father was doing something to lighten the mood. "It's been too long. What, 10 years?" He chuckled and grabbed his son in a bear hug. Their dad was a tall man with thick arms and broad shoulders. His joking manner reminded her of her dad. A sadness tugged at her heart, making her miss him more than ever. "Okay, you can let go now." His dad's laughter sounded hearty as Dakota finally released him from the hug. He peeked over his son's shoulders, his head weaving back and forth between Dakota and Kaida. "Hey, who's that young lady back there?" Kaida felt a blush reach her cheeks as all 4 family members glanced over at her. She was going to become a permanent red pepper at this rate. Dakota brushed his hands over his jeans and swept an arm behind him. "My new assistant. I'll introduce you." His mom let go of Ethan, the tears now dry as she followed. Kaida rose from her chair as they drew near her desk. "Mom, Dad, this is Miss Emily St. John. She has been an incredible help to me, and I—" His mom moved in before he could take another breath and took Kaida's hands into hers. "It's so nice to meet you. You have saved our son." Uh, Mom." Dakota tapped her arm, gently pulling her away from Kaida. "What?" she said with mock exasperation. "You embarrassed of me?" Kaida found herself smiling. His mom was more outgoing with strangers than her own, but she resorted to broken English when she got excited, like her own mother. No, I don't. No, Dakota stuttered. Teresa, come on, leave the girl alone, his dad chided with a grin. She swatted the air. Just welcoming her into the family. Mom, Dakota gasped. She laughed and tickled his arm. Joke, that's all. To lighten the mood. When she walked away, Kaida caught her winking at Dakota. Kaida's heart turned warm. The familial scene unfolding before her felt welcoming, endearing, like her own family once was. Dakota mouthed the words, I'm sorry, to Kaida as a little smile filled his lips. Kaida nodded to show all was well, but her heart thudded anxiously. Dakota was her boss. Well, sort of. He was just the man who she was writing a story about. So why did the way he looked at her seem to mean something more than it should? How was Japan? Ethan asked, causing Dakota to turn toward his mom. Oh, good. They miss you both. Maybe they'll come next year. Teresa went into a long description of their travels, telling them about every single detail of every conversation. She suddenly leaned in and put a hand to Dakota's forehead. You feel okay? Ethan said you almost get kidnapped. What? Dakota's jaw dropped as he looked at Ethan for an explanation. Ethan simply shook his head and rolled his eyes. Joke! She nudged Dakota's elbow. Of course, a jokester. Maybe that's where Dakota had gotten his newfound sense of humor. Kaida felt a sort of privilege as she beheld this precious moment. Dakota looked content, his face a display of happiness and belonging. The scene looked so cozy. She felt tears of loss and comfort rising in her eyes. She returned to the screen and busily tapped away. Focus on work, not on Dad. A round of joyous laughter rang out a moment later. It was contagious. She looked away from the monitor. Dakota was grinning, but his eyes had turned to Kaida. They stayed on her for several seconds. And that smile. Why did it feel especially made for her? Was it possible for a man to be both rich and kind? Her heart did a cartwheel. She wanted to break eye contact. She had work to do, but she found herself unable to move. Several more seconds passed before he unlocked their gaze, and when she realized she had been holding her breath, her heartbeat returning to normal, Kaida swallowed and stuck her fingers back on the keyboard. But nothing happened. She couldn't get her brain to send a signal to her hands. Dakota's voice invaded her. Mom, Dad, I was wondering, why did you decide to give Ethan a middle name but not me? Well, Ethan came to us already named. He was a few months old. His dad's tone was full of affection. Miss St. John? She slid her hands into her lap and turned. Yes? We adopted them both. Sadly, they did not get their good looks from me. He laughed, and Kaida felt another inevitable smile. Dakota was only a week old when we adopted him, and we got to pick his name. He looked at his son with affection. We thought we'd leave out the middle name to keep some of his mom's Japanese culture strong. My mom's reason to anti-Westernize me, too, Kaida said, feeling a kinship for Dakota. He flashed her another one of those smiles, but she forced her attention to his parents, who were very interested about her. They talked about living in America, asking her all kinds of questions about her upbringing, which caused an overheated flush to Dakota's face this time. Kaida didn't get much done the rest of the morning, but Dakota wouldn't stop involving her. Did he do this with all his assistants? After their parents left, Dakota drew her into a conversation as he lingered near her chair. I just want to tell you how much this means to me. Your willingness to jump into the middle of the action, the unknown, even with my name and business on the line. Oh, sure, I'm just doing my job. Her job. Well, that wasn't exactly a lie. It just wasn't what he thought it was. Yes, well, it still means a lot. His deep, dark blue eyes glimmered as he stared at her. Once more, she couldn't tear away from them. He seemed interested in her as a person, not an employee. No problem, Dakota. She meant it, but not in the way he took it. A pinch of self-reproach trickled through her. He clearly respected her, appreciated her, but she was about to ruin him. She cleared her throat. So, your parents seem nice? You all seem close. He nodded. They've been so good to us, given us every opportunity, believed in us. I wish all parents were like that. I agree. It makes all the difference. Are you close with yours? I am. Yes. He cocked his head, his eyes twinkling with a little amusement. She shook her head. My mom and I are close. My dad recently passed. Sadness filled his face. Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. His empathy was real, and it made her feel terrible. Guilt rippled her chest. He thought she was Emily, whoever that was, and he trusted her, which he shouldn't. Only a little while longer, and she would never have to see him again. She could do this. It's been hard, but we're getting through it. Dakota's voice was tender. Well, I'm happy for you. To be close with your mom. Does she live nearby? She does. We see each other pretty regularly. Glad to hear it. Well, I have an appointment with a client. Ethan will be accompanying me. Will you be okay for a bit? Sure. Great. I'll check in later this afternoon. Okay? During lunch, with Dakota and Ethan engaged in a roundtable discussion with the client in the other room, Kaida found time to put more work into the article. Her fingers flew across the keys, her heart racing as she imagined the headline. It wouldn't be long before she was out of here, before she got that promotion, before her dream finally came true. She was halfway through the piece when she sensed movement behind her. As she spun in her seat, her heart knocked wildly. Dakota stood there, a serious look on his face. We need to talk. Chapter 10. Emily hopped in her seat and slammed the laptop shut. Turning to face Dakota, she gripped the armrest of her work chair, her lips pinched tightly together. Maybe he had placed too many demands on her. Are you okay? He asked. I mean, with working here. Oh, yes, I'm okay. With working here. Her grip relaxed, but her cheeks were tinged a light pink, like before. Can I get you another notepad? He stared at the paper tablet behind her, flipped to the last page, seemingly filled with notes. No, I'm good. She cradled her hands in her lap and straightened up in her seat. Well, He gestured vaguely down the hall. She nodded and flipped back around, her attention switching to the calendar. He quick-stepped away and went back to his work area. His heart was racing at the thought of what he really wanted to ask her. A light snow had started overnight and continued throughout the morning. Through the window to his right in the office, the early winter weather was a breathtaking sight to behold. The roofs of the surrounding municipal offices were covered in thin white blankets. Soft gray clouds covered the entire sky, which caused the indoor lights to emit a hazy glow through the wide panes. It made him think of his family, and how in 2 days they would be celebrating Thanksgiving. His heart filled with warmth. His mind flitted to Emily. Would she be with her family for the holiday? He felt bad about how little he'd been there for her all day. Every time he managed to glance her way, she was bent over the computer on a phone call or typing away. Was he putting too much on her? His stomach twisted in knots as his heart thumped erratically. He closed his eyes and took in a slow, deep breath, picturing himself in action. A calm, practical approach. A simple question. No big deal. His heart slowed down to a normal rhythm as the tension in his gut subsided. He opened his eyes and checked his reflection in the small mirror on the wall near his desk. His hair, thanks to this morning's gel, was still swept back from his face, which appeared laid back, despite the spike in his nerves. Even his wardrobe, more casual these days, gave off a welcoming impression, completing his relaxed look. If he could look laid back, then he could talk himself into feeling that way too. He threw his shoulders back and brushed invisible lint from his sleeves. Not bad. Booyah! What are you doing? Ethan stepped into the room and looked at his brother like he'd suddenly turned into a lizard. Dakota turned from the mirror. Just a self-pep talk. It's lunch, he said in a what's the big deal tone. Dude, I feel like a nervous teenager. Is this normal? I mean, for me? Ethan slowly shook his head. Not at all, Dakota sighed. Maybe don't try so hard. I mean, that's how you would handle something like this in the past, Ethan suggested. Dakota nodded. Right. Thanks. Ethan gave a quick nod and returned to his own desk across the hall. Dakota made his way back to Emily's workstation. She was hunched over her desk, the phone jammed against her ear, her small shoulders tense. He waited a few feet from her. Her voice was curt yet professional. Yes, now. Time is of the essence. A long pause ensued. No, that won't work. This is confidential information. If it leaks out, you would ruin the company's credibility. His heart pattered like the wings of a hummingbird. Only a few days into her role, and already she was proving herself again as a loyal employee. Another pause, this one shorter. Then, we're in crisis mode here. If you can't... Okay, good. Thank you for your cooperation. This means everything to us. She hung up and her shoulders relaxed as she typed something into a document. Suddenly, Dakota felt hesitant. What if he shouldn't say anything? What if he should leave things the way they were? But something nudged him to do it, and it felt way stronger than any doubts he had. Nevertheless, his mouth remained glued shut. His palms began to sweat. His throat grew dry. This was ridiculous. He would never get anywhere like this. Emily saved her work and exited out of the document, then picked up a pen and began marking the calendar. With slow, quiet steps, he made his way to her. He was pleasantly amazed by how good she smelled, like fresh flowers. He wiped his hands along the sides of his jeans and took in a quiet breath, forcing his mouth open. Emily, you handled that very well. Emily jumped. The pen clattered to the desk, rolled off the ledge, and jumped straight down onto the carpet. She swiveled the chair, and her eyes widened as she peered up at him. He stooped to retrieve the pen and nearly dropped it himself before handing it back to her. His hand was shaking so much. So much for the self-pep talk. She took the pen and set it next to the calendar. Thank you, sir. Sir, Dakota. She cleared her throat. I guess I startled you. Sorry, that really was impressive, the way you dealt with the matter. Oh, well, it's important to me. For your company, that nothing is misconstrued. What was that all about? The media pestering us again? Yes, sometimes you have to speak their language. Ruthless. He chuckled. Well, I appreciate it. He jerked a thumb behind him. I was just getting ready to head out to lunch. Would you like to join me? Emily's attention wavered between him, the monitor, and the pen. Her forehead crinkled as though she were considering his proposal. Or was considering how out of line he was. It's a sort of payment for going above and beyond, like the other day with that strange caller and our supposed counterfeit products. Sure. That would be nice. Great. I know just the place. She stood and reached for her winter coat, which hung on a hook near the front door. Her green coat complemented her dark eyes, which made his heart swell. Would you like to go in my truck or take separate vehicles? You know, in case you need to make a quick escape. He joked, feeling himself loosen up a bit. Her lips twitched with amusement as she zipped up her coat. Yours is fine. He led the way to the parking lot that was slowly becoming snow-encrusted. A blast of cold air struck his face, sending a chill through the rest of his body. With the remote, he unlocked his truck and came around to open her door. He had side steps installed after lifting the vehicle. He held out his hand to her. Would you like my help? Her forehead raised in surprise as she stared at his outstretched arm. Was he coming on too strong? He was only trying to be helpful, not flirty. She took his hand, which had quickly turned cold. Why hadn't he brought gloves? And she boosted herself into the passenger seat. She must have forgotten her gloves, too, for she wasn't wearing any, but the coolness of her hand felt warm somehow. He started the engine and turned on the heat a moment later as they headed down the road. I hope you're starving. I'm taking us to the perfect place for that. From the side of his eye, he saw her chin drop a little as she nodded. Why did it seem that the more he tried to get to know her, the more she pulled away? What's your favorite food? He asked, figuring it a relevant conversation starter and hoping it would crack the silence. Her chin lifted and he could see her face turn slightly toward him. Fried chicken. Mine too. Is that so? It sounded like she didn't believe him. Honest, it's been a tradition at Christmas for years. Mine too. Now it was his turn to be suspicious. He turned for a second to look at her as he braked at a stoplight. Really? Christmas time, we always... Her voice broke. Sorry if I said something. No, it's something we would do before he... Let's talk about something else. His heart cinched with compassion as the light turned green and he tapped on the gas. Like, what's your favorite place on earth? She sniffed and exhaled with relief. Nightclubs, strip bars. Oh. His hands yanked the wheel, sending the truck skidding over a patch of ice on the shoulder. He quickly pulled back into the lane. You expected a different answer? Her tone seemed challenging. Oh, well, I didn't think you were the type to go places like... She crossed her arms. Based on what? He turned onto the road that led to their destination. Clearly he had offended her. Misunderstanding, I guess. She chuckled. I'm teasing you. He threw a quick side glance at her. Her cheeks were dimpled as she flashed him a smile. Oh, right. He returned his attention to the road, stumped yet intrigued by Emily. She seemed so full of surprises. It made him feel like he was unwrapping presents under the Christmas tree. When he parked at Frank's Cafe, he came around to the passenger door and offered his hand, which she took, though not without a little hesitation. She peered at the front window of the diner, her expression one of, well, reluctance. Like she didn't want to be here. Odd. What had changed? But then she turned to him as if waiting for him to lead the way. He appreciated her willingness to go through with this. But that's not what he wanted. For either one of them. He couldn't remember if he used to be assertive, but he was definitely going to work on that now. Not your style? He asked. Maybe she expected to be taken to a 5-star restaurant. This is fine. I'm starved. She rubbed her stomach, her unexpected but pleasant behavior making him dizzy. Emily was just being polite, he was sure. Another reason he was glad Ethan had hired her. With the chaos of the media's glamorization of his company's court case and his re-navigating going back to work, he couldn't imagine anyone else who could do as good a job as Emily, especially when dealing with the bustle of the media and then the mysterious caller. She was good at wearing a calm demeanor, even when circumstances called for stress or exhaustion. He held open the door to the diner, and Emily stepped inside. Next time they went out, if there happened to be a next time, he would make sure to let her choose the place. Frank wasn't in the back like usual. He was waiting on a table. One of the employees had probably called out. Seeing Frank made Dakota forget the doubts he had about inviting Emily out, at least for now, because unexpectedly, another slice of memory came back, hitting him like a splash of sunshine. I had a hard time finding a good location. You found one for me, Dakota shouted. Frank's head jerked up and his body twisted toward his friend, pen poised in hand over an order pad. A few customers glanced over at Dakota, whispering to each other about his outburst. Emily even shrunk away from him. Dakota fidgeted with the keys in his pocket. This memory loss thing was weird. He would slowly regain more missing pieces, but then act inappropriately. He knew his reaction was out of the norm, based not only on the patrons' responses, but on Frank's as well, who gave him a salute and a smile and motioned him and Emily to the nearest table. "Be right with you." Embarrassed, Dakota hurried to the table for two and scooted a chair out for Emily, who quickly sat down, either out of embarrassment for him or for herself. He couldn't tell. He sat across from her and stuck his face in the menu, sealing his lips. If he didn't say anything, unless prompted, maybe he could save what tiny bit of dignity he had left on this date. And maybe he could ensure she would continue working for him. Frank swung by. "Dakota, my brother, it's about time." "Huh?" He pulled his face out of the menu and looked at his friend. "It's about time you came by." He tapped the pen against his pad. "I figured a trip to somewhere familiar, other than your own place of business, might spark something. That, and I miss seeing you here, buddy." Dakota nodded at Emily. "Well, apparently it did help. Sorry about the outburst." Frank laughed. "Not your typical behavior, but I can see how exciting it would be to get a part of your memory back. I'd probably be shouting it from the rooftops myself." "Thanks, man." Relief swept through him. "We're actually here for Emily. I want to make sure she gets to experience the best food in the city." "Well, I'm beyond happy that you remember my place, and how good it is," Frank quipped, then turned to Emily. "Glad to have you here, and nice to see you again." "Nice to see you, too." Emily's gaze wandered across the room to where a waiter was taking an order from a family. She ducked behind her menu. Before Dakota could ask if she was okay, Frank spoke. "Well, we have a variety of dishes, so feel free to take as long as you need. Would you like to start with an appetizer?" She peeked over the menu and looked past him, to the family, but this time she seemed at ease. "Go ahead. Whatever you want," Dakota smiled. She pursed her lips as her eyes traveled down the page of appetizers. "Cheese sticks, please." Frank called out the order, then delivered their drinks and finished taking down the rest of their order. Emily stuffed her menu back into its metal holder against the wall and looked around, her eyes wild, probing, searching everywhere but at Dakota. Was she scoping out the place? Just taking it all in, or was she still uncomfortable about his embarrassing episode when they came in? Be assertive, he reminded himself, or you'll both be sitting here in awkward silence for the next hour. "Emily, is everything okay?" Dakota sipped his ice water. Finally, her eyes met his. "I didn't really enjoy myself here last time." He swallowed an ice cube and coughed for a good few seconds before he managed to wash it down. "Sorry, I didn't realize you'd been here before." That explained her intimidated behavior. She nodded. "Yeah, I was kind of in a rush then and hurried through my meal." "A bad date?" "What? Someone make you want to get out of there?" She gave him a funny look he couldn't quite make out. "You could say that." "Well, you don't have to worry about that today. Take all the time you need. There's nothing pressing back at the office." The agitation on her face faded. Her lips parted into a small smile as she nodded and leaned back in her seat. Whoever had taken her here before must have been a real douche. Frank set the appetizer on the table and refilled their water, then hurried off to another table. "Do you have plans for Thanksgiving?" he asked. She picked up a stick. "My sister and I will be spending it with our mom." "You?" "We're celebrating our parents' hard work for the holiday and giving thanks." "Yes, same here." She paused halfway through a bite. "Wait, that's not the American way." He laughed. "Guess we have something else in common." Funny, isn't it, that we would both happen to be raised by Japanese parents, even celebrating Thanksgiving in the same way? And your favorite food? That's a Japanese tradition, too. She finished the cheese stick. "Oh, the fried chicken. Yes. So you go to KFC for Christmas?" "My parents love that tradition, so they made sure to carry it on over here for Ethan and me." She stared at him as though admiring his words. "That sounds wonderful. You seem close to your parents." He nodded. "They mean everything to me. Well, along with Ethan. So, you said you celebrate Thanksgiving like they do in Japan? It actually falls on Thanksgiving, the U.S. holiday, this year." Well, at least remembering all the years of our dad's labor. We used to do that in Japan when I was little, too. It was more special then. Her voice turned soft, and there was a hint of sadness in it. His heart hurt for her. That sounds nice. I wish I could have experienced the culture the way you did. Ethan and I have visited our grandparents, but they were short trips and only a small handful of times. She nodded as her gaze traveled back down to her hands. Giving her some quiet space, he stared outside where the snowfall had multiplied. Visibility was becoming more difficult. Thankfully, his truck had come with new windshield wipers and recently installed all-terrain tires. Without looking up, she spoke so quietly he almost didn't hear her. I miss him. It's going to be hard celebrating anything without him. I'm sorry he passed, he said gently. It sounds like you were close. We were? She bit into another cheese stick. A bit of gooey cheese hung off her chin. He picked up a napkin and leaned over the table. As he reached his hand to her face, her eyes grew wide. He paused. You have some cheese? He pointed to her chin with the napkin. Her eyes were still big. Oh, okay. She looked at his hand. He wiped her chin and reclined back to his side of the table. Emily finished swallowing her food. Thank you. She finished her appetizer in silence, self-consciously wiping at her chin from time to time. He suppressed a grin. She looked so cute when she was embarrassed, her face aglow like when you had a fever. Finally, she finished and glanced up at him. What did you mean when you said we have something else in common? What's that something else? Oh, the anime world. Her eyes drew together in a funny frown, like she didn't know what to make of that. He hadn't said anything cryptic, yet she seemed baffled by his comment. Before he could figure it out, she interrupted his thoughts. Thank you. For what? Listening to me talk about my family. My dad. Lacey won't, and it just about kills my mom to talk about him. Lacey? That's my older sister. Frank came by with their food. Eat up, enjoy, and it's on the house. No, Frank, you don't need to do that, Dakota protested. Now that sounds like something you would say. He smiled and patted Dakota's shoulder before heading off. They ate in silence a while, and it was nice. Dakota felt like they had shared a special moment, which gave him a bigger peek into who Emily was. She possessed a compassion for her family, something he admired, since that closeness to his own family meant so much to him as well. And they both bonded over a shared culture, which made him feel a little closer to her. How is it? He asked her when she paused to sip her drink. Delicious. You're right. It is the best food I've had. Oh, good. He gave her a friendly smile. Glad things between them seemed to be growing less uncomfortable the more they learned about each other. Much more enjoyable than last time. She picked up her glass and chugged the water this time. Her hands were small, graceful, as they held the glass. The most beautiful hands he had ever seen. You have such small hands, he exclaimed. Wait, no, not small hands. Beautiful hands. His own hands turned clammy, especially when she peered over the rim of her cup with eyes full of astonishment. Why had he said that out loud anyway? He'd definitely need to work on those involuntary outbursts before he lost all credibility. He could remedy this weird moment. Fix it. Get them back to the ease from a few seconds ago. Somehow, some way. Would you like to go out with me again sometime? Gah! Why did he say that? A fistful of ice cubes scattered across the table as his hand accidentally knocked over his glass. Chapter 11. Kaida's jaw dropped as she watched the ice cubes spin across the table between them. Dakota grabbed a napkin and wiped the table before snatching up several more napkins to mop up the mess. Sorry, he mumbled. She grabbed a fistful of napkins and helped, feeling a little embarrassed for him. Dakota had feelings for her? She thought he was just being friendly by taking her out, or giving her a break from the hectic work environment. She'd been stressing for days about digging up the right dirt. The phone calls coming through for Roberts Inc., the files, even minutes from meetings hadn't given her much. Not even that strange phone call had gone anywhere. This is exactly what I needed, she hoped to reassure him. Dakota looked up at her as he dropped the wet ball of napkins onto his plate. I had no idea I was going to say that. I mean, I did want to ask you, but not like that. He shook his head as if trying to find the right words. Next time I speak, I'll make sure there's not a beverage nearby. There it was again. That vulnerable side to him. It was almost cute. It was hard to believe he was a self-absorbed jerk, too uptight to be friendly to anyone. Yet, unwittingly, he had entrusted information to her that could potentially harm his future endeavors for the company. He even believed she'd been handling a work call for him this morning, except it had been Roger she had really been talking to. If Kaida hadn't realized Dakota had been in the room, she might have blown her chances for good. That he wanted to take her out again was unexpected. Of course, her immediate thought was to politely decline his offer. She planned to quit as soon as the article published. The problem was, as much as she didn't want to, it would be in her best interest to accept another date. She wadded the napkins and set them on her empty plate. Dakota's head was down as he focused on finishing his meal. Yes, she said. He set down his fork and glanced up at her, as if confused. I'd like to go out with you again. Wow, even she was surprised by how easily those words glided out of her. Of course, she was only pretending to like him. You choose where. I insist. I don't want to take you somewhere that carries a bad memory. This time, Frank's Cafe has a better memory. No, doggone it. Now she knew what slip of the tongue meant. Get the job done, she silently scolded herself. Dakota's eyes lit up. I'm glad to hear that. You won't be glad come Monday, she thought, and a pinch of remorse smacked her. Well, at least with him liking her as more than his assistant, getting answers for her article would be right at her fingertips. But she had to work fast, really fast. Luckily for her, the waiter hadn't noticed her, but she had been in a total state of panic, having to pretend not being here with Dakota before. Worse, what if being here triggered his memory of her? Would you like dessert? Frank asked as he cleared away their dishes. Sure. Do you have a dessert menu? Kaida asked. Be right back. Kaida decided on a big fat banana split. She also ordered an extra large caramel frappuccino. Perfect. She should be able to run out the clock, just like Dakota did to her the last time they were here. You told your friend Frank you remembered him being around at the start of your entrepreneurial journey. Do you recall what your greatest fear was about starting the business? His dark eyebrows lifted. That's an interesting question. Let's see. He nodded. Yeah, I did have some serious reservations. Why is that? Wasn't sure if I could carry the company, especially one of this size. What helped you go through with it anyway? He nodded at Frank as he drifted past them. Frank's enormous confidence in me. And Ethan's. Our parents were a little concerned. Not so much about the potential loss of money, but how I might handle a failing business. Wow, he exhaled as he sat back. What? More stuff coming back. Like, everything about that moment. His smile turned big. I thought I'd lost most of it, but it's all there. That's wonderful, as long as he didn't remember who she really was. Go on, ask me more questions. He sounded excited, like a young child who was just discovering his surroundings. Uh, what would you change about yourself if you could? He pursed his lips. Hmm. You know, I can't think of anything right now. Of course. Even his new personality harbored his giant ego. Frank brought her banana split. Thank you. She picked up the large spoon and scooped up a bite of strawberry ice cream, loaded with caramel syrup and whipped cream. She tried another question. What really makes you angry? He cupped his hands on the table and tilted his head. I can't think of anything. Frank swung by with her drink. I can. Oh boy. I don't know if I want to know. Dakota smirked. Maybe it's best you remember on your own. Frank sounded grim. Ooh, this might be good. No, I'd like you to tell me. Shakonda. Dakota's smile melted. Right. Yeah. His face turned thoughtful. Weird you would mention her. I was telling Ethan the other day how she popped into my head. He shook his head. I'd rather not remember her. Kaida shoveled a second bite of the dessert into her mouth and did her best to ignore her thundering heart. Dakota was remembering more by the minute. How long until he remembered her? Long past, buddy, Frank said. Dakota nodded. Thankfully. You two need anything else? Kaida shook her head, and Dakota gave Frank a generous tip. Ask me more questions. Dakota's excitement swiftly returned as he leaned toward her. She took a sip of the creamy drink. No problem. How would you describe Roberts, Inc.? Well, my senses tell me it was started to reach out to families, encourage them to dine out together. But I also wanted to focus on collectors, too, like myself, which is how Cool Keepsakes came about. Cool Keepsakes. The perfect opening. Kaida dug into the ice cream again. The man on the phone said Cool Keepsakes sells counterfeit products. I discovered records. Records? His eyebrows raised. Complaints. One from a small nonprofit, and two separate individual complaints. She'd assumed he'd acquired that second business to pander to its popularity, that he'd do anything to profit from it. But his affection for the anime world was evident. She recalled the way he looked at his collection. Okay, so what? He genuinely liked anime stuff, just like her. Big deal. Lots of people liked it. Don't forget, her conscience seemed to be saying, you both were raised in Japanese American homes, and you bonded over that. Okay, this was not happening. What was she doing thinking about her boss like this? Dakota frowned. I remember two potential clients. The expression on his face grew sour. One of them was the nonprofit. They both turned out to be rivals and set out to make false claims against me, trying to get ahead. Ethan and I reviewed the files after your phone call. Things were eventually settled through mediation. She nodded, thinking about the other individual. She'd saved their contact information into her phone. It might aid her in research, perhaps show a nefarious pattern in Roberts Inc.'s business dealings. That would be a satisfying ending of a very important scheduled phone call with Denson Goods tonight. A rep had finally gotten back to her, and she was expecting the call shortly after she got home. Speaking of cherries, she scooped up another bite of ice cream, this one with cherries, and followed it up with a sip of the Frappuccino. What's going on with the court case? She asked. Ethan told you on the day of the tour. That's really all we know. Dakota sighed, repeating the information as though he were bored by it. We'll request that the judge force the breaching party to complete the service promised in the contract, including punitive damages. Oh, sure. Not that she believed that was the whole story. She shoveled another bite into her mouth. Pretty good, I take it. Dakota eyed her dessert. Kaida looked down. It was completely gone. She shoved the plate to the edge of the table, feeling her cheeks heat. So much for running out the clock. Dakota pretended not to notice how uncomfortable she felt. Or he was just being polite. Both behaviors were not compatible with the cocky CEO reputation he was so well known for. His phone twittered. His expression morphed into one of surprise. Wow, he breathed as a smile appeared. I don't believe this. Good news about the case? That wasn't good. Not for her. Ethan just texted me. I guess because of all the hype in the news, my restaurants are busier than ever. Average wait time is 2 hours. That's great for Dakota. He nodded. Ethan has already hired more staff. So the news was not working in her favor. At least not at the moment. But the world didn't have the full story yet. And soon, Roberts Inc. would be Roberts Sink. Kaida knew the perfect way to spend their next date together, too. So, why did you decide to name your restaurant chain Roberts Inc.? I mean, that just sounds so corporate-y. He smiled. That should definitely be a word. Ugh. Dakota looked too handsome when he smiled. Couldn't he at least do something repulsive to make this fake dating easier? Wow, he said. What? Well, it's funny you ask. I actually know why I came up with that name. I wanted families and couples to have an upscale experience, without the upscale prices, but still feel like royalty. I figured with a name like that, so debonair, he said with a wink, I could draw in more crowds. Figures. An elitist who thinks he's humble, just like Akihito, her ex. A bitter taste tickled her tongue. He looked at her. Does that sound silly? Huh? He wanted her opinion? He tapped his upper lip. With all the bad press, maybe I should reconsider the name. Bad idea. His dark brows lifted in curiosity. On the contrary, it will likely boost sales and surely make your name memorable, even if it's infamous. Interesting. He dropped his hand to the table. Hold on. What was she doing? Why was she helping him? Well, she knew how to fix that. I know what to do for our next date. Yeah? We're going to the animation. He looked dumbfounded. What's that? She wasn't surprised he didn't know. Just the first step of many to prove his interest in the anime world was for commercial purposes only. She explained how it was a huge collectible show held weekly, full of vendors for all one's anime needs. He rubbed his hands together. Sounds like fun. When would you like to go? We'll see how well you really know your products, Dakota. The true test to determine his true greed. One last vital ingredient to her article. But she would need it by tomorrow night. Tomorrow? She suggested. I think we could use a whole day off from the office. Let's do it. Oof, good thing he agreed. This excursion might be the cherry on top of a sweet and satisfying Sunday. Kaida grunted as she pushed her car back and forth several times until she finally got it parked just right over the snowbank. Inside her condo, she threw off her coat and powered up the laptop just as her cell phone rang. Miss Sakai, this is Jim Hudson from Denson Goods. Yes, this is Miss Sakai. Thank you for returning my call. Oh, more than happy to. How can I help? Why would such a small company dare sue a corporation as large as Roberts, Inc.? She asked. We have cited unfair wages and unreasonable demands. Too short a time frame to open stores. Aha, interesting. Very useful. Just a moment, please, she said. Sure. She put her phone on speaker and set it on the table as she pulled up a blank document and began filling it in with Mr. Hudson's comments. And was this matter brought to their attention before a case was opened? She asked. Absolutely. Our last resort was to sue. I and another colleague approached Mr. Roberts with our concerns. Mr. Hudson's voice shook a little. I'm sorry. I know this must be upsetting to rehash. He cleared his throat. No, I don't mind. Can you tell me what was said in response to your concerns? She continued typing, her heart tapping incessantly like Poe's raven. We were practically laughed out the door. Can you tell me specifically what Mr. Roberts said or did? He said we agreed to the time frame, which he deemed more than reasonable, and that the wages were fair. He refused to see the impossibility of those restrictions and how the pay was not comparable to those demands, which looked good on paper but were impractical when applied. Kaida stopped typing, a surge of disappointment twisting inside her chest. If those parameters were in place in the contract, then why would you expect him to change those things? Because the contract indicates that the time frame must be altered if proven unrealistic or unreasonable, and that the pay would need to match any additional time needed. She smiled and resumed typing. I see. And when Mr. Roberts declined, what happened to your company as a result? We had to shut down. All our time and money is tied up in this court case. I'm sorry to hear that, but I will do what I can to bring this truth out. I appreciate that, Miss Sakai. That's all I needed to know. Thank you for your time, Mr. Hudson. Smiling, she ended the call and stayed up past midnight to write the article, finishing it with just a few hours left for sleep. Dakota and Ethan hadn't been totally forthright about why they were countersuing, but now she knew. She didn't even need to reach out to the other individual. She had everything she needed right in front of her. She forwarded the article to Roger to review, then leaned back in her chair and templed her fingers as she stared at the headline. Hostile Haste: How a Large, Reputable Firm Squashed the Dreams of a Promising Company. Chapter 12. When Dakota and Emily pulled up to the animation the next morning, he could hardly contain his excitement because the place looked vaguely familiar. He glanced over at Emily. "I can't wait," she squealed as she bounced in her seat. "Me too." He grinned, absorbing some of her energy as they made eye contact. She flushed and quickly averted her gaze. Smiling, he looked back at the warehouse, wondering if he would acquire more of his memory. It was an interesting coincidence that almost every time he and Emily were together, another piece of his mind came back. "You okay?" Emily was waiting near the front of the truck, a curious look on her face. When did she leave the truck? How long had she been standing there? He laughed and unbuckled his seatbelt, locking the truck as he joined her. "I think I'm better than okay." He swept his hand toward the building. "I'm not sure whether I've visited this place before, but being here seems right somehow." "Let's go." She surprised him when she linked her arm through his. They proceeded toward the building, merging with a light crowd of people as they made their way to the large open entrance, the roll-up door tucked inside the overhead track. Emily wore a soft blue cotton sweater and light jeans with those knee-high boots he'd admired at the furniture store. Her hair hung loose in waves down the front of her sweater. Her aura was simple, natural, yet more attractive than the few women he dated, including Shikanda, who defaulted to a high-fashion look with pounds of makeup covering their faces. "You look nice," he told Emily as they came to the end of a relatively short line. She swiveled her head toward him, a small smile lifting her small mouth. "Thank you." "I'm curious. What kind of woman would pick a place like this to go on a date?" he asked, in awe of her tastes. Her mouth formed an O as she stared at him, unlinking her arm. "I thought you would be pleased. I mean, you own cool keepsakes. You even told me how much you enjoy basically all things anime." She had misunderstood his question. "Oh, no, I do. I'm just surprised you picked something like this. You did this for me. Emily, you could have gone anywhere of your choice." She shook her head. "Not only for you." She pressed a finger to her shoulder. "I love all things anime too, remember?" "Right. It's just that no woman has ever gone out of her way to deliberately please me, at least, not without a selfish motive." Emily's body stiffened. Had he overshared again? He needed to work on that. "Sorry," he mumbled. She looked at him a minute. "No, it's okay. I know what you mean." She looped her arm through his again, sending a warm tingle through it. "You do?" "My ex, he was the selfish sort too, huh?" "His name was Akihito." "Like the emperor?" "Yeah, and he thought he was the emperor," she muttered. They moved forward a few feet. "Oh, that sounds unfun." She half-breathed, half-grunted, then clamped a hand over her mouth. "I can't believe I just snorted." "I would snort too if I dated someone with a god complex," he said lightly. She dropped her hand and nodded, as if just considering this label for the first time. "Yeah, you're right. That is a perfect way to describe him." "Well, the last woman I dated, Shikanda, wasn't much different. She thought she was the most important person in the world. Unfortunately, I mistook her self-pride for self-confidence." She pressed closer to him, their arms squeezing together. Another lovely shiver zinged through him. "Sorry to hear that." Emily spoke with empathy. Dakota paid their fee and they walked inside. "We would have been celebrating our first anniversary this Christmas." "You dated for almost a year?" "No, it would have been our first wedding anniversary." Emily let go of his arm as she glanced at him. "You were engaged?" "Not for long. It took me a while to realize her true colors, but when I finally did, I broke off the engagement. Turns out she only wanted my money, not me." Her hands came together in front of her waist as they wandered down a row of vendors. When she finally spoke, her voice came out softly. "I'm glad you found out before it was too late." "Yeah." She looked up at him, her lips pursed. "It's interesting how much detail you remember about her. I mean, that ended a while ago, But other things that happened in the past year, you don't remember. It is strange, he shrugged. I have no idea why she, of all people, is so clear in my mind. I wish she wasn't. What he wished is that Emily would thread her arm through his again. They stopped at a booth full of new collectibles, mostly small figurines of characters from some of the more popular anime series. He rocked on his feet. It is neat, though, how we can add another item to our common collection of experiences. Neat? She threw him a curious look. Well, maybe that's not the right word. Why don't we keep looking around? She suggested. Good idea. Way to go, Dakota, sounding like the frothy teenager again. Just zip your lip and you should be fine here on out. There was so much to take in. From manga comics to collectibles to anime movies and video games, Dakota felt like he had just stepped into a hall of happiness. They neared a table full of comic books. Emily combed through a few paperbacks. Dakota spotted a few familiar manga comics and skimmed through one of the stories. Wait a minute. The title had been released 15 years ago, and he remembered everything about it. He studied more of the comic books, from as far back into his childhood through the past year, flipping through the pages. I remember these, he exclaimed to Emily, whose head popped up from her open book. He hurried over to her and showed her the collection. Can you believe it? More memories. Why didn't I do something like this sooner? I love anime. I should have known it would help me. She held the book toward him. Did you watch this show? He nodded. She pointed to one of the characters on the cover and mentioned his role in one of the episodes. Do you remember how shocking that was? Dakota stared at the cover. That happened in another show. Wow, another memory. Her mouth opened a little as she rubbed the back of her neck. The comic fluttered in her fumbling hands before she slipped it back inside the box. Her gaze bounced from one box to another. Oh, wait, look at this one. She held up what looked like a new edition of an older show and proceeded to discuss some of the plot twists. Oh, you mean this one. He thumbed through a stack of mangas and slid one out. He tilted his head. I thought you were an expert, he teased. Emily's face reddened as she quietly returned the comic. He nearly dropped the book on the table as another realization hit him. He glanced at his surroundings, his heart thumping hard with each flick of his head. She looked at him. You remember something else? He slowly nodded. I think I've been here before. Her mouth opened and closed a couple of times as she tapped the table. Too excited to ask about her reaction, Dakota took out his phone and texted Ethan to tell him about his revelation. Ethan's response came right away. Bro, the animation used to be your favorite spot before work took over. Something wrong? Emily asked. He glanced up. Huh? You seem disappointed. Oh, he rubbed his chin, which was scratchy. Did he normally shave it? Yeah. Apparently, this used to be my favorite place to visit. Why did the way she looked at him suggest she didn't believe him? So, isn't that a good thing? She asked. He sighed. That was a long time ago. Then I became a workaholic. Emily nodded, but not in the way that suggested she understood. She stepped away from him, her shoulders tightening. This date wasn't going to go anywhere if he didn't figure out why Emily was shying away from him. What's bothering you? He asked gently, hoping she wouldn't pretend like everything was okay the way other women he dated had. She stared at him for a moment, as if deciding whether to say anything. Akihito was a workaholic, too. She looked at the boxes of books and played with the corner of one of the cardboard boxes. Emily scraped a fingernail along the edge of the box. He turned out to be all about money. He stepped beside her and touched her wrist. Shikanda only cared about money, too. She shook her head. Not just money. Like I said, he worked a lot. No time for me. Now he understood why she'd reacted funny to his comment about being a workaholic. Turns out he wasn't just working. He was having an affair. Dakota hadn't experienced that kind of betrayal, but his heart ached for Emily. I'm sorry. He removed his hand. She looked at him now. My ex feigned to be a part of this work culture Japan is known for, when in actuality, he wasn't working at all, but living off his gambling winnings. Her eyes flashed with annoyance. The thing is, many men suppress their stress to the point of suicide, and the fact that he proclaimed to be one of those men, real men working hard, long hours, swearing he was just being loyal to his company, when really he was being loyal to someone else, he finished. She huffed. Yeah, I don't know how I could have been so blind. He reached for her hand. You're not the only one. He felt her body go rigid. Yet, when he looked into her eyes, he only saw interest there. Interest in him. Are you nervous? Nervous? Her voice pitched higher than usual. She cleared her throat. No, I'm not. I'm fine. Her beautiful dark eyes didn't leave his. Now why should the way she looked at him cause his heart to stumble? But oh, it did. And there wasn't a thing he could do about it. I have something exciting to tell you. He was hoping to move the conversation away from their exes. What's that? She leaned toward him, her grip tightening in his. Her skin felt warm and soft, beautiful. Like her. He looked down at their intertwined fingers. Oh, shoot. Not now. He rewound the conversation. Come on, where was it? What had he been about to say? Dakota? I forgot. He laughed nervously, feeling like a total dope. But he felt upset, too, because what had been on the tip of his tongue had been important. That he was sure of. She pulled her hand away and took a step back, putting the table between them. Her mouth was set in a grim line. Akihito used to tease me, too. About having something huge to tell me, then refusing to, acting like it was no big deal. Then he'd end up making me cry. Because what he'd been hiding was usually something hurtful. Like how he couldn't keep his eyes off another woman. She brushed past him. He went after her, feeling bad for mentioning something that had reminded her of her ex. Emily, where are you going? Away from here, she said sourly. He caught up to her. I'm sorry I upset you. What did I say? It's what you refused to say. Emily walked faster. Take me home. He touched her arm. Emily, I really don't remember what I was going to tell you. I'm sorry. She stopped. My fuzzy memory, I guess. I wish I could remember, believe me. She was watching him closely, as if trying to gauge whether he was telling her the truth. What do you like to do? I want you to have a good time on this date. She slouched. I did a good job dampening the mood. No, not at all. She looked hard at him. Really? He smiled. I'm glad we're doing this, Emily. Taking a break from work. Something about her relaxed him. You okay? He blinked. Sorry, I don't mean to stare. It's just that there's something familiar about you. Her voice screeched. There is? You're pretty when you're nervous. Oh! She looked away from him, but not before he saw the pink blush in her cheeks. Would it be okay if we went somewhere else? Her voice came out low. I thought you liked it here. Yeah, I do. She turned back to face him and shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. Guess I'm not in the mood. No problem. We can just drive around and talk. Maybe we'll find something else to do. She looked at him gratefully. Okay. She led the way to the parking lot. His phone twittered. Ethan. A text marked urgent, along with a link to an article. Dakota clicked on the link and squinted at the headline, unable to believe what he was reading. He stopped walking. Dakota? Emily's voice came from somewhere close by. He didn't have time to read the full article, but he didn't need to. The headline said it all. He would deal with it later. Emily was waiting for him, and he didn't want to sour their time together. A few minutes later, they were driving past the animation and getting on the freeway. Traffic thickened going deeper into downtown as the lunch hour neared. They passed a business center, making him think of his company. I know what I was going to say, Dakota exclaimed. She jumped. Oh, good. I'm not that man anymore, that workhorse, and I don't plan to be, no matter what happens. That's one thing that's changed about me. Yes, I love being the CEO, but it's not everything to me. He threw her a quick glance. Something unspoken showed in her face. Relief? Why not? Because he shifted his attention back to the road. There are other things in life that are more important. Like the animation? He chuckled. Definitely that. They drove through a municipal area, past a library, a park, then a donut shop. Well, I must agree with you there. Her smile lit up her dark eyes. This was a good idea. Just driving around. They neared a row of commercial buildings. Dakota groaned. Great. The bane of my existence. What? He jerked his head to the right. The daily occupation. And there's that Roger Miles guy who runs the place. He slowed down. What do you mean? She asked. That's right, she didn't know. He opened the link to the article on his phone and showed her. Hostile haste. How a large reputable firm squashed the dreams of a promising company. Emily tugged at the sleeve of her sweater. She slid so far down into the seat her head barely grazed the bottom of the window. He understood her reaction. He was sick of the know-it-all journalist, too. They'd been getting harassed daily with phone calls. Dakota would have laughed if his irritation hadn't gotten the better of him. His entire body went tense as his eyes locked on the building. He came to a full stop. Words from the headline flashed in his mind. Hostile haste. Squashed the dreams. He felt his blood boil. Emily's head jerked toward him. What are you doing? I'm going to give him a story to remember. She gasped, twisting awkwardly in her seat. You can't do that. He slid the truck into a parking spot. Don't worry. He patted her arm. You don't have to deal with him. He got out. Emily sat up and threw herself toward the driver's side window, grabbing his arm. Wait! Huh? Maybe now is not the best time. Your memory isn't at its peak yet, and you might say something he can use against you. He's already smeared my name, he grumbled. Please, she said, sounding desperate. If you do something, it might hurt your case. She bit her lip, removing her arm. He looked at her, feeling the heat in his body simmer. She had a good point. His attention swiveled back to the building. Still, Dakota, let's just finish the date. Besides, it's lunchtime. I'm starving. How about you? Dakota's shoulders relaxed. He nodded as he swept his eyes to her. She was still halfway down in her seat, making him more aware and ashamed of his sudden impulse, but more so how adorable she looked when she was embarrassed. His forehead felt warm. His heart raced a little. But he could deal with this another time. He nodded. Let's eat. Chapter 13. Kaida didn't lie when she told Dakota how hungry she was. Her stomach had been gurgling all morning. Dakota surely must have heard it. Worse, though, he had been her conscience. If he confronted Roger, she would be hard-pressed keeping up the pretense. As it was, she could barely manage to hang on as this Emily person. Every moment she spent with Dakota was a step closer to him, which made being his assistant and love interest tricky. Complicated. Dakota pulled into a hamburger joint, right next to Lacey's Mercedes-Benz. Not just any Mercedes-Benz, but the AMG GT Black Series Coupe, which she paid over $250,000 for. Only the most expensive for Lacey. What was her sister doing here, though? She hated fast food places. They were beneath her. We're eating here? He spun his head toward her. You said you were starving. We can go somewhere else if you'd like. She secretly pressed a hand to her stomach, trying to calm the raging bubbles. No, you're right. I could definitely eat a whole cow right now. Dakota cast her a look of surprise and chuckled. She flushed. He shut off the engine and got out. As she grabbed for the door handle, he shouted, Stop! Her arm jerked back like an accordion, and before she could blink, Dakota was outside her window, swinging open her door. "I messed up before. This time," he said as he bowed low, "your escort awaits." "Oh, nobody has ever done this for me before." She instantly regretted speaking that out loud. He didn't need to know that. He straightened, his forehead raised, his sparkling blue eyes resting on hers. "I can't imagine why not." He held out a hand toward her. His skin tingled against hers, so smooth yet strong. She took his hand reluctantly, but not as hesitantly as she should have. In fact, all morning, Kaida had been confused by feelings that kept popping up. She was only supposed to pretend to want to be with him, not actually want to be with him. All those little gestures, linking arms with him, holding his hand, their love of anime, had been part of the fake relationship thing. None of it was supposed to mean anything. So why did it? He held open the door to the restaurant and flashed a smile. "Kaida, over here!" Lacey's voice rang out, sending Kaida's nerves into a rattling festival. Kaida quickly led the way through the line. About 10 people waited ahead of them. "Kaida!" She cringed, doing her best to stay face forward, staring at the menu overhead, forcing herself to decide on a meal. When she turned, Dakota stood behind her. "You must be hungry." "I've already decided what I want, and it's getting pretty crowded. How about you order for us and I go save us a table?" she suggested. "Sure." Kaida gave him her order, then excused herself and hurried over to her sister, glancing back to make sure Dakota wasn't watching. He wasn't. Under her breath, Kaida said to Lacey, "Can you stop calling me, please?" She was sitting across from some guy in a suit, not her boyfriend. As if she hadn't heard Kaida's request, Lacey shouted, "This place is so packed, but now I get it." She stuck a cheesy fry into her mouth and flipped her long, thick hair behind her. "These are so good." As usual, her sister was oblivious to the world around her, until it was convenient for her to address it. She was wearing a ruby silk blouse and dark black pants. Gilded drop earrings dangled through her ears, and a bright yellow gold choker adorned her neck. Miss Fashionable, as always. "We need to talk in private." Kaida's gaze briefly flickered to the stranger. Lacey sighed as if she had been incredibly inconvenienced. "Peter, why don't you go check on that sale?" "Be back, say, in 5 minutes?" Peter nodded and shuffled out of the booth to the other end of the restaurant. Kaida didn't delay. "Lacey, I'm here with Mr. Roberts. He doesn't know me as Kaida. He thinks my name is Emily." Lacey laughed. "Who's Emily?" "This isn't a joke. He can't know my real name." Lacey sipped something from a straw and patted her dark burgundy lips with a fancy handkerchief she always carried with her. Restaurant napkins were too common for her tastes. Her dark brown eyes, slightly darker than Kaida's, rolled back to her sister. "What do I call you again?" "Emily." Kaida checked the register. Dakota was next in line. She played with a loose strand of hair, her gaze wandering to the register. "Is that him?" Kaida did her best not to let her frustration get the better of her. Or her disappointment. Lacey didn't used to be so self-centered or nonchalant about Kaida's feelings. Seeing Dakota with Ethan the other day only reminded Kaida of how close she used to be to Lacey, making it harder to be around her. "Yes, that's him." Lacey sat up. "Oh, he is cute." "So?" She fluttered her eyes at Kaida and laughed. "You agree?" Kaida flushed. "How adorable! You do like him. Does he know?" "Lacey, stop!" she whispered harshly. "Keep your voice down." Her eyes traveled to the front once more. Dakota's head bobbed as the cashier said something to him. "Why are you trying to hide it? It's okay to tell him you have feelings for him. I bet he likes you too, doesn't he?" "It doesn't matter." Kaida's teeth grinded. Lacey mock gasped. Oh, I bet it does. You'll have to give me this scoop, too. Kaida was getting tired of the conversation. Where was Dakota? What was taking him so long? What do you mean? She played with a bright pink fingernail. I saw your story. I bet Pretty Boy is none too thrilled. Kaida's fingers clenched so hard into her palms she winced. Where is David? Oh, buying me a new car. What? Yeah. She admired her new manicure, holding her hand high for Kaida's viewing. The Benz is a drag. I need something more exciting. David's so good to me. You mean you're so good at using him, she thought bitterly. Hardly any different than Akihito when it came to her love of money. That's not fair to him, Lacey. Lacey's mouth dropped as she brought her hand down. Oh my, what great big teeth you have. Excuse me? Lacey shook her head. Playing a part. Who do you think is the true big bad wolf? Mr. Roberts or you? Kaida took a step back, the fire in her veins fueled by indignance. How dare you? Lacey was unfazed. Better watch out. Here he comes. Don't want to blow your disguise. Before Kaida could get another word in, Dakota stepped up to the table, tray in hand. Everything okay? Flustered and startled all at once, Kaida tried to get her jumbled thoughts in order, but all she kept hearing was the clanging truth of her sister's reprimand, which might as well have been a slap across her face. It stung so hard. How much had Dakota heard? He seemed concerned, his face turning to Kaida for an explanation. Nothing, just sibling talk, Kaida stammered. He gave a faint nod. Lacey cleared her throat. Aren't you going to introduce us? Kaida inhaled and gestured toward her left. Dakota, this is Lacey, my sister. He set the tray on the table and took her hand, his face lighting up. It's so great to meet you. Lacey's smile was phony, pushing Kaida's irritation to its limit. Oh, thank you. You as well. Peter came back then and returned to his seat across from Lacey. Dakota glanced at her companion. Hello, I'm Dakota. Lacey giggled. Oh, silly me. This is Peter, my assistant. Assistant? Kaida said. Lacey hardly looked her way. Yes, I'm working in real estate now. Her dark eyes fixed hard on Kaida's. Isn't it nice to have an assistant, Dakota? Oh, I can't tell you how much Emily has helped. I bet she has. Dakota, how about we go eat? Kaida was anxious to get away from Lacey before she blew her cover, or before she strangled Lacey. Oh, we have plenty of room. Why don't you join us? Lacey's smile was syrupy sweet. Bile rose in Kaida's throat. No, thank you though, sis. We have some work-related stuff to go over. Dakota's brow furrowed, but he nodded at Lacey and Peter. Nice to meet you. Kaida practically pushed Dakota to their destination, a table for two far, far away from her sister. You seem bothered by something. He sat across from her. Yeah. She blew out a breath, releasing some of the tension from her body. Siblings, she joked. Not easy. She loves controlling everything. Dakota rubbed his chin, which needed a shave. Huh. Interesting. Ethan's the same way. Must be an older sibling thing. Kaida's body relaxed a little more and she unwrapped her burger, thankful he missed her conversation with Lacey. Are you too close? Dakota asked. We used to be. She bit into the bun. What happened, if you don't mind sharing? She was so wound up she honestly couldn't wait to tell him. When our father died, Lacey's true colors showed. Everything is about her. Now she doesn't have to pretend for our dad that she is an obedient daughter or my loving older sister. Dakota frowned. Why would she want to be like that? She fiddled with the straw in her Sprite. He disapproved of her billionaire boyfriend, the way she spent money. She and Daddy were close, but his criticisms about her money spending and lavish lifestyle drove her nuts. When he died, she buried herself in those things even more. Maybe that's how she copes with him being gone. She flicked the straw, sending a spray of soda into the air. I guess. You miss her, don't you? The way things used to be. Kaida crossed her arms and leaned back, the sight of food unappealing. Lacey lives in a mansion and I live in a condo, but she expects me to dish out my time and money to our mama. I'm sorry. He reached across the table and slipped his hand into hers. It felt so nice, so warm. What was it about her that made you feel close? She looked at him. For as self-absorbed as she's become, she was there for me when my ex broke my heart. She sighed. And yes, I do miss her. She looked at the floor, her heart clenching. She didn't know how much it would hurt to talk about what used to be. How about we talk about something else? Like how cool it was looking at all those collectibles. She smiled up at him. Thank you. They talked for several minutes, laughing, enjoying the recaps of their favorite shows. Then the space between them shrunk as silence took over. I'd like to do this again. Go out with you. Dakota didn't look away. The intensity of his stare made her heart skip. How did he make her feel so at ease? Why did she feel drawn to him? It was so easy to be around him. It felt so nice. And when he got his memory back, his true colors would show. He'd probably be no different than her ex. He released her hand and stood. He wiped a dribble of ketchup off his mouth with a napkin, dropped it to the table, and scooted his chair next to hers. What was he doing? He sat next to her and took her hand in his. I really enjoyed our time together today. Did you? She swallowed. Yes. He watched her, as if searching for her feelings. He smelled delicious, a combination of musk and manly body wash. Emily? Dakota leaned closer, their arms touching, their fingers hot from the long-held grip. Her heart thumped at the way his eyes dipped to her lips, then quickly back up to her eyes as if searching for permission to kiss her. No, this wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. His face was so close to hers, and the heat from his slightly opened mouth warmed her cheek. His lips looked soft and inviting, kissable. Oh my gosh, what was she doing thinking like this? He said her name again. No, not her name. Emily's, whoever she was. Is it okay if I... He waited for her approval, his voice sweet and patient, the desire in his eyes lingering. If he knew who she really was, he would be running in the opposite direction. But he didn't know. Not yet. Shame crushed Kaida. Her emotions conflicted as she struggled to reconcile her goal of outing him with her growing interest in him. He shifted next to her, his arm lifting behind her, the heat of it wrapping around her torso. Oh, excuse me, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Lacey's shrill voice jolted Kaida away from Dakota. Lacey and Peter were standing there, a sly grin pasted on her sister's face. It was so nice to meet you, Dakota. Maybe David and I can hang out with you two sometime. David is her boyfriend, Kaida explained. Lacey clapped her hands. I know. Let's plan a double date. Kaida flushed and shrunk back against her chair. Dakota sensed her discomfort as his head oscillated between the sisters. Maybe. We'll talk about it. Lacey flipped her hair behind her shoulder. Kaida swore she purposely made her hair fall forward just so she could make a show of pushing it back. Well, we have work to do. She gave a little wave at Dakota. Have fun, you two. Kaida looked down at her uneaten food, her fingers nervously threading together. Lacey had embarrassed her, infuriated her. But her sister was right. She did have feelings for Dakota. It was only a matter of time before she'd have to figure out what to tell him. How did you end a pretend relationship anyway? Suddenly, all she wanted to do was get out of there. All these feelings were like a tornado spinning inside her, and she felt dizzy and exhausted. "You're not hungry?" he asked. Oof. At least the kiss had been forgotten. The last thing she needed was to complicate things between them even more, or confuse herself. She stared at the food in front of her. Her stomach grumbled, despite her bamboozled state of mind. Guess I should eat. At least, that's what my body is telling me. She picked up the sandwich and took slow bites, her eyes never wandering to Dakota. She was afraid once she looked at him again, she would not be able to keep herself from letting him kiss her. Better to be safe than sorry. Dakota was patiently quiet through her eating marathon. When she finally finished, they donned gloves and hats and headed outside. The snow was coming down faster now, the sky a dark gray. Colorful lights decorated the trees surrounding the building. Christmas music played on the overhead speakers of the restaurant. A bright glowing Santa and his reindeer flashed in neon colors on a billboard plastered on the next building over. With the snowfall and only the sound of music, the whole scene felt magical. She turned to Dakota. "I'm sorry about Lacey. She can be pushy." "Oh, no, it was nice meeting your sister, really." He smiled down at her and reached down for her hand. A shiver tickled her spine. Her body shook. Dakota let her go as he peeled off his heavy coat and draped it over her light fashion jacket. "Oh, I'm fine. We'll be in the truck soon." He didn't seem to hear her as he gently helped her arms through the extra-large sleeves. She felt warmer now. A sweet smile danced on his pleasant face as he stared at her, the Christmas lights making his eyes twinkle. Guilt rushed through her like a gnat that wouldn't go away. Why did he have to be so patient and understanding, so giving and kind? He wasn't making this fake dating thing easy on her. He took both of her hands this time, his gaze cradling hers. Another tremble coursed through her, but it had nothing to do with the freezing temperature. She found herself falling into those gorgeous blue eyes. He pulled her into his arms, his gaze closing in on her face. Plumes of smoke emitted from his generous mouth as a warm sensation caressed her neck. Then she felt the heat from his chest as he held her close. He bent his head, and their lips met in a gentle embrace. His lips felt hot, comforting against the cold that swirled around them. And she was right. They were kissable. She closed her eyes and fell into him, sighing as their lips gently tugged at each other. He released her hands and slid his around her waist, lightly squeezing it. Her arms lifted like an automatic reflex and hooked around his neck. Her fingers played with his hair. It was thick and soft. The scent of his cologne intoxicated her as they continued the kiss. His tongue lightly played over her bottom lip, and he pulled her even closer, if that were possible. His heart thrummed excitedly against her chest. His lips moved with urgency against hers. It was only the two of them, just being together, just enjoying one another. Nothing else mattered in that moment. Chapter 14. I don't want this day to end. Dakota reluctantly stopped the kiss. Emily's face flushed. She was a breathtaking beauty in the freezing atmosphere. The snow swirled rapidly around them as if they were caught inside a wintry tornado. Only this tornado wasn't dangerous. It was a haven made especially for them. Dakota didn't feel the cold as snowflakes landed on the back of his neck. He didn't feel the chill on his face. All he could feel was the heat of her kiss. She stared at him with lingering passion. "Neither do I," she breathed, and a plume of cold air escaped her slightly parted mouth. His eyes traveled from hers to the top of her chin. "Can we do that again?" She nodded, her mouth still parted. He brought his face to hers once more and covered her coral lips with his. It was just a kiss, but he hadn't felt this way, enraptured, certain, relaxed, with anyone. That he knew instinctively. He slowly pulled away to look at her. Was this really happening between them? She seemed uncertain about going out with him before, but now there was no hesitation. He didn't even want to question why. So many things in his memory file were muddled. He wouldn't let his curiosity over Emily's desire to be with him, like this, mess up their time together. Emily, what would... His phone vibrated in his pocket. He dug the phone out. Frank had texted him earlier, but Dakota had totally forgotten. He answered the call. "Hey, buddy, do you have time to come by the diner? I want to check on you, with the ruthless article." "Hold on." Dakota looked over at Emily. "How about we stop by Frank's Cafe? Make more good memories there?" He glanced around at the swirling snowflakes. "A perfect place for some hot chocolate." "Okay." He confirmed with Frank and stuck his phone back in his pocket. Emily's cheeks were rosy and glowing. He cupped them with his gloves and pecked her forehead, inhaling her sweet scent. "What perfume are you wearing?" he asked. She tilted her head up at him. "I'm not wearing any perfume." "So you smell this good naturally?" The blush in her cheeks wasn't due to the frosty weather this time. "You're beautiful, Emily. And somehow even more beautiful when I embarrass you." She playfully swatted his arm. He caught her hand in his and gently squeezed it. "Ready to go?" She nodded, her lips curving into a smile as she led the way to his truck. Frank's Cafe was busy for a workday. Dakota had to park across the street. He opened Emily's door and she put her hand in his. Without letting go, they made their way through the pelting snow. Emily's hair flapped over his large winter coat as they squinted through the flurries. The light from the diner looked warm and welcoming. Frank popped over to them as soon as they stepped inside. Heat from the diner instantly flooded their cold faces as the door swung shut behind them. "Ah, feels so nice in here, man." Dakota attempted to release Emily's hand, but she didn't loosen her grip. That made his heart thump a bit faster. "How about a booth near the back? Or do you prefer a window view of the snowfall?" Dakota turned to Emily. "Window view?" she said. Dakota told Frank, "You heard the lady." Frank took them to a window seat. All the booths had a homey-looking feel to them. Vases filled with gold and reddish-painted fake flowers arching over their rims for the holiday, alongside teacup candles. "You put out lit candles for Thanksgiving, too. Nice." Dakota helped Emily out of his coat, and Frank took it to hang on the coat rack. After bringing them steaming mugs of hot cocoa, Frank asked about the article. Dakota huffed as he gripped the handle of the mug. "Unbelievable. I was about to give that Roger Miles a piece of my mind." Frank raised his eyebrows. "Come again?" "We drove by the place. It took all my willpower not to go inside." His gaze flicked to Emily. "Thankfully, Emily stopped me before I made a big fool of myself." He chuffed. "I can only imagine the headline in tomorrow's paper. 'CEO not only loses his mind, but his marbles too.'" Frank chuckled. "Sounds entertaining. A definite eye-catcher. I'm sure your ratings would go up." "Really? I mean, you think I should do it?" He let go of the mug and shifted in his seat as he drew his palms flat beside each other on the table. "Because I have no problem heading back over there." He looked over at Emily. Her head was down, Maybe he was making her uncomfortable. She had been resistant to his idea earlier, and for good reason. But his reputation was already erroneously on the line. Maybe it would spice things up. Would it be a good business move? Or was that his teenager mindset kicking in? Frank planted a hand on Dakota's shoulder. Stop overthinking. I was kidding anyway. I think you should do everything you can to stay out of the limelight, Emily spoke up. Frank nodded as he slid his hand away. I agree with Emily. Thank you, both of you. I clearly need guidance in my current state of mind. He smiled. He was partly joking, but the other part of him felt unsure. What if he didn't get his memory back by the court date? Would the judge rule him incompetent and rule in favor of Denson Goods? Suddenly, he didn't feel so sure about Roberts Inc.'s future. Frank went to the back. Emily watched Dakota. You okay? As best as I can be. He picked up his cup and sipped the warm cocoa. He wouldn't burden Emily any more than necessary. The business side of things was one matter, but to bring her into his personal feelings about it was another. He would deal with it on his own. Hey, let's talk about something else. He continued to sip his drink. Like another project I'm involved in. Her eyebrows raised. It's under wraps right now, but the end is in sight. Something you own? Not exactly. I have funded a lot of the project, but mostly I've donated some things. Sounds mysterious, he chuckled. I'm being intentionally evasive. Don't worry, you'll get to be a part of it when the time comes. A funny look crossed her face as she shifted in her seat. So, your turn. What would you like to talk about? She stared at him for a moment. I'm sorry about the way I acted at the animation. When I thought you were playing mind games with me. That wasn't fair to you. He set down the mug and smirked. That wasn't exactly what I had in mind. She cupped her own mug and stared at it. Still, I felt I needed to say something, especially since we are just starting to get to know each other outside of work. What a great first impression I've made, she mumbled. Anyway, I'm really sorry. I already forgot about it. Her forehead wrinkled as she glanced at him. Are you always this forgiving? It's easy to forgive you, Emily. Her brows drew into a frown and she looked away. Sorry, I overstepped. Must be the kiss that got to me. He laughed, hoping that would make her feel at ease. She swept a hand through her hair, and he found himself drawn again by how small and beautiful her hands looked. Smooth, he remembered from when they'd held hands inside the restaurant. And flawless, even with the tiny mole on the bridge above her ring finger, which he hadn't noticed before. Ready for Thanksgiving? He asked, hoping to lighten the mood. Not really. Oh? She sighed as she swung her eyes back to his. You met my sister. She'll be there. Well, it's a time to be thankful. Maybe you two can work things out. She tilted her head at him. Are you always this optimistic? Apparently. Though he did wonder if this was part of his normal self. If it makes you feel any better, my parents and Ethan get to spend tomorrow with a guy who doesn't know his boundaries sometimes. Should make for a fun holiday. She smiled. His heart warmed. He loved making Emily St. John smile. Do you think you'll go back to volunteering someday? The weird thing is, I can't remember volunteering. All I know is what the articles said. Emily's eyes watered. I'm sorry. It's not your fault I got hit in the head. A grin graced her rosy lips. You're right. A short while later, they finished their hot chocolate. Dakota told Frank goodbye, then snatched his coat off the rack. Emily started to open the door. Wait, Dakota said. She turned and he held out the coat. She slid her arms into it. Thank you. I'll remember a proper coat next time. The storm had eased up, but the snow still whipped about, though at a much slower pace. They hurried to his truck, where he paused outside her door. He wouldn't see her again until probably Monday, so he wanted to capture this moment for as long as he could. Something wrong? she asked. No, I was wondering if one more kiss might be too much. Her cheeks flushed. Maybe later? She jammed her hands deeper into the coat pockets. Too much too soon. He needed to chill. He opened her door and held out his hand. She slid one arm out and took it, but she didn't step up into the truck. Emily stared at him for a moment. Her other arm came out, and she reached both up and rested them on his shoulders. He leaned into her, looping his arms around her waist. Her gaze shifted to his mouth. I'm ready. Her breath was steamy. A tiny snowflake landed on her bottom lip. He closed the space between them, lightly running his tongue over her bottom lip. Her body shivered beneath him, but she tugged him closer, pushing their faces closer until the only air they shared was each other's. Her mouth was even softer than her hands. A tingling sensation gushed through him. They held each other for several minutes, their lips fused, the cold overtaken by the heat of their passion. Emily ended the kiss this time. She looked up at him. Her dark eyes were aglow with contentment. They shifted back and forth, as if searching for confirmation that he too was satisfied. He tucked a loose hair behind her ear and traced his gloved hand down the side of her face, not wanting this moment to end. Happy Thanksgiving, Emily. Chapter 15. Mama, come look at the dessert I made. Kaida tried to coax her away from Lacey. They were in Mama's dining room, setting the table for 4 with ceramic dishware and pretty glass cups. Stop it, Mama! You're going to ruin my dress, Lacey protested as Mama tried yanking up the low-cut square neck of Lacey's new dress. Mama huffed and stepped back. She shook her head as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Why does she need another dress, little D? Mama had a tendency to address Kaida instead of Lacey whenever she disapproved of something Lacey did. Kaida, will you please explain it to her? Lacey sounded exasperated as she struggled pushing her dress back together. Kaida set the pumpkin pie on the end of the table. Lacey bought it especially for Thanksgiving. Kaida had to admit her sister's dress was beautiful. It was a long gown with a sheen of light browns and golds and balloon sleeves that reached her wrist where ruby red sparkles encircled them. The glossy material shimmered when she spun, and it hugged all the right places. So flashy, why? Lacey pouted. Mama! What? She held her arms out. I just want to know why not something more simple. David will be here any minute. Don't embarrass me, Lacey pleaded as she looked to Kaida for help. Despite the recent tension between them, she felt compelled to come to her sister's rescue. Mama? Kaida rested a hand on her shoulder. Lacey looks nice. She just wants to look special for this special day. Mama waved a hand dismissively and made her way into the kitchen. Lacey busied herself in her compact mirror she took out from her clutch purse. She had to make sure every single strand of hair was in place. Kaida took the opportunity to wander to the living room. She immediately noticed something had changed. Where were the framed pictures on the walls? The throw blankets that always graced the couch? Why did the space look so empty? Where did everything go? Kaida asked as she peeked down the hall, only to find more barrenness. What'd you say? Mama's voice came out muffled from the adjoining kitchen. Kaida turned to see her stooped at the oven to check on the turkey. What happened to all the decorations? It looks like you just moved in here. She shut the oven door and rose to face Kaida. Close, my little dragon. I am moving. What? Kaida's heart sunk. Mama stayed quiet. Kaida looked to Lacey for an explanation, but she just stood there, unsurprised. Wait, what's going on? You knew about this? Lacey shrugged. Yes, I'm the one selling the house. You not only knew about this, you're handling the dirty deed? This is where Dad lived. Our only home with him here. Lacey shrugged. How could she act so indifferent? Kaida swung her attention back to Mama. You don't have to do this, Mama. I wrote the article. Roger will be giving me the promotion. You don't have to worry about the money anymore. Mama clucked her tongue. Little Dee, you worry too much. She was back to Kaida's old moniker, worried about her. She walked over to where Kaida stood and placed her hands on her shoulders. Listen to me. I don't want to be under this mortgage anymore. True, but more than this, I want a fresh start. Your dad was the best father a girl could have, the best husband a wife could have. But if he were here, he would understand. How could he understand? Kaida asked, feeling helpless and sad all at once, feeling the only American home where she shared memories with her dad slip away. Mama gently cupped her face. My little dragon, it's time to move on. The doorbell rang. Kaida looked over at her sister, but she was already headed to the door. David, hi, baby. She gave him a loud smooch on the cheek. Like her sister, David was dressed to the nines. He wore a sharp blue suit over a black button-up shirt, and a gold watch adorned his wrist. They were a perfect match. Hello, David. Mama let go of Kaida and greeted him at the door. She was selling the house? She was really selling the house? Kaida squeezed back tears. Lacey giggled at something David said. How could her sister be so okay about it? Kaida's shock quickly morphed into anger. You knew, Lacey. Lacey's laughter was cut short. Huh? You knew about this and you didn't say a word to me yesterday. Well, why should I? I knew you would act up and I was right, she scoffed. It's never enough, is it? What are you talking about? Lacey sounded exasperated. The money. You'll get a nice little cut from the sale. I'm not taking a single cent for your information, Lacey glared at her. And we just opened escrow last evening. Kaida, David said. Please stop. We're here to celebrate, not fight. To be thankful. Kaida looked around at the empty walls. And you sure aren't wasting any time, she said, choking up. This is what Mama wants. Just drop it, okay? Today is supposed to be perfect, and you're ruining it. Perfect? Kaida huffed. Right. It's about you, your perfect dress, your perfect life. Girls! Mama grabbed Lacey's arm and tugged her over to Kaida. Now stop this fighting. David is right. Today is a day to be thankful. Kaida suppressed the ache in her heart the best she could. Was Mama right? Would Daddy really be okay with this? Don't be angry with Lacey. This all just happened in the last 24 hours. We were going to tell you during dinner. Lacey played with a shiny gold ring on her first finger. Probably another gift from David. Kaida bit her lip. Just focus on Thanksgiving. Don't think about the sale. Be thankful, Mama whispered, snapping her from her miserable thoughts. She looked at her and tried not to cry. Mama patted Kaida's shoulder and smiled. Dinner's ready. Yeah, come on, I'm starved. Lacey led the way into the dining area. The four of them gathered around the table and took helpings of turkey and gravy and stuffing, green beans, bread rolls, and cranberry sauce after they took their seats. Kaida, you start this year. Mama scooped a turkey leg onto her plate. Kaida looked around the house, admiring the special designs Daddy had picked for the textured ceiling, the whimsy yellow scheme he chose for the kitchen and dining areas, for the walls and decor, the dark hardwood floors. She managed a smile. I'm thankful to be here with you all, for Daddy's hard work that bought this house. She looked at Mama. I think you're right about Daddy, Mama, but I'm not ready. With tears in her eyes, Mama smiled and squeezed Kaida's hand. Lacey went next, then David and Mama, and they all began to eat. When do you quit that job and go back to being Kaida? Mama asked as soon as they sat at the table. Soon, Mama. Kaida wished to talk about anything but that. I don't know how easy that's gonna be. Kaida really likes this guy. Lacey smirked. Mama frowned. The CEO? Lacey nodded as she licked butter off her lip. She just needs a little nudging. Afraid he's too much like Akihito. Mama scrunched up her little nose. That fool? Why? Lacey rubbed her fingertips together, enjoying teasing Kaida. Rich? Kaida barely heard the conversation. The headline from the article flashed in her head. She recalled the way his face twisted in anger as he jumped out of the truck to confront Roger. If only he knew who was behind this. He'd never want to kiss her again. I really don't want to talk about him, Lacey. I got to meet him yesterday. Not only is he good-looking, Mama, he's nice, too. A step up from Akihito. Kaida clenched her teeth. If you're going to bring up my ex, then I'm going to bring up Dad. Lacey's head snapped back as if she'd been slapped. Kaida! Mama berated. She glared at Lacey. Ever since he passed away, you've been acting like a selfish brat. You don't care who you hurt or how much money it will cost you. Lacey dropped her fork and it clinked onto the edge of the ceramic plate. David huffed. Kaida, I will not let you talk to Lacey that way. Kaida shoved a gravy-smothered piece of turkey into her mouth before she said something else she regretted. Tell me about the CEO. Mama sounded desperate to change the conversation. He definitely likes Kaida. Couldn't take his eyes off her. Lacey scowled. Kaida held up her hand, her voice grim. Stop. It's not going to happen. Not after he learns who I really am. Lacey picked up her fork, either bored or annoyed by the conversation. Kaida resumed eating too. Dakota's memory would come back any day now. How long could she keep pretending to be someone she wasn't? That wasn't what concerned her the most, though. What did was how much she'd already fallen for her fake boss. Chapter 16. It was the Monday after Thanksgiving, and Kaida felt sick to her stomach. She had been staring at the photo of Dakota and her for the past several minutes. Under the headline, which read, Gold-digging gal goes infamous billionaire. The nasty column, written by none other than her nemesis from college, Angela Collins, was splashed all over the tabloids. The only thing that saved her was the picture. In it, Dakota was clearly visible, the side of his face spotlighted, but Kaida's face was mostly hidden underneath Dakota's. Angela had captured their kiss. Kaida was supposed to be at Dakota's house for work in 20 minutes. Would he still trust her? Kaida laughed. What a joke! A lot of Angela's irreverent article was fabricated, but some of it wasn't. And it was those nuggets of truth that would do her in. It was only a matter of time now. She knew what she had to do this morning. She closed out all the tabs on her phone and grabbed her car keys. Traffic was light, and thankfully his house was just a short driving distance. Ethan greeted her at the door, phone against his ear. Dakota will be right out, he whispered over the mouthpiece. Kaida nodded. A moment later, Dakota emerged from the hallway and stopped upon seeing her. Had he read the tabloids yet? What must he be thinking of her? Good morning. His voice sounded uncertain. Good morning. What do you have for me today? We'll get to that in a minute. He came forward. Her pulse raced. This was it. The moment of truth. He held up one of the tabloids, their picture large and colorful. The shot from their outing to Frank's Cafe, in full kiss mode. Kaida blushed and looked away. His fingers grazed her chin as he gently turned her head toward him. Does this embarrass you? People knowing about us? What? Had she heard him right? I don't care if they know. He took her hand. Kaida stared at their hands, which fit so perfectly together. She blinked up at him. What about the stuff she said about me? After my money? He laughed. What a crock. Those tabloids are a joke. She sighed with relief. At least he didn't believe that part, especially since it wasn't true. But what about the rest of the article? Did you read the whole thing? No. Why? She swallowed. I used to work with her. I was a tabloid writer, too. Oh, he shrugged. You thought that would bother me? It doesn't? Why should it? That's in the past. You work for me now. Yes, but not only for you, Dakota, and not for your best interest. She couldn't keep doing this. It wasn't right. She was about to tell him she was quitting, but she couldn't do that either. Roger had threatened her job if she backed down. It's not good for your business, this gossip. It was the best response she could come up with right then. But maybe it is. Look, Emily, either way, I don't care. I like you here. We make a good team. Emily. Not her name. Guilt jerked on her heart for the 100th time. But with it came a burst of happiness. He thought they made a good team. He didn't want her to leave. But that's only because he doesn't know who you are. But he'd said something else, too. Does this embarrass you? People knowing about us. This fake relationship wasn't fake to him. It wasn't fake to her either. Hey. He took her hand again. We can get through this. As long as we don't let it bother us. It doesn't matter. Remorse crushed her. How could she keep up the ruse any longer, especially now that she couldn't deny how strongly she felt for Dakota? He smiled warmly. Don't worry about the tabloids. No one even knows who you are. Wasn't that the truth? He pointed at the opening lines of the article. Look. Mystery woman. Indeed, she thought grimly. She was a mystery woman to Dakota. Ethan stepped in. Sorry to interrupt. We've been trying to pay you, but the agency said they didn't send anyone over. Surely they are mistaken, Dakota grinned. She's right here. Ethan shook his head. I don't know. That's what they told me. Kaida's heart dropped to her knees. Her legs wobbled. Kaida pushed away the shakiness in her voice the best she could. Oh, that's odd. I'll get a hold of them and get it figured out. She turned to Dakota. Why don't I get to work? He looked disappointed. Sure. He gave her a new file to work on a moment later. I need more information on this company. See what you can learn. If they are trustworthy. Trustworthy? Potential client. She kept her focus on work all morning. When lunchtime came around, she snuck out to her car before Dakota had a chance to invite her somewhere. She called Roger. He answered right away. I'm quitting the fake job. Miss Sakai, it's good for our ratings. It's a guarantee you will get the best story from him and be able to publish it first, once the case is decided. But I'm not only giving you the promotion, you're getting a bonus. Wait, what? You've already gained a few hundred new readers today. Kaida, I am so proud of you. Words she'd longed to hear. And a bonus on top of it all? No, that didn't matter, not anymore. Roger, she replied, coming to her senses. I just can't do it. Roger seemed to be reconsidering his threat. Because of the tabloids? Roger, I don't care if it means I lose my job. I can't keep doing this to him. It isn't right. Roger whistled through his teeth. Aha! You fell in love. Her silence confirmed it. Why deny it? It was true. And she was tired of lying. The longer she kept up this pretense, the more she would end up breaking Dakota's heart. Okay, Miss Sakai. How about this? Miss Collins thinks she's got the upper hand. But she doesn't realize she's made you the winner. And since you already have a heads up with the company, she won't have a single word to publish when the case is over. What are you saying? Hang in there for another 4 days. When the judge makes his decision, gather all the facts you can about his company, track all the reviews and referrals, and talk to him yourself. Get more from him than you already have. Anything and everything you can find to tell the truth. Then you'll have what you need to write the article that does Dakota Roberts justice." 2 days later, Kaida was getting ready to head to downtown Baltimore, where the Christmas tree lighting was happening right now. Lacey and Mama were already waiting for her. They'd called and texted several times in the past hour. She didn't feel deserving of enjoying the wondrous occasion. She'd told them as much, what with the burden of her fake persona becoming overwhelming. Only 2 more days and then she would be free. But what did that mean? When all was told, when Dakota finally remembered who she was, a fresh snowfall drifted outside through the open blinds of her sliding glass door. She reread Mama's last message. "You have to be with us. It's our family tradition." Grabbing her winter coat, she made her way to her car. She found a parking space near the end of the block and dashed to the site. She had to wade through thick crowds until she came to the clearing where Mama had disclosed their location. Kaida spotted them close to a long row of people near the tree. Lacey was wearing a bright red coat. "Oh, you made it!" Mama kissed Kaida's cheek and turned to the tree. "Only 5 minutes until the lighting." This year's tree reached about 50 feet into the air. Not quite as large as New York City's Rockefeller tree, but it would be just as eye-catching in its bejeweled ornaments and lights. Lacey glanced at Kaida and quickly looked away. Kaida's heart clenched as she flashed to the scene at Thanksgiving. Kaida stepped over to her sister. "We need to talk." Lacey stared at her. "I shouldn't have brought up Dad." Lacey looked up and squared her shoulders. "I haven't been able to even think about Dad without breaking down." She took out her handkerchief from her coat pocket and dabbed a tear from the corner of her eye. "I miss him more than I ever thought I would." "I miss him too, Lacey." Kaida dropped her head. Lacey sniffled. "I know you do. And you were right. I've been totally self-absorbed. I'm sorry." Kaida looked up. Lacey's eyes glistened. "I miss you, Lacey. I miss how close we were." "Me too." She shoved the handkerchief back into her coat. The snow started coming down in bigger flakes. Kaida huddled under the fur-lined hood of her coat. "I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry." Lacey drew her into a hug. Mama smiled. "My girls." When they pulled apart, Lacey's face softened. "Look, I know what you went through with your stupid ex. I was there to get you through it, remember? I know you're afraid of getting hurt again, but I don't think Dakota is anything like him. He seems to really care about you." "My feelings are that obvious, huh?" Kaida joked. Lacey was right. She was afraid of getting hurt. But more than that, she was afraid of hurting Dakota. "I've already betrayed him, Lacey, and he doesn't even know it yet. Time will tell if this relationship can withstand the truth when it comes out." Kaida bit back cold tears. "Doesn't matter. Once he gets his memory back, his true colors will show. The real Dakota Roberts. I don't like that guy." How pointless it was to hold on to these feelings. When the real Dakota returned, what good would these feelings do her? The longer she felt this way, the more heartbroken she would be, and the more he would hate her. Which she would definitely deserve. "Maybe you're wrong, little D. Wait and see what happens." "What do you mean, Mama?" "Perhaps Dakota is changed by you." "Yeah, I'm sure he will be, but not in a good way," she mumbled. Suddenly, the lights on the tree sprung to life. Thousands of bright white and gold bulbs sparkled throughout the branches, while shimmering ornaments of soft blues and purples wound from the base all the way up to where an LED-lit angel twinkled atop the tree. "It's beautiful." Kaida's breath streamed out in a small cloud. "Not as beautiful as you." Kaida turned. Her heart whomped. "Dakota? You come here every year?" She nodded. "We all do." He looked over at Mama. Kaida turned to her family. "This is my mama, Jin. Mama, this is Dakota. And you already know Lacey." Mama immediately shook his hand. So good to meet you. I've heard so many good things about you. Oh, thank you. That's nice to hear, he beamed. Mama kept staring up at him, a silly smile pasted to her face. Mama, you can let go now. Lacey pried her hand out of Dakota's. Nice to see you again, Dakota. Nice to see you too, Lacey. Dakota watched the glittering lights. Incredible. I'll have to make this a tradition too. He looked back at Kaida and nodded toward her gloved hand. May I? Sure. Of course. She wanted him to take her hand, to kiss her, to want to be with her. But that was the problem. It just wouldn't work out in the end. He picked up her hand and brought it to his lips. Snowflakes danced around them. The crowd faded away until it seemed only Dakota and her stood before the lit spruce. White powder dusted his dark coat. A light breeze whipped through the space between them. The jingle of Carol of the Bells blasted joyfully from the overhead speakers. Kaida's heart beat happily. Dakota stared at her longingly. A small smile pinned to his lips as compassion filled his eyes. He pulled her closer. The warmth of his breath caressed her neck. She could feel the heat from his chest through his coat. Would he ever hold her like this again once he learned the truth? The dazzling lights of the tree shone in his tender gaze. It was as though the two of them existed in a fairy tale winter wonderland. They stayed that way, hand in hand, heart to heart, for several seconds. At last, Dakota broke the silence. How was your Thanksgiving? Work's been so busy I never got a chance to ask. It was okay. A little hard, the first Thanksgiving without my daddy. He was so kind and selfless, like you. Dakota reminded her of her dad more than she realized, which made this whole situation so much worse. She trembled as a blustery wind enveloped them. I'll be right back. He let go of her and headed off. Lacey and Mama gathered around her. He seems like a good guy, Mama said approvingly. I want you to invite him over soon. Kaida laughed and shook her head. Fat chance. Time's almost up. Why did everything seem to be happening so fast? She was changing, Dakota was changing, their relationship had changed as quickly as snow swirling around them, and was about to change yet again. I want to quit, but Roger says to stay on until the case is decided. I can hardly stand being around him now. Feeling contrite? Lacey half smiled, knowing her sister too well. So, tell him tonight, Lacey urged. Kaida hung her head. He'll be so disappointed in me. Mama's voice dripped with tenderness and sincerity. Your father would be so proud of both of your accomplishments, and he would never want you to feel a burden for anything to stand in the way of your success. But he also would want you to be honest with yourself, with others. Kaida looked up at her and nodded. I know. I have to tell him soon, and I will. But what we have will be over. I know you're afraid of losing him, sis, but you can't know what you really have until you tell the truth. The truth of the statement hit Kaida in the heart. What would they really have then? Who would wind up heartbroken? If it helps, your father would approve of Dakota, Mama said. Thank you, she said quietly as she blinked against the whipping wind. Kaida looked back at the tree as her hair lashed across her face. Nat King Cole began to sing the Christmas song. Her heart swelled with a mixture of longing and sadness. Whatever had been developing between Dakota and her felt wonderful and real. Before long, it would be gone. She shivered as the crisp air grew colder. Can I help warm you up? She turned to see Dakota holding out a steaming cup of hot cocoa. Thank you, she managed to utter as she took the drink between her gloved hands. It was topped with whipped cream and a candy cane poked over the rim. So merry, she smiled. Where's yours? I'm good. Look, I know this is going to sound weird, but you seem familiar. I feel like I've known you for a while." She slowly sipped the hot drink, immediately feeling her body warm up, though unfortunately it did nothing to soothe her sudden anxiety. "I'm not trying to sound corny or anything. I mean it literally, like I've met you before." She stopped sipping and looked up at him. Lacey and Mama had stepped a few feet away, their gazes locked on the tree. Maybe you do." It was a bit weak, but it was the best she could squeak out. But Dakota missed her meaning. "I think it's because I wish I'd known you before. That I didn't go through the stupid waste of time dates or the heartbreak my ex put me through." The words waste of time and heartbreak swirled in her head like the snow around them. Smoky clouds from their breathing floated between them. Cole's gentle voice crooned overhead. The whirlwind of snow shifted. A small flurry of flakes rained between their faces, inches apart. A curtain about to be ripped away to reveal the truth. A truth that was already making her heart ache. Dakota leaned toward her and framed her face between his warm, gloved hands. "I wish it had always been you." Chapter 17. Dakota watched the steam from Emily's hot cocoa curl around her slightly parted lips. He scooted so close to her, he felt her heart beating against his chest. She stared at him in a dazed sort of way, and her eyes traveled to his mouth as if waiting for a kiss. He felt like they hadn't kissed in forever, and he craved that wonderful sensation all over again. He leaned down and felt the warmth of her breath, even before their lips sealed together. Her eyes fluttered shut as he dropped his hands to her waist. The hot chocolate vapors drifted to his neck, but it was her touch that heated his entire body. He deepened the kiss as he clutched her tighter. Dakota breathed in her sweet scent as the warmth from her lips made his heart thud excitedly. Emily's breath melted with his, so he no longer could distinguish who was breathing. This was incredible. He could hold her in his arms forever. He didn't want this to end. "I can't take this anymore," Emily said as she suddenly pulled out of the kiss. "Neither can I." Dakota gazed at her, his breath halting as he took in her beauty. She shook her head. Beneath his hands, her body trembled. He rubbed her arms. "Why don't we go inside somewhere? You're freezing." "Let me say goodbye first." She headed off to Lacey and Jen, then returned. "Finished?" He nodded at the half-empty cup. "Yes." Her voice had gone so quiet he barely heard her. He took the cup and Emily's hand, then tossed the cup into a trash can on the way to the parking lot. A few minutes later, they got into his truck, and he let the engine idle for a few minutes. "I have something for you." She looked over at him, her eyebrows raised. He reached into the back seat and handed her a small bouquet of white roses. "I know white just means friendship, but I didn't want to give you red and scare you off." He laughed nervously. "But I do think of you as a very good friend, not just a romantic interest." She took the vase and stared at it as though she'd never seen flowers before. "I don't remember ever feeling this way." He made a circle with his hand as he gestured between them. "I meant what I said the other day, that we make a good team. I meant that professionally, but mostly personally." Emily looked away from the flowers, but not at him. Had he overstepped? "Don't tell me you've never been given flowers before," he teased. She continued to stare through the windshield at the falling snow. Finally, she faced him. "I have something to tell you." Sweat beaded around his neck. He had overstepped. She was about to tell him just that. He thought something wonderful was happening between them, but he had been wrong. "I'm not who you think I am." His body sagged with relief. He smiled at her. "I know that." "What?" Her eyes grew big. The vase slipped from her grip, but she quickly caught it. "You're more than I could have ever hoped for, Emily." She shook her head. You don't understand. You don't know me. Well, from what I do know, he gestured to the flowers, you're more beautiful than these, inside and out. She stared at him, her eyes roaming back and forth, as if gauging whether he was telling her the truth. He took the flowers from her and set them on the ground just under the little nook that cradled the stereo. In 2 more days, the fate of Roberts Inc. will be decided. You have been almost as much a part of this situation as I have. It hasn't been fun, I know, but you stuck through it all. When Friday comes, I want you by my side. Her dark eyes looked teary. Her mouth opened in surprise. You do? Of course I do. He reached for her hands. I really like you, Emily. You managed to take my court case, as hideous as my old furniture, and make dealing with it a manageable journey. I'm forever grateful to you. Her frown deepened, but somehow made her look more breathtaking. She let go and turned away, her back to him. What is it? He asked softly. I don't understand. Her shoulders stiffened, but she did not turn around. I don't deserve your kindness. Yes, you do. He only saw the back of her head as she shook it. Her hair tumbled down her back. Without looking back, she reached down behind her and grasped the vase. I don't deserve these. His heart twitched. Emily, I want you to have these. She remained still, her arm extended toward him. Reluctantly, he took the flowers. 2 days passed, and the morning of the final court date arrived. Dakota was trying his best to assuage his nerves by listening to Christmas music, and Ethan, who kept reassuring him. Stop worrying. No matter what the judge decides, you will be okay. The business will work itself out. Dakota tapped the steering wheel of the truck, and he fixed his eyes on the road. Right. I know you're right. Ethan had set up a voicemail for the day, announcing the office was closed and all phone calls would be returned next week. Emily met them at the front of the courthouse. The ground was icy, and he slowly moved toward her. She seemed as withdrawn as she'd been ever since the Christmas tree lighting. He wished they could have spoken at work yesterday, but she'd taken off at lunch and kept herself so busy throughout the day, he never had a chance to talk to her. Good morning. Dakota offered her a smile. Good morning. No smile, just a stiff, formal reply. He would just have to focus on the case for now. Afterward, he would find time to talk to her. When they took their seats a short while later, Emily kept her attention straight forward. Dakota figured it was best he do the same, keep his mind and emotions off of her for now. Ethan sat to his right. It's gonna be okay. You did everything you were supposed to do. One way or another, you will be rewarded for that. Thanks, Ethan. After a long, painful hour of final back-and-forth deliberating between the attorneys, the bailiff called the room to order as the judge went to speak. After reviewing the contract and hearing from both sides, I have made my decision. Dakota's heart leapt through his throat. If the judge didn't find his company in favor, what would he do? Would his company even be able to thrive? The judge continued, cutting through the heavy silence in the room. Denson Goods signed a contract which indicated 2 specific items which have brought me to today's decision. Mr. Hudson declared that wages were unfair, to which I must reply, you signed a contract and these wages given were more than fair. Mr. Hudson also complained that there was insufficient time given to open new stores, to which I must reply, time allotted was more than reasonable. Denson Goods failed to meet their contractual obligations. Dakota glanced at Emily. She gave him a small smile. He turned to Ethan. You got this, bro, Ethan said as he patted his hand. Dakota returned his gaze to the judge. I hereby order the breaching party, Denson Goods, to complete the service promised in the contract. Case dismissed. Dakota's heart leapt so high he swore he felt it punch through his esophagus. His smile forced his mouth wide open. Ethan gave him a hearty hug. "Thank you, Ethan, for helping me through this." "Anytime, bro, anytime." Tears pooled in Dakota's eyes as he turned to Emily. "You did it," she said softly, her smile bigger. He nodded. "You helped me do it." She shook her head as her voice turned serious. "It was because you were fair and full of integrity. That's why the judge ruled in your favor." Dakota and Ethan followed Emily out of the courthouse and into the parking lot, where the snowfall had started up again. She looked up at him, the gleam of the overcast sun making her squint. "Congratulations." "I'll catch you later, guys." Ethan waved as he took off in his vehicle. They waved back. "You don't seem happy." Dakota turned back to Emily. "Can we talk? I think we really need to talk." "Yes, we do." Emily took a step back, and her foot caught on an icy patch. She flapped her arms, looking not unlike a flamingo who had lost its balance. Her mouth opened wide, and she gasped as she peered behind her to the frozen ground. "Ah!" she shouted as her leg flew into the air. With his arms stretched forward, Dakota dashed to her side and caught her just before she fell. Emily laughed as she stared up at him. He hovered an inch above her, his arms wrapped around her middle, their bodies angled in an awkward horizontal angle. He laughed too as he pulled her to an upright position. Their noses nearly touched. Her breath felt hot against his neck. Her cheeks were rosy, her lips glossy from the tiny snowflakes. It took everything in him not to kiss her. "Thank you." Her words rolled out softly. She was speaking to him, but she refused to meet his eyes, the laughter having died as quickly as it came. "I meant what I said, Dakota. I don't deserve your kindness. You'll understand when I explain why." He shook his head. "Is it because of Akihito?" Her lips parted. "If it were only that simple." "I don't understand. I thought we had something." "Had is the key word here." He wiped a finger under her eyes. "You're crying." "Because it's over," she said it in such a final way his heart choked. "What's over?" he asked anyway, hoping he was wrong, hoping she didn't mean their relationship. "Us." Emily looked at her feet. "The tabloid wasn't all wrong, you know." "Dakota, I'm not Emily St. John." He almost didn't hear the last thing she said. His mind focused on the sordid article. The article is already forgotten, or will be once the news gets out about the judge's decision. He pursed his lips. How did it turn into a hostile takeover? Dakota mused aloud as he frowned at the familiar question. Emily turned toward him. Something close to worry stretched across her face. Why did she look at him like that? Like a cowering dog? "What did you say?" Her words came out stiffly. "Oh, nothing. Just that I seem to have remembered someone asking me that question before. Weeks ago, when I was first sued." She bit her lip, averting her eyes from his. He glanced over at the courthouse, at the long steps. Then he remembered. It was here, at the courthouse, on those very steps where Kaida, not Emily, had accosted him with her microphone. She'd asked that very question. How did it turn into a hostile takeover? Now it all made sense. Why she seemed familiar. Why lately he felt he'd known her from before. He looked at her as she stared warily back at him. "You were on the steps of the courthouse. At Frank's cafe." She nodded and looked away. He stumbled back across the encrusted grass. The truth hit him with full force. He stared at her in disbelief. "You aren't Emily St. John." Chapter 18. Dakota tried to move. All he wanted to do was get in his truck and drive away, and never see Emily, no, Kaida, again. but his feet refused to move. It was as if the icy ground were made of superglue. Kaida stared at him from 2 feet away, but the distance between them might as well have been equal to an ocean's. She looked guilty, like she had been caught trespassing. Yes, that was fitting, since she had encroached on his privacy, gone where she had no business going, in the literal sense as well. "I'm Kaida Sakai," she said in a thin voice. "I know who you are." His voice came out dry, nearly devoid of emotion. He looked away, because seeing her face twisted his stomach and tore at his heart. He stared hard at the morning sun over the courthouse. "You said some of that article was true. The gold-digging gal. Just like Shikanda. That's why you didn't want me to know who you really were." Hurt stung his eyes, but he blinked back the tears. He would not cry. The storm's current suddenly picked up, and a burst of snow struck the back of his neck. "I'm so sorry." Her voice crushed him now. It hurt to hear her speak. His jaw tightened. His gaze remained fixed on the building where he had received such good news only moments before. The day had started with such promise. He felt on top of the world, with his brother and Kaida by his side. How quickly the joy came crashing down. "I knew you were full of surprises, but I didn't know they were all of the deceptive kind. All those questions you asked me on our first date." Pain jolted his heart. He swallowed past the growing ache. "That was a ploy to use what I said against me." "Not all of it," she said weakly. He twisted toward Kaida. Her face had gone slack. Her eyes looked swollen. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "You lied. About everything." Heat rose into his chest. "You promised to keep my matters private, to respect my title, my company." He stared at her for a moment, the disloyalty stinging him. "But you didn't. You did everything in your power to slander me." Her head drooped. "You're right. It was that way at first. When I received the crank call, the burn of her lies morphed into indignance. Was from a former disgruntled employee. He was fired for repeatedly showing up late. I thought you were covering up your reputation. I didn't know. I was just..." He nodded. "Doing your job." She ducked her head further down. "Turns out he read about the court case and thought he would ride the bootstraps of it by having a friend hack into my files. Unfortunately for him, those accusations had all been settled. Little did he know." His heart sank as he held his breath. How had he not seen this coming? Why had he trusted someone he hardly knew? His tone grew serious, firm. "Apparently, I have a lot more enemies than I realized." Though the conversation had been about someone else, his stare was fastened on her. Pain and anger tightened like a band around his chest. "And that's why the agency couldn't pay you. You don't exist." She lifted her head, though her attention stayed toward the ground. He flashed back to the day they first met. Well, when he first met Emily at the hospital, and then the tour of his office. To how many times he and Ethan called her, and she didn't respond. And how the real assistant had showed up. Too bad he and Ethan didn't catch on. It was all for the sake of your career, wasn't it? Her silence confirmed it. He swallowed past a huge lump that had settled in his throat. "When you told me you used to work for one of those gutter-level publications, I thought it was all in the past. The exploitation, the fabrication." Despite his intentions to not cry, despite his will to leave and never look back, a single tear slid down his cheek, and then another. "You were out to smear my name. Nothing more." He choked on those last 2 words as the truth of that statement slammed into him. Her voice came out softly. I started in the tabloid industry for the money, but I didn't like the edge of dishonesty needed. I stopped when I saw how it could ruin someone. That didn't seem to bother your conscience the other day. She tilted her head up and looked right at him. You're right. It didn't. Not in the beginning. But I thought I had what I needed. I thought I had the truth. He closed his eyes. The frigid air lashed at his face, and the chill found its way into his chest. Dakota. The sound of her voice made him feel like he was standing on sinking snow. Why was he still here, listening to her? After all she had said and done, after it all turned out to be a lie? I was determined to prove myself a serious professional, to get ahead in my career. When my boss told me to stay on as your assistant, to get the top story, I didn't want to do it. Not totally. By then, things had changed. My feelings for you. I promised my father I would do something to make him proud of me. So, I stayed on. To finish what I had started. He blinked through the dashing snow. You had every opportunity to tell me the truth. He stepped away from her. You wrote the article that would have utterly ruined me if the judge hadn't made the decision he did. How could you write those things about me? Because I didn't know. I wasn't sure. Not yet. And I knew if I told you it was my article, if I told you who I was, you wouldn't have made your father proud, he said bitterly. She turned away. Her shoulders slumped. You didn't just fool me. You tricked Ethan, my own parents. I'm so sorry, she said haltingly, her back still toward him. You took advantage of my amnesia. You even introduced me to your mom and sister and had them call you by another name. His chest ached with betrayal. He could hardly stand to look at her. He wiped tears from his face and moved swiftly to his truck. When he got behind the wheel, he stuck his hand out to pull shut the door. Kaida swiveled toward him. Her eyes glistened with fresh tears. A curtain of snow rained between them. I'm glad I was wrong about you. About Roberts, Inc. I wish I could say the same, he said past tears and a hollow spot that filled his being as he shut the door and started the engine. Chapter 19. 3 days later. It was hard to believe that just last month Kaida had been riding the waves of victory, and in one swift moment, she was drowning. Dakota was right. 100% right about everything he said. Kaida had watched Dakota's red truck peel out of the parking lot, watched the man she'd fallen for leave forever. The snowflakes had grown larger, barreling down upon her like a reprimand as she stood there alone, huddled inside her winter coat. Dakota Roberts had gotten his memory back. He knew who he was, who she was. He was Mr. Roberts again, the same person she'd tried to interview, cold and distant. Only she deserved it this time. 3 days had passed. 3 days of regret. Regret for pretending to be someone else, for hurting Dakota. She had allowed herself to feel something romantic for him, allowed her heart to open up to him. That was the one thing she didn't regret. Kaida wiped the tears from her face and smacked her fist against the kitchen counter as she stood inside her condo. She'd called off work, knowing she wouldn't be able to concentrate. She still felt like a hypocrite, too. How could she go back to the place where the sabotage began? Outside, a light snow fell. Inside, she couldn't get warm. The heater had been acting wonky. Mr. Davies promised someone would have fixed it by the end of the day. Kaida shivered inside her sweater. The snow made her think of Dakota. Why couldn't she just shake him off? Do anything without him invading her thoughts? She glanced around her. Maybe if she distracted herself. She flipped on the stereo and found a station playing Christmas songs. Carol of the Bells poured from the speakers. Kaida groaned. Darn it. Another tear. She closed her eyes. Dakota's face appeared during the lighting of the tree, staring at her as if the crowd of people around them were non-existent, as if she were the most special person in his life. She swallowed the ache in her throat. The stereo called her back to the present. The ring of the instruments lifted as the song crescendo sprung to life. The urgency of the violins cried out as the chime of the xylophone crested over the chords of the clarinet, filling her heart and mind with its beautiful symphony. Inevitably, her mind drifted back to the recent past. Dakota looked so happy to see her. The snow swirled around them, creating a fantasy world. But the fantasy had been real. Kaida opened her eyes and shut off the music. Stupid tears. She rubbed a hand across her cheek. She needed to focus on something else. But what? She glanced at her phone. Lacey had left a few messages since the case was finalized, telling her congratulations and asking what she planned to do now that it was over. When Kaida didn't answer, she texted her almost nonstop. Kaida responded with mostly one-word answers, letting her know her fake job was over as much as the relationship with Dakota, hoping her sister would stop messaging her. But Lacey was persistent. Now she demanded Kaida call her, marking her text urgent. Her sister answered before the first ring ended. Finally! What's the emergency, Lacey? Well, first, congratulations on the case. Yeah, I got your messages. But why are you congratulating me? I didn't have anything to do with it. She stared at her reflection in the small mirror that hung on the wall beside the kitchen. Her eyes looked puffy. Her lips were turned down, but the pain inside was the worst. She never thought she would care about Dakota this much. You need to get out of this funk. It's over, Lacey. It's really over. Lacey's boisterous tone took a deep dive. I'm sorry, Kaida. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have had to go through some of the stuff he did. I helped make a case against him. I did everything I could to mar his reputation. But it didn't work. I mean, not ultimately, right? The truth came out. Yes, it did. She squeezed her eyes shut, fighting against more tears. Where are you? At home? I'm coming to get you. Kaida sniffed. What? Stay put, I'm on my way. Less than 20 minutes later, Lacey texted her. Kaida made her way to the parking lot where Lacey waited outside in her Benz. Where are we going? I made you an appointment. She grabbed Kaida's arm and guided her to the Mercedes-Benz. A few minutes later, Lacey pulled up to a fancy hair salon. No, Lacey, I really don't think this is the time. Lacey shut off the engine and twisted in her seat as she placed a hand on Kaida's shoulder. I think this is the perfect time. You need to get back on the road to recovery. Kaida arched an eyebrow. Huh? I know you're feeling heartsick, but I refuse to let you wallow in it. Kaida took in a long, slow breath, then nodded. Lacey squeezed her shoulder. Good. Let's go. Somehow, Kaida managed to relax her body and close her eyes as the stylist shampooed and conditioned her hair. Lacey headed over to Kaida's chair once she was done, peering at her in the mirror hanging on the wall in front of them. Aren't you getting your hair done too? Kaida asked as the stylist towel-dried Kaida's hair. Lacey shook her head. You need this, not me. Kaida frowned at Lacey. Lacey nodded. I know, I've been selfish. The stylist stepped away. So, what color do you want to go with? Lacey asked. What? Kaida looked up to see the stylist had returned with a magazine filled with various hairstyles. Kaida swiveled to look at her sister face on. Lacey, really, this isn't necessary. It's time for a change. She leaned into Kaida and nestled her cheek against hers. You need a fresh start. Kaida teared up. Thank you, she whispered. Lacey stood and smiled, then left Kaida to her decision. After looking over a few different cuts and colors, she showed the stylist her choice. Before long, Kaida had a fresh trim and a new color. Her dark black hair had been transformed into a golden chestnut with tendrils spiraling past her shoulders. Kaida found herself smiling at the new look as she stared in the mirror. Lacey was right. It was time for a change. Already she felt better. Lacey cupped her hands over her mouth as she came up behind the chair. I love it! Back in the Benz, as Lacey drove through the city, Kaida contemplated what she would do next. What are you thinking about over there? Lacey asked. Kaida sighed. I don't know how to go back to the daily occupation. Not after what I did. Lacey pursed her lips. Maybe it's not over. What are you talking about? Dakota. Maybe there's one more story to write. Kaida snorted. I think I've done enough damage. That's not what I mean. She turned onto the freeway, heading to Kaida's place. Why don't you write a nice article to make up for what you did? Kaida sighed, then sat up and did a double take. Why? What do you mean, why? Why not? Kaida shook her head. Dakota would never buy it. It's too late anyway. She sank back against the seat. I blew it. You don't know until you try, Kaida chuckled. That's your heart talking. Crazy the things you do when you're in love. Exactly, and you are in love, so do something crazy. Kaida threw her sister a, yeah right, look, before chuckling again. Lacey dropped Kaida off by the walkway to her condo. She leaned over the seat and cracked the window. Let me know where it goes. Kaida tossed her hair behind her shoulder as she looked back. I can already tell you. Nowhere. As she stepped inside the condo, her stomach grumbled. She peeled off her coat and tossed it on the couch. In the kitchen, she searched the pantry and pulled out a box of graham crackers. She mindlessly snacked as she stared at the sliding glass door. The snow had finally stopped, but the sky was still white, so gloomy, despairing. She put away the box of crackers and went to the living room. She flipped on the TV and searched for something to watch. Romantic suspense, romantic comedy, another love story. Seriously? She tossed the remote next to her coat and huffed. Lacey's words echoed in her ears. Why don't you write a nice article to make up for what you did? Her gaze wandered to the computer. A nice article. What could she possibly say? Then again, it's not like it mattered. He wouldn't bother reading it. Not when he saw who wrote it. But what if he did read it? She sat at the computer and powered it on. Even if he chucked the article, no matter what his reaction was, at least she could bear living with herself a little bit more, knowing she had done something in an attempt to make things right. Her fingers hit the keyboard. Nothing came to her. What could she say? How could she make things right? Their times together, all those little moments came into her head. Then she knew. As she typed the article, she realized Dakota's reaction mattered to her a lot. She hoped he would read it. More importantly, she hoped he would believe it, because every single word of it was true. Soon, Dakota Roberts would know the entire truth. But would it make any difference? Chapter 20. Dakota rubbed sleep from his eyes and sipped the now cold coffee. He was back at the office, back to his usual routine, but nothing felt usual. Ever since that day at the courthouse, no matter how much he threw himself into work or focused on something else, Kaida invaded his thoughts. He slumped in his office chair and closed his eyes, trying to push away the look on her face as he drove away. He'd glanced once more at her in his rearview mirror to see the snow whipping around her like a brutal force, seeming symbolic of the sudden, harsh shift in their relationship. He'd only seen the top of her dark hair, her face buried inside her winter coat, but her body language, Her dropped shoulders as she, head down, went to her car, told him how she felt. Remorseful, sad. Kaida being contrite didn't matter, he told himself. It was too late. Bro, Ethan stepped beside him. Dakota slowly opened his eyes. Yeah, he whispered. Did you see today's article? What article? It's in all the local papers. Well, everywhere but the daily occupations. Dakota snorted. Good. I've had enough of their so-called stories. Ethan held out a newspaper. I thought you might want a print copy. Dakota twisted his head up toward his brother. I'm sure you'll want to read this. Kaida wrote it. Dakota made no move to take it. Ethan nodded and set the newspaper on the desk, then walked away. He doubted Ethan's comment. It was bad enough he hadn't been able to do his job as CEO ever since he remembered who she really was. Ethan had tried to help him by taking him to watch one of the games for the soccer team Dakota coached before the accident. Though it was nice to see the kids again, and though they were excited to see him too, asking when he would return to volunteer, Dakota's heart hadn't been totally in it. Eating, sleeping, working, doing chores, running errands, everything seemed to be tainted by Kaida's face. He stared at the unfolded newspaper. The headline stared back at him. Righting a wrong. He let his eyes travel the length of the piece, which was short. Dakota Roberts, CEO of Roberts, Inc., and Cool Keepsakes, deserves a new kind of attention. Roberts' name recently splashed in the news for supposedly breaching a contract, as well as allegedly selling counterfeit products, has now been cleared through the justice of the courts. Not only did Dakota Roberts hold true to the details of his contract with Denson Goods, contrary to the company's claims, which were recently deemed false and dismissed by the judge, he offered more than reasonable wages and allotted time. I was one of many journalists who attempted to soil his name. I did it because I thought I knew everything I needed to know. Like the others, I fell for the allegations without taking the time to prove them wrong. I was wrong about Dakota Roberts, on all accounts. The only thing I was right about was his personal character. He is a man of integrity and compassion, a trustworthy and giving man. Dakota Roberts is a trusted name. How do I know this? Because I had the opportunity to see him up close. I learned how much he values his clients, his colleagues, his friends, his family. Dakota Roberts is a reputable businessman with a long history of success in industries, which he has contributed to in the utmost and honorable ways. Kaida Sakai. Dakota laid the paper back down. His heart tapped rapidly. He blew out a heavy breath. The article sounded sincere. But then, she had sounded that way to him for several weeks, and he ended up being duped by her. The last time he saw Kaida kept replaying in his head, like a warped record. Her eyes had watered, like she actually cared about him. He shook his head. No, just part of the act. He swiveled in his seat to see Ethan standing in the doorway, as if waiting until Dakota finished reading the article. Ethan, I don't need a babysitter anymore. He smiled. I know. He came forward and tipped his head toward the desk. Did you read it all? Dakota ran his finger along the headline. It was all fake. What do you mean? Her role here. Our relationship. Bro, it sounds sincere. I mean, she published it for anyone to read. Dakota's chest squeezed. It doesn't matter. It's too late for us. Her support at the verdict, her apology, all phony. His heart pinched with regret and an ache he wished would just go away. Except the gig was up by then. He looked at Ethan. Bro, she has no reason to pretend anymore. And I don't think it was all fake. Not when she realized she cared about you. You should talk to her. No. He felt his shoulders tense. Are they ready? Ethan looked through the front window behind him. Yeah, they're bustling around outside. A pretty anxious crowd. Ethan slapped the doorframe. And growing. Dakota shoved back his chair and stood. He adjusted the sleeves of his dress shirt, pulled back his shoulders, and checked his hair in the oval-shaped mirror by the clock. Ethan wasn't exaggerating. The crowd was huge. The area outside his building could hardly contain the number of people waiting for Dakota to make his speech. He had practiced it all last night. This would be the first time he would be heard since he regained his memory. A chance to address his cleared name and re-bolster people's trust in his brand. Journalists from local news stations, as well as from other countries, pushed and shoved to jam their microphones his way. For once, they didn't irritate him. He wanted to give them his story, how he felt about the entire matter, his perspective on the court case. He answered each question with pleasure, as more citizens gathered closer to the podium. The energy in the air was so positive and exhilarating, it was easy to believe his name hadn't been tarnished. Ethan stood a short distance away, smiling with encouragement. This moment felt like a renewal, not just for his company, but for himself. "Dakota, I have a comment," one of the reporters said from somewhere below. "Of course." Dakota nodded for her to continue. A red-headed reporter made her way to the front. She glanced up at him as she took the microphone from the stand. His heart snapped against his chest like a rubber band. He steadied himself against the lectern. "Kaida." His lips pinched. He was tempted to ignore her, but how would that look to the rest of the crowd? As if sensing his thoughts, Kaida quickly said, "I won't take much of your time, I promise." She held the microphone close to her mouth, instead of aiming it toward him. "You've already told us your feelings on the matter, about your victory. Now it's time for me to say something in return." The satisfaction of his moment quickly dissipated as the painful reminder of what they once had, of who he thought she was thrust upon him. He looked at her, waited. The crowd was hushed in anticipation, too. Kaida cleared her throat. "I don't know if you had a chance to read my article this morning." "I did." "Well, there's more that I need to tell you. In person." She paused and her shoulders lifted as her mouth hesitated over the microphone. She looked directly into his eyes. "I wanted to apologize to you for everything I did, for the way I pretended to be someone else, for upholding the charade even after things between us changed, for breaking your trust and your heart." Her face was as soft and sweet as he remembered it, and the longing for her got caught in his chest. The color of her hair had changed, but his feelings for her hadn't. How could she still elicit the same emotions in him, that desire to be with her? She turned to face the crowd. "Dakota Roberts is a man of honor. He treated me with nothing but respect, entrusted to me confidential information. I violated that trust. What Denson Goods did was unlawful, deceitful, but what I did was heartless and atrocious." She slowly turned around and looked up at Dakota. "I'm sorry, Dakota. You didn't deserve any of it." He watched her, his hands slightly shaking as he held onto the podium for support. "The person you met after you lost your memory, that wasn't me. Not the real me, in name or in spirit. I wish I could change it all." His heart squeezed. "All of it?" "Everything that wasn't real." Despite his will to contain his own feelings, he said, "Were we real?" She brushed past the other reporters, all the way up until she was only a mere feet away from where he stood. She dangled the microphone at her side and spoke only to him. "Yes, with all my heart." He glanced at Ethan, who nodded. He mouthed the word yes. Dakota looked back at her. "You are nothing like the last man I dated. Dakota, you make me laugh. You support my dreams. You respect my opinions. You really listen. I'm sorry I ever compared you to him." She turned to the crowd, raising the microphone to her mouth once again. "The media can be cruel. We do what it takes to get the story, and sometimes, even if it means defaming someone else." Her voice rose. And for what? Selfish ambition? A raise? Fame? A hush fell over everyone. She struck a thumb to her chest as she twisted to the left side of the street. My name is Kaida Sakai, and I did that. Whatever it took. For a promotion. The last word she emphasized, as though it bore a sour taste in her mouth. I pretended to be someone named Emily just to be his personal assistant and get the dirt on him. Emily, wherever you are, I owe you an apology too. Dakota swallowed. Kaida was baring her soul. For all to see. She didn't have to do that. She turned her back to the people and rotated until she was face to face with Dakota. Words say only so much, though. I owe you more than that. So, I quit my job. I'm done with that line of work. Her face looked flushed from the cold. But he sensed her putting her heart on the line like this was the bigger cause of her colored cheeks. I'm sorry for everything. I hope you will forgive me. She laid the microphone back on the podium. The tightness in his chest melted entirely. Everything within him wanted to move toward her and take her in his arms. But he couldn't move. Why couldn't he move? Kaida nodded vaguely and turned away from him. She moved through the mob. His heart thumped wildly. He managed to emerge from behind the podium, take a single step forward in the direction she'd taken. Kaida was about to exit his world. Again. Suddenly, the thought of her leaving sent a shudder of regret through him. A regret greater than the one that had plagued him when he found out she'd pretended to be someone else. If he let her go, if he didn't forgive her, he knew he wouldn't be able to live with those decisions. They would afflict him, color everything black, take down his hope for a better future, because his life would be less meaningful without Kaida. With her in it, he felt more complete, more at peace, more like the man he was meant to be. Kaida's bright red hair bounced as she hurried down the sidewalk. He had to do something. Say something. Say something! Past the throng of people as the energy shifted into intrigue, with voices of excitement pelleting him. Dakota has met his match. He should go after her. She seemed sincere. He broke into a run. She was just up ahead, almost to the end of the walk, heading to the crowded parking lot. Kaida, wait! She halted and turned. Panting, he closed the space between them. Please, don't go. Tears stained her eyes. The seemingly hurt look on her face tugged at his heart. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Being so near her again, just the two of them, made him more aware of his feelings, and more aware of how powerful they were. She waited, her hands clasped tightly together in front of her waist. It's been so hard for me. Discovering what you did? She nodded and looked away, her face a window of shame. I'm not here to harp on it, Kaida. I don't want you to carry the burden any longer. He hesitated. I was so afraid to let myself open up to you again. It's okay, she said. I know I messed up getting a second chance with you. You don't have to explain. She sniffed. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot like that. She looked over at him. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't think I could feel this way again. She looked at the ground, her shoulders sloped. He wanted to tell her how he felt, just like she had back there, her heart totally on display. He pushed down his nervousness and stepped closer to her, until she was inches away. Kaida, I didn't want to feel anything for you, ever again. She stood silently, her hair covering her face as she hung her head. He swept her hair back and caressed her cheek. She gazed into his eyes. But I do feel something, Kaida. Something I never thought possible. When I felt it for you the first time, I was happy. He took in a long, cold breath. And this time, What I feel for you is stronger than before. I don't want you to go." Slowly, she lifted her head. Her dark eyes shined as she looked at him. His heart cinched with compassion and longing. He reached out to her and took her hand. "I do forgive you, Kaida. I forgive you for everything." Kaida's mouth dropped open. "You do?" "Of course I do." He pulled her closer until nothing came between them. Overlapping voices sounded from behind him, the crowd dispersing. Dakota pressed his lips to hers, breathing in her lovely scent, then said once more, "I forgive you with all my heart." The voices grew louder, more audible. Reluctantly, he pulled out of the hug to see what the commotion was. The crowd had followed them, with the media at the helm. Before he could blink, reporters shoved their microphones into his face. How much had they heard? "Is this a new beginning for you two? Now that you forgave her, what will happen next?" Dakota sighed. Enough. They had heard enough. Chapter 21. Kaida shook her head as she and Dakota hovered over her phone inside his truck. Former journalist bears her heart to CEO. Young female reporter Kaida Sakai of the Daily Occupation redefined the meaning of ambition when she stormed the stage to publicly apologize for her role in the CEO Dakota Roberts' near downfall when he was sued. Roberts' forgiveness clearly paves the path to a future full of romance. Dakota nodded. "Why am I not surprised?" She shoved the phone back into her coat pocket. "Well, I sort of helped them get the story." "I helped too, remember?" He brushed his lips over hers, and her face flushed. Yes, indeed. Dakota had most certainly helped. After they got away from the mob, Dakota asked her if she was free the next day. So here they were, on their way to a destination known only to him. His eyes had lit up when he said it was a big surprise. She wondered what it could possibly be. She stared out the window as they left the parking lot of her condo. The beauty of nature, the way icicles hung from the trees, and how the ground looked like a white, silky blanket, dotted with red berries from some of the surrounding bushes, tickled her senses. It reminded her of the special fairy tale world she and Dakota shared at the Christmas tree lighting. Were the papers right? Was this a path to romance? True love? She watched Dakota as he drove. They hadn't spoken of love, but she felt it in her heart for him. Clearly, Dakota really liked her. But did he love her? She knew what Daddy would say, that he was the one, that she had finally met her match. That's how Kaida saw it too. Was it too presumptuous of her to expect Dakota to feel the same way? And was it too soon? Kaida glanced out the window once more. The beautiful landscape reminded her that Christmas was around the corner. The first Christmas without her father. She was sure it would be difficult on everyone, especially Mama. Kaida's heart sank as she tried to envision the holiday without him. When they arrived at their destination, Kaida still had no clue where they were. She'd passed this building from time to time, but it was just some nondescript place. No banner, nothing suggesting what was inside. Dakota parked and Kaida got out and did a double take at the entrance. Wait, something was different. A sign now hung over the archway. Treasure Trove of Baltimore. Anything could be inside. She pulled her winter coat tighter around her body. It was literally freezing, and a low wind had picked up, turning the atmosphere into one suitable for an igloo. Let's get inside before our eyes freeze. You don't want to miss out on what we're about to see. Dakota sounded like that teenager again. Kaida's laugh was filled with curiosity as they moved toward the entrance arm in arm. Okay, we're here now. What is this place? A museum. It was just a museum. What was the big deal? From her experience, all museums were the same. Institutions full of research and history with statues or pictures that took you time traveling. An eager smile pasted Dakota's lips as they crossed the threshold, the heat instantly warming her body. This way. He nodded to the long hallway stretched out before them. What kind of museum is this? She stared all around her, looking for clues. He glanced at her and smiled. Do you remember when I mentioned a project I funded and donated to? He swept his arm out toward the entrance. This is it. An anime museum. The first one to open in the U.S. She felt her eyes grow big as she took a step backward. This is your project? How could you keep this from me? I was hoping to make it a nice surprise for you. Something special. Did I succeed? Her arms akimbo, she shook her head at him and laughed. What do you think? With a satisfied grin, he took her hand and led her down the hallway. It was noticeably quiet and empty. Where is everybody? A secret smile graced his lips. This is a preview night. Just for us. Tomorrow is opening day. Honestly, it's amazing how events fell into place. If you hadn't made your announcement yesterday, we wouldn't be here together like this. Alone. Just how I envisioned it. She stopped. Wait. You mean you've been planning this? His eyes shined with happiness as he stared at her. I wanted to celebrate the penultimate opening with you. We both love anime. After I saw your reaction to my office, then the animation, I knew you had to be here by my side. Thank you, she whispered, his words stealing her heart. He nodded to the yet unseen space before them. Shall we? They continued forward and into an enormous open room where plaques filled with historical facts adorned one side. On the other, several plasma TVs graced the walls, with different anime shows playing. Kaida's jaw dropped. Wow! This place is amazing! Dakota sounded pleased. Pretty cool, huh? She nodded mindlessly as they strolled around the perimeter of the room. There was so much to look at. Decades to cover in terms of reading material and learning fun facts. After Kaida and Dakota skimmed through the history of anime and the Japanese culture and its arrival to America, Dakota guided her to another spacious room. This one contained AI dolls at work, showcasing a behind-the-scenes adventure of how artists created comic books and televised shows. Kaida turned to Dakota. Unbelievable, she breathed. Dakota returned her eagerness with a wink. They immersed themselves in the fascinating world, and Kaida even got the opportunity to dub an anime as a voice actor. Dakota watched her as she stepped inside the booth where someone assisted her with the controls. The experience would only last a few minutes, but being able to go backstage like this produced such a big smile on her face, she was sure it must look much like the Cheshire Cat's grin. The employee had her watch a 1-minute scene, then follow along with cues from a spreadsheet, from which Kaida could insert her voice to match the flaps of the character's mouth movements. Kaida looked at Dakota as she exited the booth. That was incredible. I felt like the character. Thank you. You're welcome. She stared up at the vaulted ceilings. I didn't even know this place existed. How did you keep it a secret? She spun in a circle as she took in the room. It's just so mind-boggling. I feel like a little kid living in a dream. Dakota laughed. She'd forgotten how much she'd missed hearing his laugh, and it tickled her heart. We managed to keep it a secret until now. No signs, no announcements, until it was ready. She frowned as she slowed down to look at him. But why? He rubbed his chin. Well, we weren't sure exactly when it would be done at first. By the time we got a more accurate time frame, Roberts' ink was in the news. She stopped spinning. He waved his hand toward the center of the room. Keep dancing. This is a time for celebration. What are we celebrating? Well, the opening of this place, my case win, and... He moved toward her, slowly, his eyes never leaving hers. How could the way he looked at her make her body quiver? He reached his hand out to her. Kaida, I have one last thing to show you. Still reeling from the remarkable display of the animated world come to life, She took his hand and let him lead her down another hallway. So, you said you quit the daily occupation. What are you doing now? I'm training in real estate with Lacey. That sounds like a nice, respectable change. And honest, she added. Dakota suddenly stopped, and she ran into his arm. He turned to her. Sorry, I didn't expect to see it so soon. She rose on her tiptoes and peeked over his shoulder. See what? He swiveled and gently turned her until she faced the wall to their right. On a lone shelf, behind a glass case, perched a manga. Not just any manga, but the only one in existence. The one die-hard anime fans coveted, but could never have. Hearts on high. Her jaw dropped. I can't believe this. She grinned at him. Isn't this incredible? He smiled at her. She reached out to touch the case, on which a sign read, Do not touch, then quickly pulled her hand back. Oh my gosh, it's so hard not to touch it. You can touch it. No, I can't. She pointed to the sign. An employee joined them from seemingly out of nowhere and unlocked the case. He retrieved the book and handed it to her. What? Why are you giving me this? At the gentleman's request. The tall, thin man nodded at Dakota and waited for her to take it. She bit her lip and looked at Dakota in confusion. Okay. The employee left. Open it, Dakota coaxed. She turned to the flyleaf and her heart stopped. Kaida, you mean the world to me. I love you. I hope you can love me too. She looked away from the message and back to Dakota, her breath catching at his admission. This is for me? I don't know what to say. A single tear slid down her face. Dakota, she said softly. He closed the space between them and took her empty hand in his. Dakota. Another tear came down. At least these tears were happy ones. I love you too. Epilogue. It's supposed to be a family tradition, Mama, Kaida said. Kaida, Lacey, and Mama were getting dressed in Mama's house for their traditional family Christmas Eve. It was Mama's last night in the house. Escrow was expected to close in the next few days. Lacey and Kaida had found her a nice new single-family home. Mama's voice came out louder. Invite him! Kaida looked at Mama. Are you sure? Lacey huffed with exasperation. Yes, Kaida, for the 15th time. David is coming too. Yes, but you're engaged. David had proposed to Lacey a few days ago. That will be your future too, Mama said. It wasn't the first time she'd made that declaration. I see it in his eyes, in your eyes, the kind of love your father and I shared. She cupped Kaida's face in both hands. He's not going anywhere. Kaida's heart warmed at her words. She knew Mama was right. She saw it too, whenever Dakota looked at her. He would love her forever. Mama let go and thrust a finger in the air. But I want you and Dakota with us only for a short while. You two need time together. This is your first Christmas. Experience it as a couple. But this time, Lacey took over and pressed a finger over her sister's lips. But nothing, she winked. Kaida sighed and nodded in acquiescence. Lacey looked out the window. David's here! As Lacey went to let him in, Kaida called Dakota. She tried telling Mama and Lacey that he'd be with his own family, but neither of them had wanted to listen. Hi, Kaida. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. She told him about the invitation, and as to be expected, he was with Ethan and their parents. We'll be through here in a couple of hours. Can I pick you up? Okay. Where did you want to go? Another surprise, if that's all right. That's okay with me. All through dinner at KFC, Kaida was happy to discover that celebrating Christmas without their father wasn't as painful as she thought it would be. In fact, she could feel his spirit, as if he were here with them all. Talk about Lacey and David's wedding plans took over a lot of the conversation, as did Mama's new home. It was a merry Christmas indeed. After they said their goodbyes, Kaida drove to her condo. Dakota showed up right on the dot, like he said he would. His gaze traveled the length of her black dress before settling on her eyes. "You're breathtaking." Her heart thudded at the sincerity in his stare and words. He, too, had gotten all dressed up, wearing a sharp black suit with satin lapels over a white button-up shirt and black slacks. "You look so handsome," she said. "Thank you." He threaded his hand in hers, and they strolled to his red truck. As they drove to their destination, Dakota kept her so preoccupied with the details of his family's earlier celebration, Kaida didn't realize where they were headed until she looked up to see the familiar giant Christmas tree. A small crowd had already formed. He parked, but didn't shut off the engine, then turned toward her. "I was thinking we could just watch the lights from here. Stay inside and keep warm." She nodded, her mind churning with happiness at the memory they shared here last month. He took her hands in his. "I meant what I said back at Frank's Cafe, when I told you you had such small hands." She quirked an eyebrow. He laughed. "What I actually meant to tell you was how beautiful they are." She smiled. "I realize I like showing my personal side in the workplace. Of course, not everyone appreciates my 90s lingo that springs up from time to time." She laughed. His voice turned serious. "Kaida, you made me realize who I am. I mean, the better version of who I can be. Ever since you came into my life, I discovered a softer side of me, that I don't have to be so hard-nosed when it comes to business." She squeezed his hand. "You helped me realize I like who I have become. Thank you for coming back into my life, Kaida, for giving us a second chance." Darn it, those tears were back. He wiped one away with the pad of his finger. She turned her head to watch the twinkling lights on the tree. The Peanuts Christmas song began to play, reminding her of childhood. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she said. "Not as beautiful as you." He wrapped his arm around her lower back as they watched the sparkling tree and took in the music. A light snow began to fall, their fairy tale wonderland. Kaida faced Dakota. "I thought without my dad here this year, nothing about Christmas would be happy. But I felt him there with us today. And with you here, Dakota, you make me feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. I feel like I'm at home." His smile sparked a small fire in her heart. He leaned in and kissed her. The heat from his lips ignited the fire more. The smell of his cologne formed a cloud around them, and she leaned into him too, until they were practically drowning in the kiss. When they pulled away, his cheeks were flushed, as she assumed hers to be too. Their breaths came out soft and steady. Dakota slowly ran his hand through her hair. "I didn't think to ask you before. Why did you decide to change the color?" "Honestly, Lacey sort of forced me into it. Said I needed a change. I don't know if I'll keep the color, but it did make me realize how right Lacey was." "What do you mean?" "I didn't like who I was either. Dakota, you helped me become the better version of myself too. A new me." Spring. Dakota's tender gaze lingered on Kaida's as they strolled down the sidewalk. They had just visited Treasure Trove again. The place had been so packed, they actually had to turn people away. When word got out that Dakota Roberts was behind part of the museum, Cool Keepsakes saw a major uptick in sales. and he finally found a reputable company to replace Denson Goods. By the end of winter, they had already opened the first of several brick-and-mortar stores, brimming with anime collectibles. "I'm so happy for you, Dakota," Kaida said as they turned a corner. "You are making so many anime lovers happy." He squeezed her hand, doing his best to ignore the erratic beat of his heart. The buds on the trees and the chirping of birds announced the first week of spring. A yellow sun glowed behind a single white cloud in the otherwise clear blue sky. A complete shift from yesterday's all-day rain showers. The scenery seemed so bright and alive, like their love. The park materialized a few yards away. He'd brought a picnic basket. They found a bench underneath a wood awning and sat side by side. A light breeze ruffled Kaida's hair, now back to its natural black color. She was so beautiful. He could hardly keep from looking at her. Her hand went to the lid of the basket, and he gently pulled it away. She looked at him in confusion. "Not yet," he gestured to their surroundings. "Look at how fresh everything looks after the rain." She followed his gaze and nodded. Then her face straightened into one of surprise. "What are you doing here?" Dakota turned to see Ethan, their parents, Lacey, David, and her mom walking toward them. They were smiling as they neared the bench. "I thought it was just the two of us." Kaida turned to Dakota. Dakota slid off the bench. He opened the picnic basket and reached for something inside. Then, with his heart racing and his nerves rattling, he bent down on one knee and looked up at Kaida as their families gathered around them. Kaida's hands fluttered to her mouth as she stared back at him. He grasped a diamond heart ring between his thumb and forefinger as he extended his hand to her. "Kaida, I am so glad you came into my life. So glad we gave our love a second chance. My love for you will never fade." He took a deep breath. "Kaida, will you be mine forever?" Kaida nodded, her eyes shining with joy. He rose as she dropped her hands, then slid the ring over her finger. Their loved ones applauded as they embraced each other. Her heart beat steadily against his own as they stood there in an embrace for several seconds. When they pulled apart, she said to her family, "You knew all about this?" They all laughed and congratulated them. Jin kissed his cheek. "Welcome to the family, Dakota." "Thank you." Lacey was next, and she gave him a huge bear hug. "I'm so happy to have you as a brother." "I couldn't have asked for a better sister." She beamed as David shook his hand. Ethan grabbed him and tousled his hair. "So happy for you, little bro." "Thanks, man," Dakota smiled. His parents, of course, hugged him and patted him so many times, he thought he would never get the chance to break away with Kaida. After they all chatted about possible wedding dates and venues for a good half hour, everyone departed, leaving him alone with his future bride. Kaida said, "So are we really going to eat, though? I'm starving." Dakota laughed and nodded as he opened the basket and they sat back on the bench. "I did bring sandwiches." "Oh, good," she said with relief. He also put 2 plastic cups on the table and withdrew a small bottle of apple cider. He filled their cups. "This has been an amazing several months with you. So many new things have taken place. Good things, more stores, the museum, our engagement." She smiled as she grabbed his hand and held it against her face. He traced the slope of her jaw with his finger. "To new beginnings." He tipped his head down and touched his lips to hers. They kissed for a long moment, the heat from her breath filling his, before finally pulling apart. She stared back, her face glowing. To a new us. This has been The Accidental Relationship, a clean amnesia, enemies to lovers, billionaire romance. Written by Christina Ryan. Narrated by Shallon Cates. Copyright 2023-2024 by Krista Wagner. Production copyright by Krista Wagner.